Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Grey Witch by Hailey Edwards, narrated by Stephanie Richardson. 1. A funk reminiscent of dead mice decomposing in the walls and unwashed armpits ripening under the hot Alabama sun wafted to my nose and kicked my tear ducts into high gear. Had it been summer and not a tepid February day, I might have retched at the macabre trophies mounted before me in a precarious stack. Death fogged their eyes. Bloody hair caked their foreheads. Mouths gaped on their final roars. And then there were the spines. So many spines. So many spines. Beyond that, on the killing field, the demon performed a victory dance he'd learned from mystic realms. Around me, in bleachers constructed from the weathered bones of challengers past, loomed demons. Fangs, horns, wings, fins, tails, claws. The appendage combinations alone threatened to drop my jaw upon entering the otherworldly arena. The entire Colosseum existed inside a magical construct adjacent to Hail. A pocket realm with a dedicated purpose and a set location you could reach via a gate anchored to the arena. Or, if you were fancy like me, through a doorway you carved yourself. Odds of an ambush were slim, but never zero. Why chance it? There were 7 challengers vying for the throne without the demon making himself a target by arriving with the veritable rainbow of spectators, all of whom had set aside their differences and united today with one desire: to witness their prince slaughter usurpers who coveted his crown with extreme prejudice.
Pleat my skirt and call me a cheerleader.
Clay, back from plundering the concession stand, plunked down next to me in the royal family's box.
Got pom-poms? A megaphone?
The crimson mohawk he rocked was an impressive 2 feet high, and yes, he measured it before we left the house. The tea with the demon's grinning face made me wish I had ordered one when Clay offered. The black rosettes stenciled down his arms were cute, but he had abandoned the set of temporary fangs after swallowing one. Do I look like a spirit store to you? I coughed as I caught a whiff of his snack, a greasy paper bag of what resembled fried pinkish crickets in hot sauce. What are those?
A demon delicacy.
He held one out to me.
Try it.
No thanks. I did my best not to gag. I'm trying to cut back.
I have an idea.
He bit it in 2, then offered me the top half.
Now try it.
Yeah. I shoved away his hand. Still no.
It works when Ace does it.
He popped out his bottom lip.
Is my spit not good enough for you?
No one's spit is going to make me eat that. I sniffed the bag. That's not hot sauce, is it?
Nope.
He tossed the reject into his mouth and crunched down.
You don't know what you're missing.
You don't know what you're eating. He ate another one.
Zesty with a hint of, what the hell did I just put in my mouth?
I worry about you. I inched farther away from him. You'll try anything once.
You're not wrong.
His grin flashed, twitching legs caught between his teeth.
What did I miss?
Somebody got disemboweled, then beheaded. Somebody else got torn in half, then beheaded. A subtle clap, stomp, clap beat through the ranks, which I echoed, but it was hard to rah-rah for senseless violence. Even if the participants volunteered for slaughter in droves as if it weren't a death sentence.
I was gone 10 minutes.
Not cricket fell out of his mouth.
Tops.
The demon has a guild thing with Colby in 2 hours. He wants to hurry up and get home.
Oh, yeah.
He retrieved the snack from where it landed on his thigh.
They're raiding the tunnels of tumult.
No matter how often Colby explained mystic realms to me, I couldn't wrap my head around its nuances. The details held my interest about as well as when I gushed to her about my newest book with subplots galore. All I needed in order to support her was knowing that gaming was to her what reading was to me. A happy place. A much happier place than the one I was currently in. Screaming, roaring, the crowd surged to their feet as the demon wrenched his opponent's hip from the socket, tore off one of his 6 legs, then beat him to death with it. Classic. Why bring a weapon when you could make your own? Next came his finishing move. A quick twist of his wrist and off popped the head. Are the challenges always this hardcore? I indicated the crowd with my chin. And so well attended?
Yep to the first.
He skimmed the gathering.
Nope to the second.
As a frequent attendee, Clay was the authority here. This was my first time witnessing the spectacle in its glory. Or should that be gory? A front row seat to watch the demon fight for his, and Asa's, life wasn't my idea of entertainment. I had avoided my debut for months, but I was all in with Asa now. If I wanted him, and I did, I had to stake my claim for all to see. Grateful for the cooler Asa packed for me, I dug out a bottle of chilled water. What makes today special?
Stavros is the only person who pulls in these numbers.
He patted my head.
Until you, apparently.
Lucky me.
Hey, friend.
Eyes on my drink, Clay wet his greasy lips.
Can I have a sip?
You have roach legs stuck in your teeth, so no, I don't want your backwash.
They're crickets.
He corrected me, then examined one.
Probably.
Heaving a sigh, I surrendered one of the precious bottles for his use, to pollute as he saw fit.
Rue!
The demon bounded over with the oozing head of his latest kill and presented it to me on his palm.
For you!
He dropped to one knee and extended his arms until ichor dropped onto my pants.
You like?
All eyes followed the prince, and the gazes of every demon in the stands now bored holes through me. It's the best one yet. I ignored the foul stain spreading across my jeans. My new personal favorite.
Rue claps for me.
He swung the offering to show Clay, too.
Claps help me kill faster.
Clay choked on a laugh he blamed on a cricket leg going down the wrong pipe.
Well,
he coughed into his fist.
You are half fey.
The nod to the Tinkerbell effect made me smile, but the demon tilted his head to one side. There's a play called Peter Pan, I explained. When Peter's best friend gets hurt, the audience is asked to clap if they believe in fairies. Tinkerbell, his best friend, is a fairy, so the claps save her life. The whimsical idea appealed to him, if his bright eyes were any indication. A crackle filled the speakers overhead before they squealed in an ear-splitting screech, then fell silent.
Ruger of agony!
The announcer boomed, then a heartbeat later.
Face your doom!
Interest perking at his classification, I kept my eyes peeled for my first look at another agony demon. A male swaggered onto the field who was the equivalent of the demon on steroids. His features were a perfect mixture of hard angles and sharp edges, his fangs thick and white, his lips full of sensual promise. He wore his silky black hair in 4 Dutch braids tied at his nape. Strands escaped to frame his pretty face, drawing attention to the perfect arches of his eyebrows and his coal-black eyes.
Jason Momoa called.
Clay broke into my thoughts.
He wants his eyebrows back.
Yes. I couldn't put my finger on it before, but he was right. He's got a Khal Drogo vibe.
Who are you and what have you done with Rue?
He recoiled.
She never watches TV.
Ask Colby how much trouble she got in when I caught her watching the Dothraki wedding episode. A shrill whistle left his pursed lips, and his grim expression confirmed I had been right to flip my lid at the graphic nature of the show. The guild had been watching together, which was no excuse for Colby diving in with them. Mentally, she was 10 years old. She always would be. The others were aging up, but Colby wouldn't. I ached for her, for that forced stasis. But she knew better. She just didn't want to feel left out. During the 2 weeks that followed, she really felt left out with no internet access.
Lady Witch, Ruger called, yanking my attention to the field. Will you grant me your favor?
This guy was throwing off some hardcore Renaissance fair vibes. My kingdom for a fried Oreo. Oh, or a fried Snickers bar. Or a fried Twinkie. Really, anything that didn't make me want to hose it with bug spray or step on it first fit the bill. Why would I do that? I scrunched up my face, playing my part. I want a champion who actually wins. The crowd erupted into laughter, the demon puffing up with pride. But Ruger only doubled down.
Will you be mine, beautiful darkness, if I win?
The demon scoffed as if it was the most ridiculous question he had ever heard.
Rue, mine. Let the wicked lovely speak, half-breed.
A hush fell over the spectators as the insult landed, or maybe it was the faint buzzing in my ears. Call him that again. I let him see his death in my eyes, how much I would enjoy it. I dare you.
Lay a finger on him,
Clay warned me out of the side of his mouth.
And Ace forfeits the match.
And I would have let my temper write his, and the demon's death warrant.
I applaud your willingness to overlook his deformities, but you could fuck me with your eyes open.
The demon swung his head toward me, lips screwed tight over his fangs, a furrow dug across his brow. Are you still talking? I appealed to the eavesdropping crowd. Are you guys bored too? The overwhelming answer was yes. Indulgent smile on his lips, Ruger executed a courtly bow to me, then pivoted on his heel. Any concern on the demon's part vanished, and he pounded a fist over his heart.
Rue, love me. You really are a sad thing, aren't you?
Ruger rolled out his shoulders.
Barely comprehensible.
The buzzing turned into a full-on roar as Clay slung an arm around my shoulders to restrain me.
Don't do it.
Clay held on tight and forced my head onto his shoulder.
Don't give him what he wants.
As far as I could tell, what he wanted was to die horribly, by my hands wrapped around his throat, with that stupid smirk etched on his stupid face, forever, because after he was decapitated, I would shave his stupid hair and shrink his stupid head for a rearview mirror ornament to brighten my drives to the shop. Can this guy die already? Leaning into my pose, I faked a yawn. I'm falling asleep over here. As far as my fellow spectators were concerned, it was the right thing to say. Their prince's arm candy was bloodthirsty, ready to kill for him, and they ate it up with a spoon. A chant began in the row behind me and picked up speed as it swept through the stands. Fight, fight, fight.
Ruger of agony,
the announcer thundered over the ruckus.
Fight or forfeit.
The demon settled into a ready stance, but Ruger grinned over his shoulder, then ran straight at me. Dreams do come true. I touched my wand through my pants. I can defend myself, right? For such a bulky demon, the guy was moving fast. He also wasn't deviating from his collision course.
Oh, hell yes.
Clay tossed his snack to a nearby demon.
You absolutely can.
That was when I realized Clay had ditched his food, and it wasn't to help me.
Let's get physical, he belted out. Get down, get hard, get mean.
He clapped in rapid bursts.
Let's get physical and beat that other team.
He stomped as the demons joined in.
Go Roo, go Roo, go Roo.
6 feet away from the royal box, Ruger leapt, claws out and fangs glistening. I let him come. Let him see I had no fear. Let him register just how big the mistake was he had made. As he started pinwheeling his arms, desperate to halt his descent, I unsheathed my wand. Magic percussed the air when I tapped him on the quivering nose, and he burst into powdery ash flakes. Anyone else? I fanned the gray flurries away from my face. Or can I get back to watching the show? Whoops and whistles erupted in the crowd, and they picked up Clay's chant, lifting it until my ears rang. The 2 remaining challengers slinked to the forest's edge, then disappeared into the shadows. Muscles tensed in the demon's calves, the instinct to chase riding him, but he allowed the cowards to flee with a disgusted grunt. An orange-skinned demon with flaming yellow hair jogged out to greet him, dressed in a red leather suit with black shoes. A gold lavalier mic flashed at his collar, and a body pack transmitted bulged at his spine. "The winner and still champion," the announcer roared. "Astaroth Zanstavros, High Prince of Hail!" Grinning like a fool, gore smearing his face, the demon allowed the announcer to thrust his fist into the air. After the obligatory grandstanding ended, the demon jogged over and vaulted into the box with us. "Congratulations, big guy." I raked my fingers through his stiff and sticky hair. "You kicked butt today."
Rue okay?
He crushed me against his chest.
Ruger not hurt, Rue?
Oof. Lungs screaming for oxygen, I coughed out a garbled answer.
She's fine.
Clay wedged us apart.
Or she will be if you let her breathe.
Glee sparking in his eyes, the demon bounced on the balls of his feet.
You have fun?
In no universe would I ever consider him fighting for his life fun. But he was high on victory, and the final event did brighten my day. Really, I didn't feel bad fibbing to keep a bounce in his step. It was a blast.
Literally.
Clay wiped his face.
I need a tissue to blow Ruger out of my nose.
Crybaby. I used the hem of my shirt to wipe my face clean. Snorting demon never hurt anyone. Fast as a blink, the demon scooped me into his arms and leapt to the grass, setting me on my feet.
Me next.
Clay held out his arms.
I want to be carried everywhere I go, too.
The demon rolled his eyes in a Colby-like gesture, then turned to me.
Go home now?
Sure thing. I worked to contain my relief. We're done here. Heaving a sigh, Clay jumped the railing and landed beside me with his second pout of the day. About to tease him for it, I tensed when flames ignited as the demon exchanged one body for another. Hair in gristly tangles, Asa wore the demon's black leather pants and onyx piercings, but that was it. Worry trickled through me at the unscripted switch. Asa had explained before we left that he would hold his demon form to please the crowd. They weren't big on fae, princely or otherwise. It was dangerous to swap now. Rue. That was all the warning Asa got before I noticed the crowd parting around a newcomer. From the sudden hush, I decided he was a high-ranking demon wearing human glamour. But his face, if it was truly his, set my heart pounding in recognition of who approached us. Orion, Pollux, Stavros, Master of Agane, High King of Hail, Asa's father. They could have been brothers. Twins. The centuries spanning between them were as nothing. Except for the steel of his eyes, sharp as honed daggers, the opposite of Asa's jewel-toned warmth.
Son.
Overlooking Asa, he fixated on me.
You weren't leaving without saying goodbye?
Father. Asa kept his voice smooth and even. I wasn't aware you were coming today. Had we known, Clay wouldn't have left my side to indulge his culinary curiosity at the concession stand. Suddenly, Ruger's bid to go out with a bang made a lot more sense. He had been performing for Stavros, or possibly acting on Stavros's orders. Had Clay not warned me, I would have accomplished what none of the challengers had managed. I would have killed the demon.
You requested an audience with me.
Magnanimous, the High King spread his hands.
Here I am.
Here you are, I agreed. Lucky thing you caught us before we left.
Fortunate indeed.
He smiled with avarice that chilled the marrow in my bones.
You must be Rue.
That's what they tell me. I returned his frank appraisal with zero interest. You're High King Stavros.
You will soon be family, so I'll allow a degree of informality. You may call me Your Highness.
Determined to play nice for now, I bit my tongue until it bled. Thanks.
Perhaps you prefer Master.
He studied my mouth.
I would like to hear it fall from your lips.
The thinly veiled order made my knuckles itch for an introduction to his jaw. I'm good.
Of that, I have no doubt.
He cocked an elbow in offering.
Please, join me for a walk.
Amputation was preferable to touching a man who had assaulted a woman as he had Ace's mother. We would love to walk. I threaded my arm through Ace's instead. Thanks for making time for us.
Of course. His throat bobbed as if swallowing my dismissal required actual physical effort. Shall we?
A subtle shift on the edge of my vision told me Clay would maintain a polite distance, unless we needed him.
I understand from my son that you wish to be rid of your Yanai.
Yes.
Our people will expect a certain amount of cultural tolerance from you.
I'm prepared to honor Ace's demon heritage, as well as his Fey heritage in equal measure. A tendon flexed in Stavros's neck, but he kept walking, taking time to nod to his loyal subjects in passing.
Yet, here you are, Black Witch, proving yourself a liar. You can't afford to shun our customs, Rue.
What of my customs? I am, as you say, a Black Witch. Where is your cultural tolerance?
You are a fascinating creature, but I have yet to be convinced you're a proper match for my son.
Way to sidestep a question, yet still give me an answer loud and clear. You have no say over who I mate. Asa delivered the line with the ease of a person used to repeating an old argument. Often. I am a person of mixed heritages, and so is Rue. White Witch, Black Witch, a smidge of demon. We each must do our best to honor the differences between us. Amused by Ace's show of good faith, his father shook his head as if indulging a precocious child.
How about I keep the Yanai, with the stipulation it can't harm anyone without my permission?
That defeats the purpose of the Yanai, he said, gracing me with the same patronizing look. I would appreciate leniency in this matter. I swallowed my pride. Your Highness. My pride threatened to come back up and spill all over his shoes, but I managed to choke it down.
I would appreciate it if you removed the wards blocking the Yanai access to your property.
Yup. I should have upchucked on his fancy leather shoes. Hold on a minute. The wards. Finally, he was making me want to not claw off his face, air dry it, and use it as a smoothie coaster. Lots of daydreaming about curing flesh into jerky-like stiffness today. I knew I should have eaten before we left the house. The wards stay. I brooked no argument. Any demon too weak to cross them isn't my problem. The air of a challenge left Stavros grinning and earned me a warning glance from Asa.
Why agree to a meeting? Asa interceded, if you never intended to grant our request. How could I resist an opportunity to meet your lovely, potential mate?
Stavros, who was never getting another highness out of me, quit walking.
By all accounts, Rue, you are clever, wicked, and cruel. You are aware my son shares none of those qualities? His mother spoiled him, emasculated him, ruined him.
That high-pitched whine returned, filling my ears, deafening me to whatever he said next.
Your father was a remarkable black witch, legendary, even among our kind. Mixing my blood with your heritage can only result in cunning offspring with the potential to crush other worlds under their heels.
Had the director taken the same no-nonsense approach with Calixta? Or had breeding been her idea? You know what? Scratch that. There are things kids don't need to know about their grandparents.
Sever your fascination with my son, he smoldered at me. Together, we will topple empires.
Apparently, history really did love repeating itself. Me, not so much. As much as I would love to never in a million years take you up on the offer, I'm with Asa.
Allow me to castrate him, and you may keep the boy. He smirked. A gift to my future bride.
White noise screamed in my head. Tension coiled in my muscles. The world bled into shades of crimson. As the chains began to drop away from my Black Witch core, I knew I was going to attack. And I would kill him. But that would put Asa on the throne, so... priorities. With great effort, I leashed my worst impulses, smoothed my features, and sank back into my skin. Look at the time. I checked my bare wrist. I have heads to put on pikes at home, so we'll be going.
Think on my offer.
Stavros smiled then, hot and honey-sweet.
I'm twice the demon he is.
Biologically, yes. I toyed with a lock of Asa's hair. But he's Day, the best of both worlds. A soft breath parted his lips, telling me no one had ever stood up to this bully for him. Their loss. He was mine now, and I wouldn't let anyone hurt him, especially not his dillweed of a father. Thank you for your time, Father. Asa slid his arm around my waist. We'll be going now.
Perhaps I'll visit.
His father's eyes simmered where Asa and I touched.
To test those wards.
The warning was plain for me to hear, and the threat to me and mine made my blood boil. Heads don't pike themselves. I tossed him a wave. We'll send you a card at Christmas. Subtle tension quivered through Asa when we turned our backs on his father, but I tapped his thigh with my wand, assuring him I was armed. We were going home. If we had to go through his dad first, so be it. Please tell me he put the moves on me as some misguided fatherly test of my love for you.
You said love without frothing at the mouth or your eyes rolling back in your head.
Hey, I elbowed Asa. I'm not that bad. He kissed my temple and I felt his smile against my skin.
Father doesn't believe no applies to him. Consent
is not in his vocabulary. What I'm hearing is there's a good chance I'll get to teach your father a few new words. I wouldn't have invited you today if I had known he would be here. You've met my family. I leaned into him. It's only fair I meet yours too. Mine was a boatload of crazy manned by a crew of the criminally insane, Aiden being the exception. Guess that made him the captain. Father aside, how did you enjoy the spectacle? Had he really not heard the answer I gave earlier, or did he want one tailored to him? I wasn't sure how deeply he slept when the demon was ascendant, but they each had moments they kept for themselves. They didn't share everything, thank the goddess. The demon must have held on to that one. Proof I accepted him, that I was proud of him for surviving. I enjoyed the fights more than the concession stand offerings. I hedged. Clay might not agree. Those, Asa wiped a hand over his mouth, weren't crickets. I don't want to know. Tell me later, Ace. Clay met us halfway back to the bleachers. Have a nice chat with Papa, Rue. Stavros wants to knock me up in the hopes of birthing the next apocalypse. I miss all the good stuff, he grumbled. Did you at least kick him in the nards for the insult? No. I regretted it, too. I was trying to be good. Sorry, FIL was an ass clown. Clay pinched my cheek. And that he wants to raid your ovaries. Pinch my cheek again, I growled at him, and see what happens. Which cheeks would those be? He pitched his voice low to match Stavros's. Wanna polish my scepter, ride my throne, lick my crown. He doubled over laughing until he wheezed. The last one's a keeper. How about I erase your shem, then donate your body to Mrs. Gleason to use as a scarecrow? I'm not scared. He smoothed a hand down his chiseled abs. I look good in plaid. Thanks to his, literally, sculpted physique, he wasn't wrong. An urgent ring from his pocket shut us up as he brought the cell to his ear. Kerr. As Asa listened in, he pressed his lips into a hard line, but I was stuck waiting. Yes, sir. Clay vibrated with glee. We'll leave now. After ending the call, Clay all but skipped to our private exit and waited for me to activate the portal. Only after we stepped from the bustling arena onto the quiet driveway in the exact same pre-dawn hour as we had left for Demon Fight Club, thanks to the pocket realm's distorting time, did he hold still long enough to explain. The Boo brothers are back. A slow grin spread wide. 3 guesses who gets to hunt them down? 2. The Boo brothers? I must have misheard him. As in Malcolm and Emmett Holmstrom? The very same. Clay practically skipped to the front porch. Can you believe it? I thought they were dead. So did I. He held the door for us. They've got to be in their 50s. About to check on Colby, I froze as her battle cry rang out and then about-faced so as not to distract her. The last time I got her killed in Mystic Realms, she refused to talk to me for a month. Okay, she did speak to me. In Elvish. It might as well have been Klingon. You're sure the director wants us to hunt down a couple of humans? This would be a cakewalk compared to the caliber of cases usually assigned to us. Well, no. But what the director don't know won't hurt him. Then who handed down the order? Parrish, Asa answered, having overheard the call. Do you know him? Jay Parrish? A chill skittered down my spine. The dragon? Parrish was an ancient fae of undetermined species who smelled like brimstone and death. Smoke spilled from his nostrils when his temper spiked, resulting in his affectation of being a smoker. But cigarettes were an amusing prop. He had been known to carry the same one in his pocket for years before replacing it. As many Fae did, he resembled a beautiful man in his mid-20s, about Aiden's age. But you only had to stare into the midnight blue pools of his eyes to glimpse eternity. "He's the deputy director of the Black Hat Bureau," Asa confirmed. "Took over right after you left." "The director killed Mickelson," Clay added. "Used a nasty spell to rip out his spine." "Why?" I aimed for the fridge. Not that he needs a reason to pitch a hissy fit, but still. Mickelson had been his right-hand man a century or more, but no one was safe in the Bureau hierarchy.
"Mickelson was there the night you took down the Silver Stag. The director wanted his proxy present on such a high-profile bust, but Mickelson didn't even get out of his car. The director was pissed, looking for an outlet. He decided if Mickelson had gotten his shoes dirty with the rest of us, he would have figured it out, that you were planning to defect, and been able to stop you. That was his reason. Insubordination."
Hard to believe Jay had accepted the promotion. But much like Stavros, the director wasn't a man who heard no often. Where had the director, who had been hunkered down for months, gone that required Jay to step in? Possibilities wedged under my skin like splinters, persistent and irritating, but I couldn't pick at them yet. "Drink." I grabbed 2 cold water bottles for Asa. The blood of your enemies can't be that quenching. With a murmur of thanks, he downed the first one in a single gulp, then reached for the second bottle. He maintained eye contact with me while he drained it too, making my mouth go dry and throat tighten.
"Ouch,"
Clay whistled low.
"Swap bodily fluids and he stops needing to swap, well, bodily fluids."
As weird as it was to admit, I did miss that obsessive drive to share food with Asa, but it was fading. "You're so right." I leaned into Clay's conjecture. "Let me tell you how we—"
"Lovers need their secrets."
He clamped a hand over my mouth.
"Keep yours to yourself."
What else should I know about the Boo brothers? Asa wiped his mouth with the back of his wrist. The fact Jay sent us after them makes me wonder what I'm missing. We're a high-value team. This sounds like one of the cases assigned to rookies to dip their toes in Bureau waters.
"This is a dream assignment."
Clay scoffed at his ignorance.
"These guys are legends."
"You can't ask for their signatures, then kill them," I said slowly. "You get that, right?"
"Kill?"
He flattened his palm to his chest.
"No one said kill."
Mm-hmm. How else he imagined a showdown with 2 hunters of the supernatural ending, I had no clue. "These legends are human?" Asa leaned around me to dig in the fridge. "Are you sure?" Nudging him back when he grabbed for water, I exchanged his pick for 2 bottles of tasty electrolytes.
"They tell people they're half human and half angel, but not Nephilim."
Clay made the sign of the cross with his fingers.
"Those are evil."
"Here." I pulled a wooden chair from the kitchen table, then shoved Asa down. "Sit." I shouldn't have been flustered when he tugged me onto his lap, but everything was different now. Even this. Maybe especially his casual affection. I was still adapting to the portions of a committed relationship that happened with our clothes on. Stupid feelings. My inner black witch hissed in my mind that I was weak, pathetic, unworthy of respect or love. The rest of me? Well, it tended to agree. But to keep him, it was willing to throat punch my doubts. Asa's warm breath skated up my nape, banishing my turmoil and settling my worries. For now. They have a divine purpose. I picked up the story. They're special. I leaned back against Asa's chest, stuck to it, then suffered a pang of guilt for not feeling as remorseful as I should have, given why he was dirty. They believe ridding the world of the paranormal blight is their God-given right, that it's not murder if the victims aren't human. They're big on the slaughter of innocents, murder of sympathizers, and theft. Holy crusades, as history had proven, cost a fortune. Their money had to come from somewhere. Why not punish non-believers and pad their bank accounts at the same time?
If they're not Nephilim, Asa wondered, then what are they?
As far as anyone can tell, Clay drawled, they're half human and half hot air.
A laugh spluttered out of me, but he wasn't wrong.
They're truly mortal? Asa circled my hip bone with his thumb. Human? As warmth spooled through me, I began an exploration of the inside of Asa's thigh with my fingertip.
Hey!
I flinched when Clay popped my hand.
No fair.
I slung the sting from my fingers. He started it.
Let's break this up before someone, say, I don't know, me, upchucks.
If you do, it's not our fault. I scowled at the level of his handcrafted navel, a cosmetic alteration he was oddly proud of. It's all those crickets you ate.
Okay.
He shook his head.
No more Mr. Nice Golem.
Rocking forward with preternatural quickness, he snatched me from Asa, then sat back with a grunt.
Now.
He plopped me onto his lap and locked his arms around me, immobilizing me.
Let's get back to the case.
The Boo brothers have a patron, or patrons, who may or may not be para.
I farmed my memory for more details.
They gifted the brothers magical artifacts and filled their heads with stories of angels and demons. Their peak popularity was 15 years or so ago. I attempted to get comfy, but Clay wasn't built for snuggles. Do you remember the interviews? Goddess, those were the absolute best, each a true cinematic gem.
How could I forget?
Clay explained to Asa.
They did talk shows, local news, commercials.
That's how they came by the catchy moniker, Boo Brothers. A talk show host forgot their names during a live broadcast. He blurted that instead, and it caught on. You could tell it wasn't an act for them. They were true believers.
Totally cuckoo,
Clay agreed.
Viewers loved it.
There was cosplay. So much cosplay. I chuckled, recalling it. Really, they were minor celebrities.
That will work against us, Asa pointed out, if they seek shelter with their fans.
Prove to their rabid followers they spoke the truth, and we kick-started a full-scale witch hunt. One that spawned yet another wave of talk shows, news coverage, and televised specials. Basically, the worst of all possible outcomes given how far technology had come since their debut. You're not wrong, I agreed. This has the potential to out the paranormal community globally. Huh. Maybe Parrish hadn't let us off as easy as I first thought.
What happened to them?
Asa leaned forward, fully invested.
How did they disappear?
The Boos vanished at the start of filming a special on how to hunt demons. Everyone blamed a publicity stunt, but then word got out that the much-anticipated series was canned. Fans were not happy.
Clay pointed at his chest.
To save face, the network aired a special on hunting the Boos instead. Their disappearance was all over the news by that point, so they cashed in with everyone else to recoup their investment.
Conspiracy theorists were convinced demons killed the Boos to keep their weaknesses from being common knowledge. I shifted on Clay's lap, but my butt was falling asleep fast. No one knows what really happened to them. Our job, it seemed, was to figure that out, and then put a stop to their latest wackadoodle scheme.
The director allowed this?
Asa rubbed his jaw.
He let them spread that much propaganda?
They were an overnight sensation,
Clay explained.
One day, they were just everywhere.
The other thing to remember is, they were really, really bad at their job. The artifacts would have killed paras in droves if the brothers used them instead of wasting time on religious ceremonies they invented for the sake of ego. They also redeemed more humans than paras, so they went to jail for breaking and entering, kidnapping, and aggravated assault. Their victims were branded as non-believers, of course. Yet the booze always slipped those charges. The brothers were Teflon, another gift from their patron.
The director was choosing his moment to strike,
Clay added.
but they vanished before he gave the order.
The timing pointed toward them having an informant inside Black Hat, a high-ranking one. I couldn't help but add that to the reason for Parrish's assignment. We'd been working rogue cases. This was starting to fit the profile. The director was furious, but he never found a source. Not as far as I know. A shiver coasted down my spine at how Asa was staring at me. A glimmer in his eyes I couldn't pin down.
Granted,
Clay fussed, drawing my attention.
they could have taken master classes from Rue.
Yes, I know I'm a terrible friend and unworthy of you or your wig collection.
Hey, you said it.
His lips hitched to one side.
Not me.
The director was content with that resolution? Asa scooted forward. He didn't verify their deaths? The downside to commercializing their work, I said, wrapping up Asa's debriefing, was people viewed their disappearance as more of a series finale than an actual missing persons case. Hardcore Boo fans let their freak flags fly, but the average viewer? They flipped the channel and moved on with their lives. Quicker than a heartbeat, flames erupted in a fiery aura around Asa as the demon claimed his skin. Mid-transition, he lunged, glee bright in his eyes, his clawed hands grabbing for me. A clash of titans might have been fun to watch, had the titans not clashed in the living room, with me stuck between them.
Rue, mine!
The demon bellowed as Clay leapt to his feet and dodged his lunges.
Give back!
Rue was mine first.
He held me over his head like I was a surfboard.
You'll have to take her.
Rue is going to murder you both, I wheezed. If you don't put her down now!
Guys.
The guys paused their game of hot potato to crank their heads toward Colby.
Eden found a message in a bottle in the creek.
Her antennae quivered.
Can we open it?
Behind her on the monitors dedicated to property surveillance, Aiden waved to the camera. Yes. I cradled the excuse with both hands. That's a great idea. Let's go do that. The demon slumped with disappointment, and Colby soon mirrored his posture when he told her game time had been postponed. I'm sure orcs the world over heaved a sigh of relief for a momentary reprieve. Good thing they bled pixels. Otherwise, the faction would be facing extinction via bloodthirsty moth girl. Clay, thankfully, had the sense to prop me up while feeling returned to my extremities.
It's like the new pirate expansion pack from Mystic Realms,
She fluttered.
What if it's a treasure map?
Don't think I didn't hear the emphasis on new, smarty fuzzbutt. Christmas was 2 months ago, and we don't celebrate Valentine's Day. I sighed over Clay's sharply indrawn breath. What? We wait until the day after, then stock up on cheap chocolate and cute plushies. We're not total heathens. The reminder of the upcoming holiday broke me out in a cold sweat when it hit me that Asa was my first boyfriend/potential mate. He might have expectations for the day that were different than mine. Thanks, Fascination, for hitting me with a holiday tailored to emotional paranoia.
Phew!
Clay clutched his chest.
There, for a second, I thought you had forgotten all my teachings.
The point I was trying to make is this. You're going to have to spend your coin if you want to upgrade. I noticed her worrying her hands. Never a good sign. What did you do? For her to be dropping hints so hard they crushed my toes, she must be in dire financial straits.
There was the sale on dragon eggs.
Colby, I swear my heart stopped a beat. You spent hundreds of real dollars on virtual dragon eggs? Granted, I had given her most of the money, and I had agreed to let the guys give her the rest, but still. Mystic Realms developers must be rolling in cash. Actual money they skipped to an actual bank to deposit.
They're a good investment, she argued. They just take time to mature.
She can resell them for 4 times what the eggs cost her.
Clay came to her rescue.
The catch is, it will take months to hatch them.
He offered her a commiserating glance.
Until then, her coin's not liquid.
As hard as it was for me, I put my foot down. Then you'll have to wait for it to liquefy. Hands clasped in front of her, she turned her pitiful face toward Clay. No, ma'am. I slapped a hand over his eyes. You're not suckering him into it either. Slowly, she turned her face toward the demon, searching for an ally. Nope. I marched over to the demon. Don't count your dragons before they hatch next time.
Fine.
She launched into a glide in a sulk.
Can we go check the bottle now?
Yes. I flicked a wrist toward the front door. Let's go. The demon lumbered after Colby, the pair discussing pirate ship names, while Clay walked with me.
You're good at the parenting thing.
Yes, well, I was lucky. A hoarse note crept into my voice. I had a fairy golem father to teach me.
Aw.
He slung an arm around my neck and reeled me in for a kiss on the cheek.
You love me.
Yeah. I shoved him off me with a laugh. You already knew that.
Still nice to hear it.
He bumped shoulders with me.
How many nieces and nephews should I expect?
Why are you so obsessed with me procreating? A shudder rippled down my spine when his comment reminded me of Stavros's offer.
Mostly, I'm curious how much weight you could gain. Like, is there a record we could beat?
We? There was no we in stretch marks, labor, or postpartum weight loss. You want to use me to break a record for the most pounds gained during a pregnancy?
Or maybe I just want to do this and not get caught.
Wary, I cut my eyes toward him. Do what?
Tag.
He thumped me between the eyes.
You're it.
Using his head start, the jerk took off at a sprint, cupping his hands to yell to the others,
Ahoy there!
I'm an aquatic demon, Aiden said dryly. Not a pirate. Devious Clay might be, but he was a lot of golem moving at a high rate of speed on a downward slope. Hot on his heels, I tripped him and sent him sprawling. He shoved up on his forearms, spitting grass as I stepped over his legs to join the others at Camp Aiden to inspect the peculiar bottle in Aiden's hands. An odd aura surrounded it, giving it a faint rainbow sheen. You found that in the creek? The glass was thick, hand-blown, and a deep azure like the vintage kind locals stuck on bottle trees. Yeah. He handed it to me. Water would void any nasty spells on it, right? In most cases, yes. I shut my eyes and rolled the glass between my palms. There's something... Smash for Rue? The demon, still high on adrenaline, looked hopeful. I like Smash. I know you do, big guy, but there's magic in there. I sniffed the cork. Ah. A pungent whiff of copper and decay told me who sent it, and it spoke volumes about Dad's power that its trip down the creek hadn't washed away all traces of his signature. Rue safe? The demon's fingers twitched, eager to snatch and crush. I smash? I got it. I bit the cork, like a lady, and yanked it out with my teeth. What in the... A coin too wide to fit down the bottle's neck popped out of the opening and landed in Aiden's palm.
That's gold.
Colby's eyes rounded.
Like real gold.
Pirate booty,
The demon agreed.
like Mystic Sea's expansion pack.
I just had an out-of-body experience, I told Clay. I thought I heard a commercial fall out of his mouth.
You're laying it on thick, Shorty.
He wiped the smile off his mouth.
You heard Rue.
I didn't say anything.
She blinked at him, all wide-eyed innocence.
I was admiring the coin.
Most of the time, I could forget Colby was, or had been, a 10-year-old kid prior to her death. And then she pulled something like this. I ought to nip it in the bud, but I was too grateful she still had that spunk and sass to punish her for what kids the world over did to their parents and guardians. She was testing me, pushing her boundaries. She was proving the bright spark that saved her life burned brighter than ever within her. So what if I wasn't traditional mom material? What Colby and I had defied labels, and that was okay.
Go read.
Clay nudged me back toward the house.
We'll catch periwinkles and give you a minute.
Visions of demon crabs danced in my head. What are those?
Tiny aquatic snails with spiral shells.
I have those?
Most creeks do.
Nodding my thanks, heart a knot in my throat, I trudged back to the house and plunked onto the porch. The parchment crinkled in my hands as I withdrew the neat roll. I broke the thick wax seal, opened it with care, and blinked away the black mote sparkling in the ink as the letter shed the magic used to create it.
Dearest daughter, I dare not write what concerns press on my mind, but I promised you letters, and this is the first. Forgive me for my clumsy attempt at reconciliation. I was wrong to involve your cousin. Your mother was the diplomat. I preferred to stand at her side and intimidate people into giving her what she wanted, not that she required my assistance. No one could say no to her, least of all me. I will keep this missive brief out of concern your wards prevented you from receiving it. I enclosed a payment for your cousin, for his service. It is my understanding he lives on your property. It was him I hoped would find this and carry it to you. As you trust him, so will I. If you find a spare moment, write back to me. No expectations. We can go, or not, from there. All my love, your father.
Are you all right? A discreet distance away, Asa waited for my reaction to this first contact. Nothing earth-shattering. I handed it over. More of a trial run for his delivery system.
A stamped envelope is too conventional,
Clay said, joining us.
Hiram is a master of the black arts.
And he had used that talent to send me a message in a bottle, as if I were still a kid who had fished it out of the water with a squeal of delight and rushed to the smudge that remained of Mom in my memory for a hand with the cork. It was charming. More than that, it was whimsical. It made me wish I could tell if he and I had exchanged secret notes this way when I was a child. If this was a test, I had no hope of passing. The director had stripped me to the bone, stolen every memory his grasping fingers could pluck from my head, the better to mold me in his image. Impressions lingered, vague sensations, but nothing concrete. I never hated him more than when I struggled to recall anything of Mom or Dad, but found nothing. Nothing beyond the stories I had been told, the pictures I had been shown, the memories I had spun from wishes and slivers of truth.
He paid Aiden in gold for sitting in the creek, really?
Clay's eyes bulged as he read over Ace's shoulder.
Forget Black Hat. I'm buying a float, tethering it to a tree, and saving up those coins for retirement.
As if the director would ever cut him free. but it would take someone crueler than me to remind him of that. You're already filthy stinking rich. I admired his financial savvy, though at his age it would be a shock if he hadn't managed to amass at least a modest fortune. How about save some for the rest of us?
You're going to mate a demon prince who will one day be king. I don't want to hear it, princess.
Acid burned a path up the back of my throat, but I locked down my muscles to avoid flinching.
Would I look sexier on a red float or a gold one?
Out came Miss Cell, and Clay started shopping online.
I have a red wig that's to die for, but it's so hard to color match online. Yellow isn't my best color, but you know I'm a sucker for a theme. I could always use that shimmery bronzer, the one with the hint of mica.
Now that we've solved the mystery... I cut Clay off as he used voice controls to search for Speedos. We should get packing. I reclaimed the note. I'll update Aiden if you guys want to get a head start. Happy to wander off, nose to the screen, Clay made his way into the house. The last mutter I caught was gold lame, and that was traumatic enough for me to ignore the rest. You guys are leaving again? Aiden met me halfway. You're barely home these days. Re-upping has been like clearing a backlog of cases after a vacation. I rubbed my face. A long one. 10 years worth, not to split hairs. Is it always like this? He tried for a joking tone. Or are you guys just special? We're something, all right. I'll tell you what after I figure it out. You don't have to tell me. He stuffed his hands into his pockets. I don't have to know. It's mostly family drama. I attempted to explain, then stopped myself. Not your side of the family. A wide smile blossomed when I included him in my family grouping, and I hated we came from people or situations that made even the most tenuous connections swell our hearts with gratitude to finally belong. You mean your dad? Yeah. I wish he wasn't burdened with the knowledge Dad was alive, but there were no takebacks in the information game. I'm still absorbing the latest implications, but I'll share more when and if I can. Almost forgot. He flipped me the coin. That's worth about $2,000. Keep it, for room and board. The coin, having been spelled to pay Aiden, flipped itself right back to him. I think it likes you, I chuckled. Besides, you don't owe me anything. Your dad sent this to me, right? He smoothed his thumb over the design. For playing mailman? That, I allowed. And I think he feels guilty about the whole kidnapping thing. Can you ask him not to pay me again? He closed his hand over the coin. We're family too, right? That I expected nothing from him in return for allowing his continued existence, let alone that I provided him with supplies to camp on my property rent-free, had been a revelation to him. That's what family does, I told him. And it was a lie. I wanted it to be true. I knew, for a lucky few, it was, but not for him. Or me. Be that as it may, the person I wanted to become felt that family, blood or chosen, wouldn't set a price on their help when it was needed the most. As much as I based my ideal better self on those who embodied the qualities I wanted to share, I viewed those people as innately good. I wanted to copy them, yes, but I wasn't sure I could be them. For Aiden, who had known kindness only from his younger siblings, to model his ideals after me in any small way? Before my emotional allergies got involved, I crushed him in a hug. My family is your family. Aiden buried his face in my neck and held on for just a moment before awkwardly stepping back. I wouldn't want Asa to get jealous. He cleared his throat. I also don't want to get my butt kicked. These days, he got tossed around by Asa on the regular, but it was all in service to the greater good. The guys' self-defense classes were wildly popular in town, especially with teenage girls, which I'm sure had nothing to do with the hot instructors. It made me glad Asa intimidated people. I don't think, at this point in our fascination, I would handle him handling another woman well. Considering how Arden was hit or miss in her attendance, she must have felt the same about Aiden. Goddess bless, I did not want to think about what a catastrophe that pairing would be. I'll call the girls and give them a chance to yell at me instead of you. More and more often, they were shouldering the burden of running Hollis Apothecary on their own. I'll keep an eye on them, he promised. And the shop. From his tone, I heard he would watch over the town too, which was a weight off my mind. I don't know how I ever did this without him. If I hadn't known he was here, I couldn't have left Samford half as often. Keep an eye out for yourself, too, I warned him. You are not expendable. I honed my glare. Got it? Got it, he said softly, ducking his head to conceal the vulnerability he couldn't quite hide. Back at the house, the guys had finished packing. Colby was mostly done, too. She had gotten distracted by turning her dragon eggs in their incubation cave, which was apparently a time-sensitive deal and part of the reason why no one wanted to raise their own dragon horde when they could buy hatched adults. One good thing about frequent deployments? We always kept a half-packed suitcase on standby. All the last-minute items were perishable, fresh pollen granules or bottles of sugar water. To prevent container theft, cough, Clay, cough, I started leaving the set I used to transport moth grub in the luggage between jaunts. As I grabbed for them, I discovered they had made an unwelcome friend. Lounging on top of my bras, the grimoire lazed in my suitcase as if it had every right to be there. Will you bring it? Never taking his welcome for granted, Asa leaned against the doorframe. A quick shower had left his silky hair too damp for his shirt, but he already wore his bureau-issued pants and shoes. His piercings from the challenges matched nicely, so he left those in. The black stud in his ear tempted me to nibble his lobe until he made that rumble low in his throat that never failed to melt my knees. The wards on the house would keep it safe from the average threat, but from someone like Dad, from one of the other authors, I hated to admit it. They could peel back the layers like onion skin. Then you should take it. Asa noted the book's nest and cocked an eyebrow. How will you secure it? A finger pressed to my lips. I rose and dragged him into my room, then shut the door behind him. With Asa and I splitting time between each other's bedrooms, I had magically soundproofed both. One way only. Little moths had no business hearing about the birds and the bees, but I had to keep an ear out for her. And Clay. Honestly, mostly Clay. She might be the instigator, but he was her willing partner in chaos. I have a nasty pendant that belonged to a djinn once upon a time. I pushed Asa down on the bed, then knelt before my open closet door. It's a classic case of bigger on the inside than on the outside. I cracked open the safe where I kept my dark artifacts hidden. The djinn had an entire estate in there. It's empty now, of course. He's dead. You killed him? Me? No. I found the necklace and evidence and added it to my collection. He murdered his masters by shrinking them to the height of a pencil, cramming them into a mason jar, then letting them suffocate. Jewelry on my mind, I removed the mistletoe necklace Asa had given me and placed it on my dresser. What about the 3 wishes lore? A trick to lure the unwitting to their dooms as far as I can tell. I held up a ruby the size of my pinky nail, set in a gaudy Baroque-style frame that added ounces to its already hefty weight. However, djinns have a rare and peculiar type of magic. What they desire, they can manifest. That's how they trick people into believing they have the control. The master asks for a thing, and the djinn gives them the thing.
Thus the lore is proven correct in their victims' eyes.
A djinn is confined to its chosen vessel for life, so it gets bored. They play with people to break up the monotony of their existence and to get fresh air, until they decide they've extroverted enough for 1 decade and kill their master in the gruesome fashion that most of them spent the last 10 years devising for giggles. Those were the cases that had slid across my desk anyway.
How does the pendant work?
In theory, I read this inscription backwards and it banishes the book inside the stone. I showed him on the chain how the spell was written across the links, glossing over how the clasp fused after I latched it. I might have also skipped over how decapitation of the wearer was the only method of removal for the pendant, should the wearer refuse to relinquish ownership of it. Then I read the incantation forward to release it. The big question is whether the banished object must be alive. The grimoire has some degree of sentience. So does the pendant. I can't guarantee it'll work, but I've got a hunch they'll be BFFs. No black magic artifact would refuse a chance to grow in power, even if it meant combining its power.
Worst case scenario?
The book will be bound to the pendant. Forever. Or until we destroy them both.
Do you think it's worth the risk?
The book is a knowledge-hoarding brat. I'm happy to let it decay in there, alone, unused, forgotten. That last part I said while staring at the book, ensuring it heard the threat. Which proved it was getting under my skin. Books don't have ears.
The important thing is, he pitched in with me. It would keep the grimoire out of the wrong hands.
I'm not thrilled with the solution, but it's not like I can call Dad to get a second opinion. The message in a bottle shtick is cute, but we don't have time to test how long it takes for him to receive and reply. We must verify that he's receiving as well. Until then, I can't risk more than the same niceties he sent me. I ought to write him before I left, to confirm receipt if nothing else, but I wasn't sure what to say.
What if the pendant decides it would rather have you for a new guest?
Then you better get ready to rub until I pop. I caught him a sly smile. Out of the stone, I mean.
Oh, he breathed, his voice soft. I knew what you meant.
On my knees, I walked to him, resting my chin on his thigh and gazed up at him. It's not too late to run. I locked my arms around his calf. I would hold on, so it would be awkward, but you could try, and I would fully support that. Then I sat on his foot, wrapping my legs around his ankles. The thing is, I love you. So it's kind of your fault we're in this situation. I want the best for you. And I'm not sure that's me, but I'm also pretty sure I would viciously murder anyone who tried to take you, so...
It's my fault that your affection manifests as veiled murder threats?
What veil?
I grew my fingertips into talons I raked down his bare chest.
There was no veil.
Forgive me, Asa murmured, eyes twinkling. I interpreted, pretty sure, as wiggle room.
The only wiggling in this room will be me on top of you. I rubbed my cheek along his inner thigh. Or you on top of me. I nipped him. Any variation that involves you, me, and wiggling is okay in my book.
It was too late to run. He speared his fingers through my hair. The moment I saw you.
He lowered his head, his gaze intent on my lips, and kissed me slowly. Melting at his feet, I was inching my hands down his waist when his tongue clicked against my teeth. Desire muddying my senses, I wrote it off as my imagination, until the next sweep of his tongue clacked hard enough I couldn't ignore the sensation. What is that? I drew back to examine him. What did you do?
Nothing.
A flush warmed his skin under my fingers.
It was done to me.
You're blushing. I cupped his jaw and pressed my thumb inside his mouth. Show me. Cheeks pink verging on red. He stuck out his tongue, and it glinted at me. A new piercing? I pried his jaw wider. Is that an actual diamond? Lifting his tongue, I examined the bottom of the barbell, but it was a simple daub of platinum. Yes. Oh. I retreated with a sheepish grimace. Sorry about playing dentist. I don't mind you in my mouth. Now it was my turn for heat to flood my face, and other areas, and my gaze dropped to his parted lips. When? I fished my brain out of the gutter. I've been with you all day. This morning, prior to the arena, he hadn't been sporting new oral jewelry. I would have, noticed it. I swore I heard the splash as my brain jumped off the high dive right back into the gutter where I found it. I have no memory of it, he confessed. It must have happened prior to the challenges. You expected this? I wasn't sure what to make of it. I tilted my head. Why? Had Asa not anticipated it, the demon wouldn't have sought it out. He wasn't vain. Much. Rite of passage. He tugged on an earring. The stone is mined from the cavern under the throne room. It symbolizes my sexual awakening and increases my libido. It stimulates my sensuality, ramps my desire, and lowers my inhibitions in bed. As opposed to out of bed? The flat look he shot me forced a chuckle out of me. Does it work? I couldn't hide my grin. Will you spontaneously ravage me now? You're always in danger of spontaneous ravaging. This changes nothing. I wouldn't say that. I bit my lower lip. I wonder how it will feel when you...
Rue!
Clay yelled through the door.
I know you're in there being a pervert.
How does he do that? I kicked my feet. Just when we were getting to the good stuff. Laughing at my tantrum, Asa captured my mouth with his in a bruising kiss that left me tingling. Walking my fingers up his thighs, I tapped the waistband of his pants in invitation, willing to ignore Clay.
Ace!
Clay pounded on the door.
Be the responsible one. Put your pants back on.
Defeated by responsibility yet again. I thumped my head into Ace's lap, and he grunted, which, yeah. Oops. How is it that the more I have you, Asa murmured, the more I want? Easy. I raised my head, ignoring the bulge in his pants. You have a lot of making up to do. If sex was what I wanted, I could have had it. He smoothed his thumb over my bottom lip. No, it's you I can't get enough of. I'm going to write down all the sweet things you say and publish it as A Witch's Guide to Taming Day. I chuckled darkly. I might even release an illustrated edition with a chapter titled, Twine and You, It's Not Just for Turkeys.
I'm counting down from 5.
Clay bellowed down the hall.
Then I'm coming in, ready or not.
Bracing my palms on Ace's knees, I pushed to my feet with an evil grin.
5.
I moseyed over to the door and leaned against the wall beside it.
4.
Quietly, I flipped the lock.
3.
Careful not to rattle it, I gripped the doorknob.
2.
I twisted hard.
1.
And threw it open. Shoulder braced to smash the wood, Clay sailed across the room and pinged off the opposite wall. Can we help you? Asa leaned forward, elbows on knees, hiding the tent in his lap. "You look to be in a hurry." "Geez, Clay." I folded my arms across my chest. "Learn to knock." Clay, who had left a dent in the drywall, faced us with a thunderous scowl.
"I know you heard me."
After dusting off his shoulder, he paused to check the shaggy brown wig replacing his mohawk, then resumed his huff. "I was otherwise occupied." I made goo-goo eyes at Asa. "All I heard was my name on his lips."
"You are a dirty liar who lies."
He jabbed the air in front of me.
"Know how I know?"
Willing to play along, I asked. "How?" Clay set his index fingers to either side of his head.
"No horns, no horny demon."
Thanks to a nifty spell I sourced through an old contact, Asa was managing that condition, but Clay didn't need to know that. Maybe they shrink when... Let's leave my horns out of this. Asa rose. My attention slid to the front of his pants. Then he sat again. "Rue is packing." He shifted his weight on the bed. "We'll be out in 15 minutes. Then we can go."
"I'm setting a timer,"
Clay warned.
"and I'm leaving the door cracked 1 inch."
Tempted as I was to ignore his ultimatum and climb Asa like a tree, I couldn't risk Colby flying in on us. After Clay left, I checked with Asa. "Care to play lookout while I work my magic?" That accomplished 2 goals. It secured the book for the trip, and, most importantly, it took Asa out of range of my grabby hands. With pleasure. Even the word pleasure from his lips made dirty thoughts pole dance in my head. I had it bad. So bad. Goddess, it was terrifying. A measure of understanding for the animus vow Dad struck after Mom died trickled through me and left me with the certainty that not only were feelings dumb, they were downright lethal. 3. For better or worse, the grimoire had change of address labels to order. The book came to me when called from the pendant, and it returned to its static oasis when banished. Both of which made me highly suspicious. The grimoire wasn't known for doing what it was told, and I hadn't had luck forcing my will on it either.
"Are you going to spend the whole trip scowling at your boobs, dollface?"
A moth-sized cackle reached me as Clay's fan club of one encouraged his bad behavior. Hand rising to my throat, I touched the pendant through my tea. "I'm not scowling at my boobs." A loud sigh told me he had plugged Colby in so he could broach more adult topics.
"Now you're fondling yourself. Ace not doing it often enough for you?"
Scooting forward, he pressed lips to my ear.
"P.S. That's not the problem, and we both know it. I've got permanent blind spots seared into my retinas from walking in on you 2 lust birds in the kitchen. With the twine. So spill. What's wrong? You've been twitchy ever since we left."
Guilt thickened my tongue, but I couldn't admit the whole truth to Clay. Anything he knew, the director could compel him to confess. As a servant, he had no choice but to answer his master. Bad enough he knew about Dad and the grimoire, but that I couldn't help. All my grandfather needed to learn was that I possessed contraband dark artifacts, let alone that they could amplify one another. I brought the grimoire. I lifted the necklace, ready to skate the truth. I spelled it into this pendant. Better to give up the grimoire's location than to confess to my stash of dark artifacts.
"That's a neat trick."
His eyebrows winged higher.
"You must have been working on that for a while."
That's what Asa and I were doing earlier. Skate, skate, skate. I needed a second set of hands.
"From what I've seen, that's the last thing either of you need. You're already like octopuses. Octopi? Whatever.
He flicked my earlobe.
8 armed grope machines that leave suction cup marks all over each other.
I'm not thrilled to have a new accessory, but it seems prudent.
You're worried your dad isn't being transparent about his reasons for visiting you?
No one is worried about Calixta breaking out of the swamp, which is weird, but okay. I get that the only way out for her is through the self-sacrifice of a relative, which leaves Dad and me. It's a safe bet neither of us will off ourselves to set a total stranger free to wreak havoc, but I expected more than a solid across the board. It makes me wonder, you know? Out of everyone, I was the most concerned about her future potential for mayhem, maybe the only one.
Perhaps it was an excuse, Asa offered. Given the lethal nature of the Animus vow, he knew it was cruel to show himself when he couldn't survive the confrontation with his father. Perhaps he allowed himself to be swayed into visiting you by telling himself someone ought to warn you off Calixta. Calixta Damaris, former High Queen of the Hyalian Seas, and my grandmother. As rough as my childhood had been, I had to wonder at Dad's if he was content with leaving his mother to spend eternity in a watery cage. Between that and Aiden's upbringing, I was pretty sure I should get my tubes tied before I risked adding to the catastrophe of being related to me. I'm not sure I do, I admitted. But I want to believe that.
We all do.
Clay tweaked my nose.
For your sake.
But I can't. I shifted forward in my seat. What does that make me? Immediately, I began worrying the stone through my shirt, proving the compulsion on the pendant had a hold on me. Fantastic. It was burrowing into my subconscious, begging me to use it. The worst part? Not knowing if it was the tactile nature of the djinn's former vessel urging me to rub it, or simply the grimoire taunting me. I didn't want the grimoire digging its claws into me through prolonged exposure. The cage ought to contain it, but ought to was flimsy when it came to evil books bent on worldwide destruction seeping into your thoughts and influencing your actions.
Until we know his motives, Asa said, it would be foolish to trust him fully.
That doesn't mean you can't be psyched to have your dad back.
Clay settled back.
Who wouldn't be?
Yeah. I allowed myself a breath to be grateful. I only wish it wasn't so complicated.
Clay checked in on Colby.
You'll figure it out. You always do.
Are you guys done yet?
Colby tossed off her headset before he could answer.
I have to tell you this.
What? I glanced over my shoulder. And it better not be another paid ad for Mystic Realms.
The Boo Brothers burned down a waffle iron.
Her antennae quivered as she read off her phone.
Looks like yesterday or the day before.
Hearsay.
Clay pinned the back of his hand to his forehead.
To think, I used to admire them.
But
she cut Clay's hysterics short.
They also kidnapped a customer, a teenager, Samuel Todd.
She glanced up at me.
They claimed he was a demon.
Like an actual demon? I tilted my head. Or hellfire and brimstone demon.
Probably a human enjoying their pecan waffle demon,
Clay muttered.
This is sacrilege.
There was a slight chance this wasn't the booze at all, but imposters hoping to cash in on the sensation. 15 years had little or no effect on a paranormal body, but it was significant to humans. These guys weren't in shape to pull the crazy stunts of their youth without popping ibuprofen like candy afterward. Even if they were fit, even if they were yoga enthusiasts, The wear and tear on a human was evident when they pitted themselves against creatures who lived the next best thing to forever. Then again, maybe the fact that they pegged humans as demons 9 times out of 10 was for that reason. Easier to capture, easier to kill. Easier to pat yourself on the back for ridding the world of evil later. That would make them sociopaths, not folk heroes, but they were master spin doctors. This is not good. I skimmed the first case to announce the Boos were back. They're on a roll. More kidnappings? Asa drummed his fingers on the wheel. Or more arson? Murders. I rubbed my forehead. 4 of them so far, all of them public. They want our attention, Asa surmised. They want us to come for them. They do seem to be waving red flags in front of bulls, I agreed. But they're not hanging around for the press. They're not awarding interviews. They're not printing t-shirts with their faces on them. They seem to be hiding. I rolled that around in my head. That's not like them. They lived for the spotlight.
Someone helped them disappear at the height of their popularity.
Clay made a thoughtful sound.
The Boos have paranormal benefactors. Makes sense they would step in to pull the Boos' feet away from the fire before they all got burned. Maybe disappearing was the cost of the Boos' freedom.
Then why allow them to stir up trouble again? I shut my laptop. Unless the Boos are rebelling?
Or they're setting a trap.
Asa mused, forehead tight in thought. The benefactors or the Boos?
The benefactors were never identified, he reminded me. Their artifacts weren't recovered either.
The Boos, wherever they had gone, almost certainly took their hunting gear with them. I bet the director was more pissed about losing a potential treasure trove of black magic trifles than the Boos themselves. That reminds me. I should have asked before now. Where is the director?
Parrish didn't say.
Clay tapped his foot.
He pretended not to hear me when I asked that very thing.
You are highly ignorable. A smile crept up on me. I'd lock you out 5 or 6 times a day, minimum.
The director strikes me as the type to make his stand behind impenetrable walls.
You're not wrong, I agreed with Asa. He built the compound to protect himself, and his vision. Few things had tempted him out of the manor when I was a child, and I doubted that had changed much over the years. Then I had blamed it on him being a workaholic. Now, I wondered if he was afraid to leave my father without his direct oversight. Perhaps even wary of leaving me for long periods in case Dad had recovered enough of his magic to summon me to him. With Dad escaped, and seeking revenge for Mom, the safest place for the director was in the facility he had built himself. So why abandon his stronghold?
He's also prideful.
As if Clay had to remind me.
He slipped when he let you see him vulnerable. You're a mirror that reflects your parents' actions back at him. Paranoia, others noticed that weakness might have gotten the best of him. He might have gone hunting your father before your father comes hunting him.
As much as I hated to admit it, that would explain why Parrish is in the driver's seat. The director rarely handed over the keys, even to a second in command. For now, we focus on the Boos. Asa squeezed my fingers. Can you get a warning to your father? I'm not sure. I chewed on my bottom lip. I couldn't decide what to write, so I left the bottle at home.
Would any bottle work?
Colby wondered.
Gas stations still sell those old-fashioned Cokes.
Good thinking.
Clay high-fived her.
We can pick up a few the next time we stop for snacks.
If all else fails, I pitched in. Aiden can write the note and drop it in the creek for me. Really? That might be the safest option. I was pretty sure, given Dad anticipated Aiden acting as mailman for me, the bottle would accept him sending it bon voyage without a hiccup.
I booked us rooms in Raymond, Mississippi.
Colby flitted to my shoulder.
It's a short walk from the Amherst Inn to the Waffle Iron Fire. The other booze scenes are concentrated within a 10-mile radius.
We have to start somewhere. I kissed her forehead. Good work, smarty fuzzbutt. As the most recent crime scene, evidence would be the freshest at the Waffle Iron.
What did we ever do without you?
Clay gathered her in his wide palms. Then he placed her beside him on the seat in front of her computer.
Oh, wait. That's right. I did the grunt work.
I was the junior agent, I reminded Clay. I did the grunt work. A smile flirted with Ace's lips, but he wasn't as quick to throw Clay under the bus. We really had to work on that. Our hotel reminded me of a baking show gingerbread house that had collapsed on its way to the judge's table. The architectural details were stunning, or would have been 20 years ago. Rot, time, and the owner's neglect had taken its toll on what had once been a true beauty.
This isn't the picture they use on their website,
Colby protested.
This place is a dump.
This place is a bed and breakfast.
Clay stepped out for a better look.
Not a mere hotel.
All hotels serve breakfast.
Her brow furrowed.
What's the difference?
There will be floral sheets, busy wallpaper, and a musty smell that lingers long after you've gone.
That sounds icky.
She kept her spot in the SUV, away from prying eyes.
I'll cancel the reservation.
A pang struck me for no good reason, and I found myself swaying on the precipice of doom.
We're not going anywhere,
Clay told her.
Rue caught feelings about this place.
There's probably some little old lady at the check-in counter praying she earns enough to buy groceries and her prescriptions this month. I shut my eyes. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's just one night. That's very nice of you. Asa leaned over to kiss my temple, to show kindness to strangers. His warm lips slid to my jaw. I'm sure the owner will appreciate your patronage. His teeth scraped my chin. The world ought to have more people like you in it. His mouth claimed mine. You're a good person, Rue. Don't get too excited. I withdrew to find Clay and Colby in see no smooches, hear no smooches poses. I'm easily persuaded by a free home-cooked breakfast, that's all. I crossed my arms. I'm still evil.
Evil as a marshmallow,
Colby mumbled under her breath, squeaking when I approached the SUV. Take it back. I jabbed a finger in her face to hide my real target. I demand an apology. Careful not to hurt her, I tickled the spot where her wing joined her torso, and she exploded into giggles.
Okay.
She rolled out of reach.
I'm sorry that your heart is as squishy as s'mores feeling.
For show, I waggled my arm, groping the cushion for her. Lies, I hissed. My heart is stone, I growled. Granite, even.
Maybe until you met Asa, she cooed. Now it's all ooey gooey.
Do you hear the disrespect coming out of her mouth? I clutched my chest and slumped in my seat, her laughter contagious. I'm going to the nearest chain hotel. I snapped my fingers at Asa. Right now.
I'm not eating stale cereal so you can make a point, Clay weighed in. I say you confess to being a softie and check us in. Then you can ask about the breakfast menu so I can be prepared with my order.
Traitors, I grumbled. unable to hide my smile when I saw how much Asa was enjoying himself. Clay blocked the back seat while Colby climbed into his jacket pocket and settled in. Then we braved the crumbling path up to the crooked front door, which swung open and hit me in the shoulder. A guy who might have been in high school greeted us wearing star-spangled wizard robes straight out of a cartoon, complete with a pointed hat sewn from the same midnight fabric. "Welcome, weary travelers!" He opened his arms wide, bells tinkling on his sleeves. "Enter if you dare!" "This is the Amherst Inn, right?" I noted the scraggly white beard slipping down his face. "We have a reservation, but if this is the wrong place, we're happy to go." I took a step back. "We might anyway."
"Marcus,"
a breathless girl chastised as she shoved him out of the way.
"stop harassing the guests." "I'm Trinity."
She beamed. From within her silver foam helmet, which matched her silver foam armor, I noticed a sword, a real one, in her hand and took another healthy step back.
"You're at the right place."
She lifted a gauntleted hand at us.
"You'll have to forgive us. We have a LARPing thing."
LARPing? I heard the faux comprehending tone I used when Colby mentioned Mystic Realms. Cool. "Live action role-playing," Marcus explained. "We act out scenes from our favorite books and games." A quiver in my hair told me Colby was bursting with excitement over the idea. That a big thing around here? I decided to play clueless. Because I was. LARPing?
"There are 61 members in our club,"
Trinity bragged.
"We're one of the biggest of the state."
"We lost a few members last night after the waffle iron incident," Marcus reminded her, then confided in us with a wink. "Some people lack the constitution for the wizarding business." The crimp of her lips told me she wasn't impressed with him correcting her. Either way, we might have lucked into a pair of eyewitnesses for us to cultivate.
"That sounds like a good spot for dinner."
Clay jumped in with both feet.
"The food any good?"
Never one to miss a trick. Clay's thoughts must have aligned with mine. "They're decent." Marcus straightened his beard with mixed results. "Mostly, they're cheap."
"You can't eat there anyway."
Trinity led us to the check-in desk.
"It burned to the ground."
Usually content in the background, Asa stepped up beside me, and the girl almost started drooling.
"Has anyone ever told you?"
She exhaled a dreamy sigh.
"You've got the bone structure to be an elf?"
A laugh caught in my throat, and Clay had to turn his head to hide his smile.
"Your hair is gorgeous."
She reached out.
"Have you thought of bleaching?"
Snatching her hand out of the air, I turned the move into an awkward handshake. It was that or let the Yanai chop her off at the wrist for the insult of touching Asa's braids. "It's been nice meeting you." I released her. "Do you guys work here? Can you give us our keys?"
"Sure."
Trinity flushed bright red.
"Our parents own the inn. We work here after school."
"We slave away on weekends, too," Marcus added glumly. "Obviously." Hard to believe it was still Saturday with everything we had seen and done already.
"Half days,"
Trinity muttered, rubbing her thumb over the desktop.
"We have 20 minutes left."
"She's sorry about the hair," Marcus told us when his sister kept her head down. "She's very handsy."
"I make wigs for the other LARPers."
Excitement bubbled up in her.
"Everyone wants to be a Legolas or a Thranduil, so I study men with long hair."
Her cheeks pinked. "Can I take some reference photos? Would you mind?" Paraphotos in the hands of humans were a big no-no, but I wasn't sure how to beg off her request.
I'm a bit of a wig aficionado myself.
Clay removed his hair de jour with care.
I didn't bring any super long ones like you mean, but I have a shoulder-length wig in brown. I can let you inspect it later if that sounds good to you. It's handmade and the stitching is phenomenal.
That would be amazing.
She bounced and her visor thumped shut.
Thanks.
No problem.
He resecured his hair.
We can meet here at the desk later tonight.
Visor shoved up again. Trinity bit her lip.
I'm not sure if...
I'll come too, I volunteered. If you're concerned about being alone with a stranger.
Yes,
Clay said wryly.
because 2 strangers is so much better than 1.
I'll come 3. Marcus quirked his lips at Trinity. You have been promising to help me with my beard game. Delighted to have found like minds, Clay handed each of them one of his cards.
Happy to do it.
You're with the FBI?
Marcus's jaw dropped open.
For real?
For real.
Clay lied.
Just call when you're done with your thing and we'll set up a time.
Are all of you FBI?
Trinity looked straight at me.
Are you working a case?
We are all FBI, I confirmed. And we are working a case. We should get unpacked. Asa offered Trinity a tight smile. Can we get our keys, please?
Oh.
Her cheeks flamed again.
Yes.
She dropped our keycards twice.
Here.
To keep Trinity a safe distance from Asa, Clay took the cards and passed one to Asa. You head on up. Asa gave me the card. I'll grab our bags. Once he was out the door, Trinity goggled at me.
You're together?
They're engaged.
Clay's eyes sparkled.
She just met her future father-in-law.
Aware it would hurt me more than Clay if I smacked him, I had to settle for plotting revenge.
That's so romantic.
Trinity clasped her gauntleted hands.
Fighting crime together?
That made us sound like superheroes, but we were anti-heroes at best. Yes, I gritted my teeth at Clay. Very romantic. While they fell into a debate on real versus synthetic hair, I aimed for the staircase that curved up to the spacious second floor. On the landing, I paused to scan the ceiling, half expecting to find it cracked in 2. But it was in good repair from this vantage. There weren't many rooms, maybe 4 down each hall. I located mine and pushed in the door, braced for what Clay had described. Minimalist furniture, pale bluish-gray walls, bright white sheets, modern bathroom. I was still standing in the doorway, debating if toxic mold in the walls caused this hallucination, when Asa entered the room and set our suitcases on the brushed nickel racks near the closet. He glanced around, cocked an eyebrow, and pivoted to soak up my reaction as if he required confirmation as well. The interior doesn't match the exterior. I shut the door. Why renovate the inside when the outside looks like one good storm would blow it over? Flames tickled the corner of my vision, and the demon claimed Asa's skin, sniffing and huffing the walls.
Magic.
He glanced over his shoulder.
Smell like flowers.
A white witch cast a glamour in here? I held out my palm and homed in my senses. You're right. Sure enough, there were traces of a glamour. It was old, very old, which had dulled the smell. Magic this settled into the bones of a building had been an ongoing project for a good decade or more. The owners must renew it every so often or else the illusion begins to fade. But which was real? Interior or exterior? After Charleston, and the chain reaction that led to our rental there,
I was happy to embrace paranoia. The teens had no magical signature I could detect, so I would wait for the parents and question them. Better safe than ridden by a boo hag, or a boo brother in this case. We need to talk to Colby. A pit opened in my stomach. There must be a reason she chose this place. The demon crossed to me, planted a big kiss on my cheek, then nodded his agreement.
Bye, Rue.
Later, I tripped over a fundamental aspect of every person's identity. I'll see you later. The demon didn't have a name. How hadn't that occurred to me before now? He was simply the demon, the flip side of Ace's coin, the other half of his personality. Asa considered the demon an extension of himself, so it made sense why he didn't name him. The line dividing them was thin, almost transparent, which explained why no one else had either. But me? I held no doubts whatsoever that he was his own person, with his own thoughts and goals, likes and dislikes. That he shared a body with Asa meant a name was the only recognition of self he could hope for in life. Switching one skin for another, Asa took his turn behind the wheel. You look troubled. I just realized something. I decided to keep that something to myself for now. Ready to go? Asa flicked a glance down himself, at his tattered shirt and sighed at the waist. Yes. For a trip across the hall, he didn't need to look put together, though it was his preference. We found Clay and Colby in a room identical to ours, except theirs was more grayish-blue in tone.
I'm going to sleep in the wardrobe,
Colby announced.
like a real moth.
That stumped me for a beat, but then I remembered my question. Why did you choose this place?
It's a block from waffle iron.
That's it? I watched her closely. There's no other reason?
I might have also recognized a modified Mystic Realms emblem on their website.
What does that mean?
One of the teens designed it.
Clay speculated with amusement.
I doubt it was altruistic if they added the subtle nod to their club while they were at it. Since it's still there, the parents haven't noticed it yet.
The idea had merit, given how tech-savvy kids were these days compared to most of their parents.
Reminds me of the symbols travelers used to carve into the siding or gateposts of homes who had been kind, as a favor to those who came behind them who were also in need of food or shelter.
That doesn't sound very appreciative. I frowned. Defacement of property, which is disrespectful, and leaving a message that guarantees they would have a stream of visitors who would deplete their stores? It's a slap in the face to hospitality. I noticed everyone staring at me. Anyway, LARPers? Website?
Colby.
Asa turned his attention to her.
What do you think it means?
The spotlight shining so hotly on her choices made me itch to leap to her defense. I was used to being the one to call her out, but Asa had the right to ask. Not on the grounds of our relationship, which he would never abuse, but as an agent on a case that had taken a slight detour into Coincidenceville.
Did a Mystic Realms live guild meet here?
She emphasized the G in guild.
Lots of guilds have weekly IRL meetings or game together. Everyone is in the same room but on their laptops. This guild, the Westfield Wastrels, is super active.
Her wings drooped down her back.
My guild lives too far apart to meet.
Her antennae sank to half-mast.
They would also think I was a giant freak if they saw me in person.
You're not a giant or a freak. I scooped her in my arms for the unwanted hug she needed nonetheless. The way these kids run around playing dress-up as characters, they would faint to meet the real deal.
You really think so?
The fragile hope in her voice broke me. I know so. I kissed her forehead. Next time, though, tell me if you're playing double agent, okay? There was no harm in it this time, but all agents required permission for covert missions.
Okay.
She cuddled in close.
Does that mean I can stay here and live vicariously through the LARPers?
As much as I longed to hand down a firm no, I couldn't clip her wings. As long as you stay moth-sized and out of sight, I stroked her back. If you see anything weird, I expect you to fly like the pirate expansion pack has been released and the only copy is in my back pocket.
It's an online download,
She pointed out, then mimed zipping her lips.
Yes, ma'am.
With her living in a virtual world, I shouldn't be surprised online games no longer came with hard copies. It showed my age, though. I might look like a pink-cheeked college kid with her whole life ahead of her, but I was a cranky old witch who appreciated purchasing items I could reach out and touch. Before long, I would be shouting, "Get off my lawn!" to neighborhood kids. Asa cupped my nape, slid his thumb up the column of my throat, and my knees wobbled under me. The supportive gesture made my gut clench and my mind pivot away from worries about Colby.
Be safe, Shorty. Clay made it an order. Don't fly into any flames, you being a moth and all.
I'll try to resist temptation.
She rolled her eyes.
Are you guys leaving now?
Did you feel that? I rubbed my butt. I swear I felt someone kick me to the curb. The three of us left Colby to trail the kids into the woods for their LARPing. I won't lie. I wasn't happy. More than protective instincts were to blame for the knot in my gut. There was a very real threat to her. But for her to stay in the field, I had to trust her to assess danger and react as we had been training her. Fly away. Take cover. Make contact the second she was clear. What happened in Charleston wasn't her fault, but it was a wake-up call for me. Sorry almost killed her. It wasn't the first time someone wanted her as a snack, and it wouldn't be the last. As her guardian, I had to do more than step up my protection game. I had to let her practice self-defense too. The girl who begged me to save her, who clung to life with such ferocity of spirit, deserved to know that she would never be that vulnerable again. She had power, and the smarts to use it wisely. Once we piled into the SUV, Asa cupped my jaw. Are you okay with this? Sweat dampened my palms and I wiped them down my jeans. Sure.
Colby can handle herself.
Clay leaned back, rocking the vehicle.
She's a powerful kid.
As long as she stays in the forest, Asa soothed. She has plenty of places to hide. Both the physical connection of his skin against mine and the determination in his voice let me relax into my seat. Fascination was a powerful force. I wasn't thrilled to be afflicted with emotions, but I had to admit, I had grown more and faster with him than I ever had without him. You're both right. I made myself believe it. Let's go examine our first crime scene. 4. The waffle iron was a burnt shell with nothing to indicate it was once a favorite local dive. Charred beams had cracked in half against the metal skeleton of the building. Glass speckled the parking lot, and melted plastic trays lent pops of color to the blackened remains. Only a gnarled tree jetting through the asphalt had survived the blaze.
Still smells like grease and burnt toast.
Clay rested a hand over his stomach.
Maybe I'm just hungry.
There's a memorial. Asa stood beside a teddy bear holding flowers. For a kidnapping? There was a cat. An old man stepped out from behind the tree, which had been too small to conceal a person of his size. A familiar. Familiar? I repeated, thinking on his sudden appearance. As in, a witch's familiar? Cat, plus familiar equaled witch in everyone's mind, right? Thanks to books and movies, most everyone was, well, familiar with the term. Now to figure out if that made him a fiction junkie or a fellow creature. What other kind of familiar is there? He scratched his balding head. What are you three doing here?
We're with the FBI.
Clay watched the man closely.
We're investigating the waffle iron arson.
If you're FBI, I'll eat my hat. The man wheezed a laugh. Don't think you fool me, Golem. Definitely not human. You have us at a disadvantage. Asa dipped his head at the man. I'm Asa Montenegro. You've got Fae in you. He brightened. I'm Wilbur. He gestured to the puny tree. I'm a dryad. My mother is a she, Asa agreed, leaving it at that. This is my mate, Rue Hollis. My mate, my mate, my mate. A herd of elephants stomped my stomach flat as a pancake. More of a crepe, really. I opened my mouth, but nonsense words fell out, which earned me a soft laugh from Asa. Good of you to take pity on her. Wilbur clicked his tongue. Poor girl must have dabbled too long in the dark arts. She's an incoherent mess. He shook his head. She's a pretty thing, though. I see why you kept your vow. I sense her power. She'll give you fine children. Perhaps a nanny might ease. No one is easing anything. I snarled, that buzz filling my head again. Asa is mine. Bursts of clarity only make it worse. Wilbur squeezed Asa's shoulder. I'm sorry for your loss. Beside me, Clay was laughing so hard his entire body bounced with each breath-stilling chortle.
I'll take care of her while you work.
Clay dissolved into giggles, slung his arm around my shoulders and forced me to bear part of his weight.
A walk will calm her.
We hit the discolored sidewalk leading into town, leaving Asa behind to interview the crotchety dryad. We had gone a few blocks before Clay caught his breath and stood on his own. Wisely, he didn't let go.
Before you break into a car and drive off into the sunset to escape the word mate, let me explain what I know about dryads.
He clenched his grip on me.
They despise black witches for thwarting natural law.
An ice cream parlor still in the process of opening beckoned him with promises of its classic flavors made fresh daily. This wasn't the first time we had eaten ice cream for lunch. With the right toppings, you could almost hit all the major food groups. The gummy version of them, anyway.
There's a good chance Wilbur would have attacked you once he satisfied his curiosity about Asa.
A bell tinkled above the door when he shoved me through it.
Dryads are rarer than ever the last several decades. Pollution and deforestation are killing off a beneficial species we depend on to keep Earth hospitable. It would be a pity to kill one.
Especially since he emerged at the scene. I slathered on the sarcasm. And he might have valuable information he can pass on.
Ace claiming you made the dryad hesitate.
Clay ignored the jibe.
It gave us time to get out of there.
What I'm hearing is, I made a fool of myself for no good reason.
You're in fascination, so you're allowed.
He ordered a scoop of every flavor to be served in waffle cone bowls still warm from the press.
You do understand mating is the end goal?
He hesitated.
If you can't see yourself crossing that finish line at some point, you need to let Ace know you can't make that type of commitment.
Arms loaded with his plethora of treats, We backed out of the shop and claimed an empty table outside. I'm not saying I won't cross that line, but I'm not sprinting toward it. I set down my half of the goods, plopped into a seat, and promptly stole a waffle bowl from him. There's a tiny problem that will have to be addressed first.
Colby?
He spooned a glob into his mouth.
Oh.
He dribbled when it hit him.
The bond.
She and I are already bound for life. It's my duty to protect her. I poked the ice cream with a spoon. Asa is stuck in a loop of endless challenges. It's not that I doubt his ability to hold his own, but I can't make that choice for Colby. It wouldn't be fair of me. Attending my first challenge cemented the hazards of Asa's station and his tenuous grasp on his crown. Someone was always smarter, stronger, meaner. We were lucky the demon hadn't met them yet.
I'm sorry.
He flicked a sprinkle at my forehead.
I shouldn't have pushed.
You're used to me needing it. I couldn't fault him for that. Before Asa, I wasn't exactly in touch with my feelings.
That's not true. You beat them into submission on the regular.
He was quick to defend me.
Locked them in chokeholds, then slit their throats after they passed out. All very humane.
The look I cut him would have cowed a lesser man, but Clay was not one to moo.
Seriously, you're getting there.
He picked out a gummy worm and held it out as a peace offering.
Look how much progress you've made in Samford. You have a life. A good life. Friends. A business. You have it all.
The list he rattled off felt more like attributes belonging to someone else. The life of a different Rue Hollis. The apothecary owner had collided with the Black Cat agent, and the resulting crash had broken some things, like my bucolic paradise, and dented others like Camber and Arden's innocence. For a long time, I said, eating the worm even though I didn't like them, I didn't have you. That was the easier route, the one less likely to earn me a cheering up I wasn't sure I deserved yet.
Or Ace.
He made kissy noises.
We both know he's the real prize.
I wouldn't say that. I kicked his foot under the table. True friends are rarer than boyfriends.
But not rarer than mates.
He held up a spoon to forestall my argument.
Potential mates.
Would you believe me if I told you I loved you both equally, but in different ways?
Not for a minute.
He polished off another bowl.
But I'll leave it there.
10 minutes and at least as many waffle bowls later, for Clay, the wind blew the mingled scents of juicy green apples and cherry tobacco to me, causing my heart to squeeze. Asa borrowed a chair from another table to join us, and I pushed my cookie dough cup at him out of habit. His tiny little smile as he picked it up told me he missed the overwhelming tug in his gut, too. But it was redundant, I supposed. As much spit as we swapped the old-fashioned way these days. Well, I selected a deep crimson one next, hoping for red velvet cake. Get anything out of him? Twirling his spoon, he watched me as if expecting me to bolt.
I'm sorry I called you my mate.
Goddess bless, what a mess. Clay explained it was in our best interests. I regretted my first bite was fruity rather than cakey. I overreacted. I shoveled in another spoonful, certain this was cherry cordial. I won't next time. Probably. Leaning in, Asa pressed his lips to the underside of my jaw. Thank you for understanding. Just so you know, I demurred. If we have kids and you hire a nanny, I will end you. Hidden in the kiss, he sank his teeth into the tender skin of my throat. That will never be an issue. The kids or the nanny? The nanny. He sat back and dug into his treat. Kids can come later or not at all. You don't have a preference? I wouldn't mind a few more Colbys flittering around, but I don't think our biology works that way. That he held her up as his golden standard melted my heart faster than 2 scoops left out in the sun.
Well, I hope you're happy.
Clay scooted back from the table.
Now I'm too nauseous to finish.
You ate like 4 pints worth. I gestured to his stack of empties. Your stomachache is your own fault.
No.
He gathered everything and dumped it.
You did this to me. Both of you. You should be ashamed.
Asa, polishing off his bowl, offered me the last bite on his spoon, which I took while holding Clay's gaze.
See?
He mimed, gagging.
You're both disgusting.
A shudder rippled through him.
So gross.
As a sister figure, I could sympathize with him. As a woman in love for the first time, not so much. One day, I promised Clay, you will meet a nice woman who isn't a homicidal maniac. I rested my chin on my palm. Then you will be the disgusting ones, and I'll be ready to mock you every step of the way. Every kiss, every smile, every touch, every sweet word. I'll be there, complaining, loudly.
I don't mind homicidal,
Clay said philosophically.
It's the maniac that always gets me.
Sensing that line of conversation could only get worse, I asked Asa. What did Wilbur have to say? The Amherst family owned the waffle iron. The Amherst family? As in, the Amherst Inn? Mrs. Amherst ran the restaurant, which they franchised, and Mr. Amherst runs the bread and breakfast, which he inherited from his mother after she passed 2 years ago. Mrs. Amherst must be the White Witch, I surmised, since her familiar perished in the fire. The Amhersts are a White Witch family, but the familiar wasn't theirs. Wilbur claims the Amhersts didn't have much in the way of magic. The cat belonged to Mr. Amherst's mother. Odd that Mrs. Amherst brought it to work with her, I mused. That has to be a health code violation. According to Wilbur, the cat was a sphinx. One of those naked cats that look like a rotisserie chicken? Yes. Asa did a poor job of hiding his amusement. Breed is beside the point. Okay. I got sidetracked by that mental picture. You were saying? The current Mrs. Amherst is allergic, so they dumped the cat at the restaurant in the hopes it would become a mouser. It must have found a way in, maybe during the panic, and it couldn't get out again. Locals must have recognized the cat as the former Mrs. Amherst's pet and cobbled together the memorial.
Did he have the inside track on the Boo brothers?
Clay butted in.
Did he actually see them?
He did, Asa allowed, his brow pinched. He identified them from a photo I showed him. What am I missing here? I reached out and poked him. You sound like you're stumped.
Was that a dryad joke?
Clay snickered, then smoothed his features.
If so, it's in poor taste.
Which is why you're laughing.
Which is why I'm laughing,
he agreed.
Anyway, Ace, out with it.
Wilbur claims the Boos were dead. Revenants again? If so, I wanted to nope right out of this case. Those are so icky. No. Asa pushed around his ice cream. Not ghosts either. They were definitely full of enough hate and fervor to get stuck on Earth with unfinished business, I mused. But if they're not ghosts or revenants, then what are they?
There's a full spectrum between ghost and revenant,
Clay pointed out.
poltergeists, zombies, vengeful spirits, wendigos.
He pursed his lips.
Do vampires fall between the two? Dead like ghosts, but still feasting on the living like revenants?
Vampires are more undead than unalive.
What?
Clay twisted his mouth into a corkscrew.
Did you hear yourself just then?
Ignoring him, a favorite hobby, I added to the pile of questions. Why are the Boos here of all places? As far as we could prove, they'd never stepped foot in Raymond during their lives.
They were born in Maine, so there's no familial connection.
Clay checked the file on his phone.
They have no living relatives on record. They crusaded down the east coast into the southwest, but there's no mention of this town in their exploits.
Then either their deaths were connected to Raymond, I surmised, or someone raised them here. Given their MIA status for the last decade and change, we couldn't afford to rule out the possibility they sought refuge here. Though, if they were dead, we might never learn what made them pick this town to disappear in. For all we knew, they killed over while passing through on their way someplace else.
Assuming the burial site is here,
Asa wondered.
what happens if the Black Witch decides they want to take their toys and leave? I can't imagine them going through the hassle if they can't use the booze for more than a 10-square-mile radius.
You would need an object imbued with meaning to a particular person to raise their spirit. I could only speculate so far without knowing what exactly the Boos had become. A token with sentimental value, or a button off the shirt they wore when they died. Something along those lines. It stands to reason if they were attached to an item, it could act as an anchor, move it and move them.
We need to talk to Mr. and Mrs. Amherst.
Asa tossed his trash.
Find out what they know about the booze and the Black Witch.
He took my hand and helped me stand. Clay can question the kids tonight. We had already encountered a White Witch family and a Dryad, so it stood to reason there were more creatures here than met the eye. Paranormals who were not in the Black Hat database. Assuming none posed an imminent threat, I would leave it that way. But if we located a practicing Black Witch, when dabbling in the realm of necromancy, I saw no choice but to add a pin to the map for the protection of everyone here. And if we did have a Black Witch with an affinity for the dead on our hands, we had problems. Necromancers had cornered that market, and they would kill to protect their monopoly. There was good money in bringing humans back from the dead as vampires, even more in resuscitating pets who crossed the Rainbow Bridge before their owners were ready to let them go. All it took was cold, hard cash. Semi-famous or not, ghosts like the Boos didn't make bank. Exorcisms paid peanuts. So did seances. But still, just because necromancers didn't want to do those jobs didn't mean they would take kindly to learning someone else was doing them for free. Oy, if we were right, this had all the hallmarks of an inner factions incident. For all our sakes, I really hoped we were wrong. 5. Anxiety had been nipping my heels since I left Colby behind at the inn, and soon the nips turned to sharp bites I could no longer ignore. She had yet to check in, and Clay had a wig to unbox for the Amherst kids, so I nudged the guys into returning to the inn before my tendency to helicopter parent caused me to take off. How's it going? Okay, fine, so maybe my rotors were whirling too fast to stop cold turkey.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
A pang shot through me as it hit home. She would never participate in a group activity like that one. I'm glad you're having fun. Thumbs poised above the keys. I debated ordering her back to the room until we got a lead on the booze. But I couldn't pull the trigger. She might never experience this again, and we would be back there in 10.
Can I stay out a little longer? They're about to summon the undead.
A chill of foreboding prickled the skin on my arms, but I forced myself to remain strong. 30 minutes. That was all I could allow her without breaking into hives.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I glared at my hand until it cooperated and put away the phone to prevent me from hovering via texts. Sure. Yeah. Blame my hand, not my heart, which ached and feared for her in equal measure. A blip of time later, I stood on the lawn in front of the inn, puzzling over the purpose of the glamour. The Amhersts might have tried camouflage to hide from the Black Witch, hoping they would keep on driving. I hated to tell them, leaving a fresh magical signature behind was akin to loading cheese in a mousetrap. We need to ward our rooms. I studied the building, searching for cracks in the illusion. Since this is the Amhersts' home, they'll notice the casting. We need to get in contact with the parents ASAP and explain we're not in cahoots with the Black Witch so they don't panic. Ace's shoulder brushed mine. How sure are you they know about the other witch? If a baby gazelle is sharing a pen with a hungry lion, I drawled. Do you think it will notice? The illusion left me salivating, and I hated the instinctive hunger that rose in me every time I thought about the taste of fresh meat, the pull as it tore away in my teeth, and the boost of power that followed. I'm not that person. I'm better now. I'm not going to break. I am stronger than my weakness. Without a word, Asa slid his hand into mine and squeezed my fingers in solidarity. Here I was, imagining punching my fist through the chests of our hosts, and he was worried about me. He really must be in love.
I'll go ahead and call Trinity.
Clay whipped out his phone.
You told Colby 30 minutes, right?
Yeah. I packed away those thoughts. That leaves me 20 to ward our rooms. If the kids were practicing too, they might get a tingle as I worked my magic. I didn't want to spook them before I got a chance to speak to their parents and assure them I hadn't come for a family meal deal. I hadn't gotten that vibe off the kids, but I had been wrong before. The biggest reason white witches were facing extinction was their elders' refusal to train the next generation. Unless they unlocked their power, they weren't a tempting target for people like me. People like I used to be. Asa walked ahead, but I touched Clay's arm to hold him back. Thanks.
For what?
He ran his fingers through his hair.
My sudden urge to talk wigs? As if I need a reason.
For ensuring Colby doesn't miss a thing. I hooked my arm through his. This is a big deal for her. Head resting on his shoulder, we strolled into the inn, and I set to work protecting us in our beds.
Incoming,
Clay called, 19 minutes on the dot later.
Moth at 3 o'clock.
Since they were roomies now, Clay had left their window open to make it easier for Colby to return. Does that mean you're heading down? I crossed the hall. Do you need help with anything?
You promised to chaperone, remember?
He held 2 wig boxes tucked against his chest.
Let's go.
Asa appeared in the doorway to our room, his shirt unbuttoned, and I heaved a sigh. I might have sneaked in soundproofing while I was at it, but we wouldn't get to use it yet. Pity. Heedless of the possibility of being spotted, Colby sailed through Clay's window to smack me in the face. Oof! I staggered back, peeling her spastic body off me. What's wrong?
Rue!
She ducked into the neck of my shirt and hid there.
They did it!
Cradling her through the fabric, I held on while approaching the window. What did they do? Not since that first year had she been so shaken that she retreated into my shirt to hide from the world.
Who are they?
Clay braced a hand on the sash and stared below us.
The LARPers?
Yes.
She quivered against me.
They summoned the undead, like in Mystic Realms. But the booze came.
The Amherst kids, I said slowly, making sure I understood. Summoned the Boo brothers? With the sun over head? How was that possible? It wasn't, I decided, without a firm anchor. Say, their bones.
The Amherst cast a spell, but it was a real spell, and the Boo showed up and they played paper, rock, scissors, and the winner ate him.
Her feet tucked into the space between us, tickling my stomach.
He swallowed him, whole, like a snake with a mouse.
She sobbed against my chest.
It was supposed to be pretend, but it was real. It was all real. He's dead, Rue.
Do you mean Marcus? I cast about for anyone else she might have meant. Talk to me, sweetie.
Sam.
She peered out of my shirt.
His name was Sam.
Sam. Why did that ring a bell? As in Samuel Todd. I pinned down the name. The teen kidnapped from the waffle iron. The one the Boos claimed was a demon.
The Amhersts are on their way.
Her eyes pleaded with me.
We need to leave before they get back.
Had she not just reported a murder, I would have left with no more questions asked. But we didn't have that luxury. We had to investigate her claims to make sense of them, and we had to act like nothing was wrong if we wanted the Amhersts to incriminate themselves. Forget cultivating them as witnesses. Thanks to Colby, we had found our killers. Abandoning me, she glided onto the bed and wrapped herself in the green blanket Asa had knit her. We have to go downstairs. I slammed the window shut. It will look suspicious otherwise. I'll stay with you. Asa sat beside Colby. No one is going to hurt you. Snuggling against his hip, she buried herself in her blanket, breaking my heart clean down the middle. We'll be back as soon as we can, I told her, then warned Asa. Keep an eye out and your phone close. Be careful. He stroked her back. Make your excuses and break away if anything is suspect.
Come on.
Clay picked up the wig boxes I hadn't noticed him set down.
I hear voices.
Out in the hall, the door shut behind us. I regained my composure and watched Clay do the same. Voices drifted up the stairs as Marcus and Trinity talked about dinner, some movie, random kid things. Certain they weren't going to confess to murder where they might be overheard, we started down.
Business is slow this week.
Trinity rounded the check-in counter.
We may need to advertise.
Hey. Marcus cut her off with a grin that looked natural, not forced. Are those the wigs?
They are indeed.
Clay clutched them to his chest when Trinity swooped in.
But first, would you like to join us for dinner? We had ice cream in town, but we're starving. You do have pizza delivery here, right?
Ah, dinner. The meal between lunch and dinner. One of his favorite excuses to sneak in an extra meal. He wouldn't hear me complain. I enjoyed the ice cream, but my belly was convinced I had room for more. That would be awesome. Marcus stole a notepad off the counter. Give me your order and I'll call down to Marco's. They can charge to us and we'll add it to your tab.
Sounds good.
Clay rattled off our usuals, then glanced around.
Where do you want to do this?
This way.
Trinity indicated for us to follow.
My craft room is back here.
The room was narrow but long. Plenty of space for a crafter. Based on the dated bolts of fabric hung on the wall, I figured she took it over after her grandmother passed, and had yet to clear out the reminders. A table had been built across the rear wall. A yellowed sewing machine took pride of place, but hair clips,
Wigs and shears littered the remaining surface. The floor would have been at home in a barber shop, one that didn't require sweeping between customers. Like, ever. Clearly, she enjoyed the creative process more than the tidying up afterward.
Let me clean a space.
She flipped on several long-neck lamps.
I don't want to get them grubby.
This kid showed zero signs of remorse for what she helped do, and no fear of getting caught either. Will your parents mind if we feed you? I leaned against the wall. Should we ask permission first? We really needed to fill them out, decide if they had any idea what their kids were up to in the woods.
We're not supposed to tell anyone.
She paused in her tidying.
Since you're FBI, it should be okay.
To draw her eye, Clay shifted the boxes in a subtle prompt to get on with it before she got distracted.
They're not here,
she explained.
They left Marcus and me in charge until they get back.
Where did they go? I kept it light. A romantic weekend getaway?
No.
She measured me.
They're settling the insurance claim on the waffle iron.
Your parents owned it?
Clay, who was the better actor, faked surprise.
Why didn't you say so?
It's all anyone is talking about.
Her fingers twitched on a lace cap. We're tired of the questions.
Marcus made it sound like the food wasn't that great,
Clay teased.
Who was the bad cook?
Mom.
A faint bitterness shone through.
I'm surprised the place didn't burn down sooner.
Had I imagined the faint wistfulness in her tone? Hard to tell with her distracted air. I need to use the restroom. I shoved off the wall. Be back in a minute.
Down the hall and to your right.
Trinity fell on Clay's wigs like a kid at Christmas.
Next to the check-in desk.
Ready with a lie about being lost if I bumped into anyone, I cracked open as many doors as I could, wary Marcus would catch me. The downstairs rooms were lived in, a tad messy, and dotted with family photos. This must be where the Amhersts lived, which meant anything good was going to be here. Choosing a room at random, I let myself in with a tiny spark of magic, only to discover I had found the master bedroom. Neat as a pin, it fit the story the teens told us. I searched under the parents' bed and in their closet. I checked their bathroom and the linen closet. The latter held an elaborate shrine to Hecate, complete with a kneeling bench before her statue. Most witches, black arts or white craft, prayed for her blessings. She was the goddess of the night, of the moon, of ghosts, and of necromancy. That might sound grim, but she was also the goddess of witchcraft. To disrupt a sacred place of another witch was in poor taste, so I looked and kept my hands to myself. Everything was as I expected it to be. Nothing scandalous, nothing hinting at black magic use. Though a light coating of dust made me question whether this was another remnant of the late Mrs. Amherst. There was nothing for me to do but try another room and hope I had better luck there. I shut the closet, making sure I left everything as I found it, then exited the bedroom. Oof! I bounced off Marcus and hit the wall. Hey, I'm glad I bumped into you. His gaze flitted behind me to his parents' door, but I was striving hard for innocence. Trinity gave me directions to the bathroom. I hooked a thumb over my shoulder. That wasn't it. No. A hard light entered his eyes. It wasn't. Sorry about that. I flashed him a smile that showed too many teeth. I'm terrible with directions. No problem. He was quick to assure me. It happens all the time. The obvious lie in his voice set my teeth on edge, but we both pretended everything was hunky-dory. Marcus wasn't the smooth liar his sister was, and I sensed he had a nasty temper eager to ignite despite his wide smiles, easy jokes, and good-natured attitude. He wasn't the actor in the family for sure, but he'd fooled me at first. The mask wasn't fitting as well as it had earlier. If I had to guess, I would blame the high of his recent kill for exposing his true face now. What's the ETA on the pizza? I worked to thin the awkward silence. I'm starving. It'll be about 30 minutes. He thawed a bit. You must eat a lot of takeout. We live on it, I confirmed, happy for a change in topic. We live on the road, too. Ah. He nodded once. That would explain you hooking up with a fellow agent. Yeah. I wasn't about to discuss my personal life with a teen. How did your LARP go? Productive. He reached up as if to stroke the beard he no longer wore. Practice makes perfect. Within the confines of Colby's eavesdropping, he left me with goosebumps down my arms. Let me walk you to the bathroom, he offered. I'll wait for the pizza at check-in. No longer trusting him with my food, I allowed myself to be shuffled through the correct door. Certain he would wait to escort me back, I went through the motions of flushing and washing my hands. Sure enough, Marcus was on his phone when I exited, and his gaze flicked up to mine. Done? Yeah. I turned back toward the craft room. Mind walking me back? Might as well ask rather than fumble through another awkward exchange. He was coming either way. We wouldn't want you getting lost again. At the door to the craft room, he saw me inside, then shut it behind me. I almost checked to see if he locked it too. Was that Marcus? Trinity had her phone in her hand. I thought I heard voices. I bumped into him outside the bathroom. I fibbed. He was nice enough to escort me back. That's him. She didn't glance up from the photos she was taking. Nice. How's the wig inspection coming along? I walked up behind Clay and peeked over his shoulder. Looks like you two are getting serious. I caught his gaze and let a hint of warning touch my eyes where Trinity couldn't see, and then mimed plucking a hair from her head. I can't remember Clay ever letting anyone touch one of his wigs. He must endorse your noble quest.
Try it on.
Clay poured on the charm.
You know you want to elf yourself.
Are you sure? She examined the cap. I don't want to hurt it.
Here.
He took it from her.
Let me help.
From a pile of bobby pins in a bowl, he selected 2 and seated the wig. As he secured it, she flinched, her back going stiff. But Clay's smile was guileless, and his self-deprecating laugh authentic.
Sausage fingers, he muttered. Sorry about that.
He flicked the ends of his hair, tucking the stolen strands from Trinity in his collar so he could show her his hands were empty as he placed them on his lap in clear view.
I just glue and go, so I'm out of practice.
No problem. The crease of her brow smoothed when he held up a mirror for her. Oh, wow.
Right?
He'd chuckled.
The guy who makes my wigs is a magician.
Technically, he was a witch, but I wasn't here to split hairs, just steal them. A buzz in my pocket drew my attention to my phone. This is your excuse to leave. Thanks. We need to get Colby out of here. A lump formed in my throat that I did my best to ignore. We'll be there in 10. Eyebrows on the climb, Clay watched me with a question in his eyes. We have to go. I wiggled my cell. We've got a lead we need to hop on while it's fresh.
Okay.
Clay rose with regret painted on.
Tell you what,
he lingered.
Why don't you keep those?
Really?
Trinity stroked the longer of the two. You're sure?
I have an extensive collection,
to say the least.
I can afford to lose a couple in service to a friend.
Thanks. Her smile faltered. Guess you guys will miss out on pizza. Rain check. I anchored an answering brittle smile on my face. We'll be out the rest of the night, but we should be back sometime tomorrow. The door's always open. She settled onto her seat. Do you mind if I stay here? We can see ourselves out. On our way to the staircase, we bumped into Marcus, who got to his feet. What's up?
Duty calls.
Clay gusted out a dramatic sigh.
Sorry, man, but we've got to go.
Brutal. Marcus homed in on me. Guess we'll catch you later? We'll be back late tonight or early tomorrow. I hit the stairs. Enjoy that pizza. We will. Marcus watched us go. Enjoy your hunt. Glancing back over my shoulder, I promised him, we will. 6. Figuring Asa wouldn't have moved Colby, Clay and I returned to their shared room. Sure enough, Asa was propped up in bed, Colby and her laptop settled across his knees. She was a bundle and a pair of antennae. That was all I could see sticking out of her green blanket. I couldn't tell if she had been teaching Asa how to play Mystic Realms, or if he had only been watching her. Either way, she was much calmer now than when I left. Based on the angle, and her degree of swaddling, I wasn't sure she noticed us enter. The rooms have been warded and soundproofed, I reminded them. We can speak freely in here. After checking that Colby was plugged in, Asa said, we need to examine the woods behind the inn. With her headset on, she was oblivious to the topic of conversation, but she must have felt the vibration of Asa's voice move through her. She peeked over the top of her screen, spotted us, and attempted to smile before settling back against him. As much as I didn't want to prod her about this, we needed more answers, and I needed to be sure she was okay. Death is always a shock. Violent death even more so. Poor kid. She'd been having so much fun, too. The mother hen in me wanted to cluck about how this was why she wasn't allowed to play with kids IRL. But I had had enough salt rubbed in my wounds as a child to know that wasn't productive. And it wasn't like it was her fault. I couldn't cast blame on her, or let her blame herself, without diminishing her. That I would never do. Are we leaving? Our bags hadn't been unpacked yet. Or are we surveilling? We need to find out what happened in those woods for ourselves. Asa flicked Colby a glance. She can't talk about it. Another flashback to our early years had me tasting bile as I recalled her shutting down, going mute, when anything reminded her of the silver stag or what he had done to her. Loud noises, bright lights, murmured conversation. Absolute darkness. The huge swing in what curled her into a ball made shielding her impossible. But trauma never did follow a set pattern.
For now, we take the laptops and any sensitive materials, Clay decided. We'll drive into town and park at a supermarket. We'll lock those in the SUV and you can ward it. We'll leave our suitcases. Proof we'll be back in case anyone wants to set a trap for us while we're gone.
What do we do about... I rubbed my arms. She doesn't need to see more if this is triggering her. We get another hotel room. Asa aimed the comment at Clay. You stay there with her. Protect her.
While you and Rue go have all the fun, he complained. How do I always draw the short stick?
Colby loves you the best? I punched his shoulder and then regretted it. And with one of us on Colby duty, I'll need Asa and the demon for this if things get weird.
I'm joking.
Clay's amusement gave way to concern.
You know I love that kid.
I know you do. I began gathering our critical items. If you didn't, I wouldn't ask. As much as Clay hated being left out of the action, he was a nurturer. He would make more headway with Colby than either Asa or I would while she was still smarting from her ordeal. The truth was, when it was her and me, I'd been her only choice for comfort. That sucked for her, since I was a direct link to that traumatic experience. Clay was a blank slate, a warm shoulder to cry on, and he was good with kids. He was an antidote she might not realize she needed for the festering wounds from her past. Loaded up, I waited for Colby to shrink to moth size and climb into Clay's pocket. I made one more circuit of our rooms and determined we could live without what we left behind if we had no choice. We didn't bump into either teen as we exited the inn, and while Asa loaded the SUV, I called Clay to me. "Hairs, please?" I accepted the long strands he stole from Trinity and inspected them, discarding 2 of the 5 samples for being rootless. "Hold out your hands. Pointer fingers extended."
This sounds like the start of a fart joke or one kinky evening.
Gently, so as not to break it, I wound one strand around his left knuckle and then his right, leaving an inch gap between them. "I'm going to recite a spell," I told him. "When I give you the signal, you break the hair in 2. Halfway through the process, I gave him a thumbs up, and he jerked apart his hands.
What did I just do?
He waited for me to finish, keeping hold of the ends.
Do you need these?
You can let them go. I stepped in front of Asa. You're next. I repeated the process with him and then with myself. What did we just do? Asa repeated the question. What did I miss? Clay has no hair, but the wigs are his. They were made for him. Someone with enough power and enough intent could twist that link and use it against Clay. I rested my hand on Asa's shoulder. I'm not sure Trinity was grabbing for your hair so much as she was grabbing for a hair.
She'll soon have access to our rooms while we're out.
Clay put it together.
She could harvest strands from both of you. I would have been the problem child. A good wig doesn't shed much or often.
Not when you had them spelled to preserve them, they didn't. With that done, we piled into the SUV and Asa angled toward me. Was it wise to do that in clear view of the house? We couldn't risk it. I fastened my seatbelt. Hair is too dangerous to leave in enemy hands. Few hotels were on offer, and none of them had much in the way of amenities. As in, no cooking for us. I could imagine Clay grumbling, but he didn't make a peep. This was about Colby, not him or his late-night cravings for cookies. Though, to be honest, I had to make a better showing of insomnia baking for him. Lately, if I woke in the night, Asa was right there. Warm, hard, and willing to distract me until I fell asleep again. Let's get you guys checked in. I opened my door. I'll be back with the keys. What I wanted was a moment alone to inspect the place before I left Colby there to get over her scare. I walked in to find an older woman manning the check-in desk, a tray of nachos in one hand and a slushie in the other. Her name tag read Myrtle, and it was smeared with cheese. She set both down and wiped her hands when I approached her. How may I help you? Do you have a room available? Twin queens would be ideal. Sure thing. She paused what she was watching on TV. Business is slow now that... I waited for her to finish her thought, but she click-clacked on the keyboard instead. Now that what, if you don't mind me asking? The murders. She confided as she reached for a chip. A town this size feels like half the people are dead. She crunched down. Sure you want that room? I did hear something about a kidnapping. A fire, too, I think. I heard 2 crazies snatched a kid right out of his seat over at the Waffle Iron. They were yelling at him in tongues and calling him a demon spawn. She slurped her drink. They set fire to the place on their way out. The kid hasn't been found, and neither has the arsonist. Neither have the owners. Another crunch to gauge my interest. For that matter, no one remembers the last time they saw the Amhersts. It's got some folks wondering if it's an insurance fraud thing. Like, maybe the restaurant was going belly up, so they offered the kid a cut of the profits and he helped make it look more legit. It's not like they don't have a fallback plan. They own that old Victorian, the Amherst Inn. But there are kids staying at the inn, I began, realizing my mistake. I noticed them on the drive in. Oh. Her next gulp gave her a brain freeze. Yes. She rubbed her forehead. Them. Are they the Amherst kids, or are they guests? Trinity and Marcus Amherst. They dress up and go tramping through the woods at night. She crinkled a straw wrapper with vigor. They scared the bejesus out of me 2 months ago. I was out walking and I heard chanting. It was just getting dark, so I wasn't too worried, but it was damn strange. Already, this had the hallmarks of a very bad idea, in my humble opinion. This is Raymond, after all. Her evident pride shone through. Nothing bad ever happens here. She took pity on the wad of paper and discarded it. Until recently. She carried on. I stumbled across the Amherst teens pretending to cast spells. Another chip bit the dust. What do they call it? Some kind of club. A fantasy, make-believe thing. She shook her empty drink. Probably Harry Potter. A lot of parents blamed Harry Potter for, well, everything. The list was long, and my time was short. LARPing, I believe. That's it. She awarded me a curt nod. God only knows what that stands for. I could spell it out, but I knew it didn't matter. She wanted someone to agree with her, not correct her. Did they see you? I pressed. Say anything to you? No. She tossed her cup in the bin. I saw them first and hid behind a tree, then I backed away slowly. If what Colby saw was accurate, that bit of luck probably saved her life. Can you tell me where this occurred? Just in the woods. Her expression cleared. There was a stump, now that I think about it. But trees are trees. She caught my look. Lynn Amherst is passionate about the preservation of the Picoides borealis. Or she was. Her interest in her snack waned. She found a mated pair nesting in those woods and policed them vigorously. Of course, she's dead now, and her son couldn't have cared less about the red-cockaded woodpecker. Those kids of his run wild through the woods without Lynn around to keep them in check. I doubt there's a pecker to be found on the property. Oh, what Clay wouldn't give for an opening like that. Does anyone else go into the woods? Plenty of old-timers like me. We used to have a bird-watching club, but most of us have died off. I struggled for a response. I'm sorry to hear that. Why all the interest? She dipped her finger in the cheese. You looking to put down roots? I'm FBI. I flashed her my badge. My partner and I are investigating a string of arsons. Huh. She licked her finger clean. I figured that was more of an ATF thing. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was more likely under the right circumstances, but I had a patch ready for the hole in my story. The missing persons case is our main interest. Though we had already solved that portion, thanks, unfortunately, to Colby. That makes more sense. She turned to the printer. Sign here and I'll get your keys. We finished the deal with the usual chit-chat about where to eat and what to do in town. The list for both was short, which made it easier to remember and narrowed our suspect pool. Out of the SUV, I gave Clay the paperwork and keycard, then fetched his and Colby's essentials.
I got it.
He took them from me.
You guys head out so you can get in place before full dark.
A prickle at the base of my neck warned me we were being watched, but I figured it was Myrtle. "We need to see you in, actually." I led the way. "I have to use the bathroom." The guys exchanged a weighted glance, then followed me up and waited as I reclaimed the keycard and barged into the room. There wasn't much to recommend it, but it was clean and smelled nice. "I had a chat with the lady who checked us in," I told them. "She was eyeballing us on our way up."
"Anything to worry about?
Asa tucked a few strands of hair behind my ear.
Or just curiosity?"
Curiosity, I think. I recalled her nachos with longing. She struck me as bored and happy to gossip. On cases, those were my absolute favorite people to encounter.
"You want to cloak us?"
Asa guessed, lowering his hand.
"What do you need me to do?"
"Just hold still." Murmuring a concealment spell under my breath, I pictured Asa, his hair and eyes, his smile and laugh. I thought about how it felt to run my fingers over his body, how his skin smelled, how his naked body looked spread on the bed, waiting for me to join him. A hot flash burned my nape, but I tried to play it cool. The better you knew a person, the better you could hide them. That was the excuse I allowed myself for picturing how he tasted when... A low growl shocked me back into the moment. Lips parted, Asa stood millimeters away from me, his breath ghosting over my mouth. On his head, onyx and deadly, gleamed his horns. "Oops," I whispered, our lips brushing. "I might have gotten carried away." Fascination heightened his senses, making him hyper-aware of when my thoughts took a downward turn, which, for him, resulted in more of an, upward turn.
"I can't see you," Clay announced. "But I can hear you. Keep that in mind."
"You can't see either of us?" I spun toward him. "You're sure?"
"As far as I can tell, Colby and I are alone."
He hesitated.
"Except for the panting and breathy sighs."
Huh. The visualization exercise had included things I wanted to do to Asa. That must have secured the spell on me as well. I would have to remember that going forward. It was a handy trick that cut down on magic expenditure. "Clay."
"Oh, Ace!"
He mimicked me.
"You're so tall, dark, and horny."
A laugh slipped out of Asa, but I waited for what I knew would come next.
"Do me, Rue."
Clay pitched his voice low.
"Ride me like a pony."
This time, I burst into laughter because he made it easy to picture using Asa's braids as reins, which I would never tell either of them. Ever. "Why are you like this?" I jabbed his cheek. "What's wrong with you?"
"I'm sexually frustrated, emotionally stunted, and also hilarious beyond all reason."
"I'm not the friend who tells you that you need to get laid." I poked him again. "Your taste in women is terrible."
"You're not wrong."
He cocked a half smile.
"Maybe Ace can set me up with a nice demoness."
Nice and demoness don't often go together. Asa melted my bones with a look. I got lucky with Rue. Biting the inside of my cheek, I didn't correct him. I was trying to get better about taking compliments, even if they were 1,000% wildly inaccurate.
"Shorty incoming,"
Clay warned as she peeked out of his pocket, breaching the spell that kept her in a bubble of quiet, the better for letting the grown-ups talk. Instead of her usual chatter, we got silence as she took in her new surroundings. "Do you want to play your game?" I cast about for her laptop. "I can set you up before I go." Without a word, she ducked back into Clay's pocket, spooked by my disembodied voice. I'm not winning any contests here. I headed for the door. "Clay, we're out." Twice the coverage meant twice the drain on my magic, so we needed to get going anyway.
"This isn't your fault,"
he protested.
You can't blame yourself.
If I had a nickel for every time someone told me that, I could use Benjamin's to wipe. Frustrated, I couldn't help Colby by waving a magic wand. I barreled out the door into the parking lot. The thing about trauma, it lurked in the recesses of your brain, let you hope you had finally won. Then it pounced, digging in its claws and reminding you of each and every scar you did your best to hide. Let's stop by the front desk, I told Asa in a huff. I want to see what Myrtle is doing. All right. We didn't go inside, as it would be hard to explain the door opening, but I did peer through the glass. Elbows on the counter, she filed her nails while she watched the TV mounted in their tiny guest lounge. Good deal. I got my bearings. The woods are about a 20-minute walk that way. All right. Checking both ways before stepping into non-existent traffic, I prowled across the pockmarked road. Are you stuck? I flicked him a glance on the other side. Do you need me to feed you a quarter? You stew. Often. Mostly about your responsibilities to your loved ones. I worried about pulling you out of those dark moods at first, but now I see it's part of your process. He noticed he had my attention. I can't convince you what others do isn't your fault. I can't convince you you're not to blame when things go wrong. You require time and space to work through it until you convince yourself you did the best you could under the circumstances. Unnerved by how well he read me, I cocked an eyebrow. Who says I don't stew on guilt 24/7? You're too busy, he reasoned. Busier since we started sharing a bed. A half-choked laugh forced through the knot in my chest. Smug looked good on him. As we set off toward the woods, I gave what he had observed serious thought and decided he was right. Weird. When had I become a person capable of forgiving myself, not shucking blame, not immune to the consequences of my actions, but truly able to look at a situation, evaluate all factors, all participants, and determine I wasn't at fault? Okay, so I wasn't that progressive. Safer to say I was cutting myself slack when I never had before, not when it mattered, not when I cared. In taking on Colby, I had duked it out with Atlas for the right to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. I wanted to believe that meant I had made headway in becoming the person I wanted to be. But I wasn't sure if letting myself off the hook was progress or regression. Aiming my gaze higher than my navel, I filled in Asa on my conversation with Myrtle. We have the Boo brothers. He mulled it over. Who are an undefined variety of dead. We have an inn run by a white witch family. The parents are missing, and the kids are performing dark rites under the cover of LARPing. Their restaurant burned down, a familiar with it, and a teenage boy was kidnapped and killed behind their house. This feels like a side quest. How do you know about side quests? Fair question, given anything Mystic Realms leaked out of my ears. Osmosis? Full dark had fallen by the time we reached the area, which made searching for clues harder but safer. They're on to us. Marcus stomped into view dressed in the same jeans and tee as before. No wizard robes this time. We have to be ready when they come back.
You're paranoid.
Trinity followed him wearing Clay's brunette wig, fiddling with it every few steps.
They're FBI. You saw the badge. Do you really think they let witches join the Bureau?
Depending on the Bureau, they downright encouraged it, but that was beside the point. I found the witch in Mom and Dad's room, which means she magicked open the lock, because I sealed that door shut myself, Marcus argued. What do you think she was doing?
She probably got lost, like she said.
Trinity removed the wig and flexed it on her hand.
How do you know she's a witch?
She jogged to catch up when she fell behind him.
They seemed normal to me.
They marched past our hiding place, and we hung back to give them a head start. They're not normal. Marcus worked his jaw. Come on. he said at a brutal pace. I'll prove it.
We're not going there again, are we?
Trinity gave up on styling the wig.
Twice in one day?
They've been fed. He led us straight to the stump Myrtle mentioned. They won't be any trouble. A spasm twitched through Trinity's shoulders, but I couldn't tell if it was fear or anticipation. Marcus, on the other hand, was salivating for what came next. The top of the stump, as near as I could tell, had been sanded to create a smooth surface. Moonlight hit the edge, and it shone, leading me to believe it had been coated in resin or polyurethane to preserve it. From his pocket, Marcus produced a switchblade and sliced across his palm. He flicked the blood onto the stump, which absorbed every drop. Then he let Trinity layer on neon band-aids to cover the wound. Rise, he commanded, and the earth trembled beneath us. Obey your master. A bluish-gray haze seeped across the ground, a fog so thick and cold I took a step back. A standing apparition formed atop the stump, and another coalesced beside it. The Boo brothers. Definitely dead then. What do you want? Malcolm, the older brother, demanded. Ain't you ever heard of rest in peace? There is no peace here, Emmett said, his eyes black and bottomless.
Can we kill them yet?
Not yet. Malcolm stepped down beside his brother. One slip, though, Marky, and your lunch.
You and your sister.
Emmett stared a hole through Trinity.
I bet you scream real pretty.
Most things brought back after death came back wrong, and it sounded like the quasi-religious Boos had a different fixation now than in life. Or maybe death had cut away the excess to reveal their true selves. Enough with the theatrics. Marcus stepped between them and his sister. Can you sense witches? Hatred burned hot and fast in the Boo's eyes. We smell you. Confirmation the Amhersts had witch blood wasn't exactly a shock. Neither was the Boo's disgust. Other witches, Marcus clarified through his gritted teeth. Can you verify one was at the inn? Maybe. Malcolm clamped a hand on his brother's shoulder to still him. What do we get in exchange? To kill her when you find her. Marcus offered me up without a blink. Deal? Deal. Emmett growled, his teeth bared. Brother? All right. He was slow to agree, sated from their earlier kill and not interested in glutting. Let's go. The four of them headed toward the inn while Asa and I watched their grim procession. Just before they were out of sight, Malcolm glanced over his shoulder and winked at me. We need to go. Asa gripped my upper arm. Now. You saw that, right? I craned my neck after Malcolm. He knew we were there, but he let the Amhersts drag them to the inn to begin a search. I rushed after Asa. What do you think's going on? They're playing a game, with the Amhersts, and with us. He shepherded me away. What are they? The Amhersts or the Boos? Either, he amended. Both. The Amherst kids have white witch parents. If they went dark, none of us smelled black magic on them. If they haven't, they've done something equally stupid. I've never seen that level of sentience in a spirit. The Boos can bargain rather than accept orders. That's not revenant or poltergeist behavior. Wary the Boos might change their minds and come hunting me, Asa and I jogged the whole way back to the hotel. Inside the room, I dropped our glamour to avoid spooking Colby again, then got to work placing wards to keep out spirits. Only once those protections were in place did we settle in to give Clay an update. Any idea what we're dealing with?
Reminds me of Lemurace. Wandering and vengeful ghosts. Those aren't solid, though.
He thought on it some more.
The consumption of entire meals, Entire people is a Vrykolakas trait. They mainly eat livers and flesh. They're less corporeal, but still able to interact with the world around them.
How about we call them koalas and leave it at that? I ignored the guy's synchronized eye rolls. What's anchoring them here? What hold do the Amhersts have on them? And what are the Amhersts? Those are the big questions. We need to remove the Amhersts from the equation and then take down the booze. We can figure out the rest once the situation has been neutralized. Clay lifted a finger for silence and brought his vibrating phone out of his pocket.
Kerr.
He listened for a minute.
I'm putting you on speaker. We have a report of Francis Franklin gutting a couple in Natchez.
Parrish bit out the order almost as well as the director.
I want your team on it.
We have a situation in Raymond. Asa sat on the desktop beside me. We can't afford to leave yet.
Francis is the greater threat.
Parrish brooked no argument.
I'll deploy a secondary team to Raymond.
The call ended with a click, and Clay stared at us in expectation, his whole body trembling. I can tell you're about to pop. I urged him on with a roll of my wrist. Who is Francis Franklin?
Femme fatale Frankie was a B-movie staple in slasher flicks. She was gorgeous. And a banshee.
He vibrated with excitement.
When her movies wrapped, her co-stars died. Every single time. Her fans loved it. Her co-stars, not so much. Eventually, no studio could afford to touch her.
Did she do it? I frowned. Banshees predict death. They're not the cause of them. Among the Fae, they were despised as a reminder that even the long-lived die eventually. They weren't popular among other factions either. People blamed them for being harbingers. But it wasn't like they were fulfilling the prophecy. They merely gave the warning they were genetically wired to impart.
Police tried to make the charges stick. So did Black Hat. But there wasn't enough evidence.
You met her, I realized. Did you work the case?
Yes, and yes.
His gaze grew distant.
I might have asked her to marry me if she hadn't been killed by the wife of one of her former co-stars between police interviews. The wife was a literal goddess. She was convinced Frankie was having an affair with her husband. She believed Frankie killed her man when he refused to leave her. Frankie denied the allegations, but the guy was already dead. He couldn't say either way. Banshee are tough, but a minor goddess is a major player.
Earth-walking goddesses, minor or not, were famous for their tempers. How was she killed?
Arietta gutted her, neck to navel.
He turned solemn.
Waste of a beautiful woman.
When you implied you two were in a relationship, Asa pried. Did you mean in your head or in reality? To hide my smile, I turned my head, but Clay knew me too well.
This is your influence.
Clay pointed a damning finger at me.
He used to be such a nice day.
Swallowing my amusement, I prodded. Answer the question.
I never said we were in a relationship.
He sniffed.
I said I might have asked her to marry me.
So, the starlet was killed by a goddess, and now she's reenacting her death in Natchez? Does that mean the Boos are doing the same? Asa frowned. Acting out their deaths? No one knows how they died, I admitted. We'd have to solve that crime to know for sure. The serpentine nature of their kills reminded me of a naga or another creature with snake-like qualities. They swallowed prey whole. Then, after a period of time, bones were the end product. How was the flesh digested if the Boos weren't revenant-like? And if they weren't undead, did it mean that ghosts poop?
I'll cross-reference what we know about their recent crimes against similar events occurring around the time of their disappearances.
The tiny voice barely registered as Colby, but it grew stronger.
see if we can narrow the scope of a potential cause of death for them.
Are you sure? Are you okay? Are you ready for this? Those were the things I longed to ask, but I didn't want to undermine her attempt to regain her footing. Clay,
You don't even have to ask.
he sank onto the bed beside Colby.
Me and my best girl will wait here.
Thank you. I jerked my chin at Asa, then double-checked my kit. We'll be back the second we can.
Be safe.
Colby whispered.
Promise me.
For so long, I had been her anchor. I hated to admit how good it felt when she said or did things that proved she might not have chosen me that dark night when she died. But she would choose me now. I promise. I leaned over the bed and kissed her soft forehead. Don't let Clay get in trouble.
Don't assign her impossible tasks,
Clay chided.
Ace, take care of my second best girl.
I will. Asa followed in my footsteps and pressed his lips to Colby's cheek. Be brave,
I've got this.
she told him.
I can do this.
I know you can. He withdrew and took my hand. We'll text as soon as we arrive. Leaving Clay and Colby, Asa and I climbed into the SUV and set out for Natchez. 7. 10 minutes into our drive, Colby called me with a breathless note in her voice that left my palms slick.
I was checking online for a match,
She rushed out.
and I found another one.
A match? I recalled our last conversation. You mean a killer with the booze MO?
A vacation stay rental in Natchez with the same logo as the Amherst Inn, hidden in the bottom left corner of their listing.
The vacation rental boom had turned many a home into a hotel in recent years. The more popular destinations got sliced and diced into B&B-style lodgings. You were on your own for meals, but you shared a house with a few other guests. After Charleston, I was starting to view them as the bane of my existence. Apps made it too simple for paras to set traps to lure in prey. Mostly they ensnared humans, but this was next-level strange.
Whatever the Amhersts are into,
Clay added.
I bet the host is in it up to their necks, too.
Book us a suite for the next week, I said, covering our bases. Do we know if the owners live on site?
Let me check.
Colby grew more confident.
There's a note mentioning they stay on the premises.
You are one brilliant moth, smarty fuzzbutt. I grinned. Do we know what the logo means yet? Silence on the end of the line warned me I had tread too close to a memory, and Colby shut down.
The seal is part of the LARPers logo on their website, but it's pinging in other searches, too.
Clay jumped in with her notes.
I'll let you know once we narrow it down.
The Amherst kids said their club was the largest in the state. I was thinking out loud. Do you think they meant LARPing? Or their online guild?
We're working on that now. A number that big? Probably online. Given how small Raymond is, they must have LARPer buddies flung across the nearby counties to amount to anything.
If whoever summoned Frankie was connected to the Amhersts, and their IRL members were that far-flung, then we had a summoning ring on our hands. If they recruited LARPers from their online guild, Asa added, they'll be selective.
Only those with magic, or the potential for magic,
Clay agreed.
Need apply.
The logo must be how they identify one another. An if you know thing. Marking homes or businesses as safe havens. But safe for what? Meetings of their murder club?
The Kellys emailed an update.
Colby sounded more determined than ever.
I have to go.
After she hung up, I sat there for a moment, allowing myself to breathe. She was going to be okay. Already she was climbing back to herself. This wouldn't break her. I'm going to read up on the LARPer site, I told Asa. See what it can tell us. Whoever designed the website knew what they were doing. It wasn't the type of drag-and-drop or template site so many businesses used to cut costs. No, this had all the hallmarks of a passion project. I wasn't surprised to see the work credited to Marcus Amherst at the bottom of the homepage. This says there are members from all over the state. I skimmed further. They have weekly online meetings and monthly in-person gatherings. There's a painfully long set of interview questions if you'd like to be considered as a prospect, but anyone with magic in their hearts is welcome to apply. That means this problem could be more widespread than we first thought. This says you gain access to the membership roster once your application has been approved. I mulled over that. Probably so you can pair up in various MMORPGs. There was no telling what contact information would be provided. Probably not names, addresses, or phone numbers. That was too old school. I was leaning toward social media and player handles with email addresses buried within a funnel of forwarding addresses. There's also a link to the sister's online wig store. I clicked it. She's got some nice pieces. I got the creeps imagining she might keep trophies of her commissions to forge links to her clients. That was why I was so quick to make sure no hairs we left behind at the Amherst Inn could be used against us. Wigs with synthetic hair were a gray area, but wigs made from donated hair? That could get dangerous fast, especially since a girl like Trinity, creating her own styles, could even reverse engineer a spell if she hid a rooted strand of her hair where it was unlikely to be noticed by the buyer. What are you thinking? Asa cut his eyes toward me. You're quiet. Just recalling how very many ways we can get screwed if we leave behind a single strand of hair. I let my head fall back against the seat. There's a spell I used to perform before leaving any room I had spent time in, back when I was paranoid other Black Hat agents were out to get me. To be fair, I had given them plenty of reasons for retaliation. I still had a baggie of hairs in the safe that belonged to former coworkers who made their animosity clear. Like Marty. I really ought to burn those and rid myself of the temptation. Back when I first ran from the Bureau, I expected those people to hunt me, and I wanted insurance. Now I had no reason to hold on to them, except out of habit. Or spite. Most of them were dead anyway. Black Hat agents don't live long, and those few were no exception. Pages and pages of photos from previous gatherings proved the group was active, and the captions on each picture showed the website was updated frequently. That meant, within reason, the information was recent and accurate. It also gave Colby a jumping-off point to begin identifying the people in those photos to give us a list of suspects for the summoning ring. A stinging pressure behind my eyes yanked me from my thoughts with a visceral tug. Reality blurred around me, pitching my stomach until I tasted bile. Convinced the SUV had been hit, that we must be tumbling into a ditch, I startled when my vision cleared to show the same stretch of road. A dozen blood-red roses that smelled of copper and sulfur filled my arms, their thorns ripping furrows in my skin. Reeling, I swung my head toward Asa, panic a heartbeat in my throat, but he gave no indication his world had tilted. That meant I was the only one whose brain got tossed in the washer on spin cycle. What happened? I couldn't hear over the thundering of my pulse. Where did these come from? The steering wheel groaned beneath Ace's fingers. Father sent them. Goddess bless. I dumped them in the floorboard. The thorns are an inch long. Clay would find it amusing my father has a crush on you. Yes, well, Clay finds it amusing to make his belly button talk too. I gestured to the bloodthirsty gift. What do we do about this? I kicked the bouquet for good measure. Your dad needs to take a hint. We stopped for the night. That was the plan, I said slowly. In Natchez. The strain from the portal means our bodies are convinced they haven't slept in 24 hours. He kept stealing glances at the messy floorboard. We might be walking into another Amherst Inn situation. We need to find a safe hotel, get some food and sleep, and come at this tomorrow. Parrish will have a fit. We're no good to him dead on our feet. All right. I was easy to convince. I'll update Colby.
I'll book you a room in Washington. It's about 15 minutes outside Natchez. I'll adjust your reservation at March Manor online so your check-in is tomorrow.
Many blessings upon you, antennaed head.
You definitely need sleep. You're being weirder than usual.
Thanks?
It wasn't a compliment. I'm also ordering pad see ew and drunken noodles to be delivered from a local Thai restaurant.
You're definitely my favorite moth.
Sleep, eat, brain tomorrow.
That might have been the most beautiful thing anyone had ever said to me. Our lodgings for the night appeared on my right, and he cut into the parking lot with a squeal of tires. Asa? He got out, circled the SUV, and opened my door. He reached in, gathered the bouquet, and tossed it on the asphalt. I took the initiative, slid out, and stomped until every petal was bruised. I thought that would be it, that the purpose was catharsis, but Asa had other plans. Crouching above the mess, he waved a hand over it, an incantation on his lips, and the debris swirled away to nothing. How? I gawked at him. You never mentioned you could do magic. As I've said, Father is a big believer the word no doesn't exist. He spells his gifts to appear, and he gives the target of his affection the opportunity to return to sender. He considers it foreplay. Demons enjoy the hunt. He warned me. This isn't a solution. He'll push until he gets what he wants, or I kill him. For Asa to reject a present on my behalf would only cause his father to double down until he heard direct from me. But then his suggestion registered, and my tongue turned to sand in my mouth. Kill him? I forced my chapped lips to move. Then you would be High King. That's not a solution either. No, he agreed. It's not. We'll figure it out. Fisting the front of his shirt, I led him inside to work up an appetite before dinner arrived. 8. Had Asa not set an alarm, I might not have woken at dusk. Or dawn. Or dusk the next day. Used to paying the toll for travel between this world and the High Pocket Realm, Asa had a headache to my hangover. I inhaled the 3 breakfast burritos he ordered before we showered and wished he had bought 10 more. Fluffy eggs, crisp smoked bacon, avocado, crunchy hash browns, cotija cheese, pickled jalapenos, and chipotle aioli. What wasn't to love? We took our spicy cafe de olla to go, which gave me time to answer the backlog of texts and calls from Parrish and the Natchez team demanding our ETA, while Asa drove us to our next potential link in the Summoner's Ring. The vacation stay was a grand old colonial with a historically accurate blue-on-blue color palette. Fountain in the front, pulsing in time with a light show, and a garden in the back, hung with fairy lights. Perfect for a romantic stroll. The lawn was thick and lush. Impressive. And the circular driveway had been extended into more of a Q than an O, with guest parking in the tiny lot. More of a strip, off the side of the house. Definitely not a place you rolled up to and thought, this is it. This is where it all ends. The Amherst kids could take a lesson from the resident summoner on subtlety. There were 3 other cars, 2 with out-of-state plates. Those must be guests, the same as us. That would make sneaking around that much harder, but it also gave us a layer of insulation among others. Before we got tangled up in our next line of inquiry, I shot Clay a text. We're here. Keep us updated. Do you think Marcus warned his friends? Asa left our things in the SUV. It might cause problems. If he did, and they can identify us, this will all be over quickly. The Amhersts could have snapped pictures of us on their phones at any given time. They were likely more inclined to do so after we asked them not to. We played it straight with the Amhersts. Mostly. They knew we were Bureau, just not which one. What's our ploy here? Honeymooners, he suggested. That might earn us fewer interruptions. I pretended to consider his idea. It would also explain why we have no clothes. Just what we had on our backs, both of us rumpled from yesterday's adventures. Oh? I ripped them off you. I popped a button on his shirt. They're in tatters down the interstate. And your clothes? He leaned in closer. What happened to them? You, I said simply. Leaning down, he brushed his mouth over mine and latched his arms around my waist. We're being watched. His breath coasted over my lips. Is Operation Honeymoon a go? We're already making out in the parking lot, I murmured. I would hate to blow our cover. With a flourish, Asa twirled me into a dance that tangled my feet with his in a way that made me want to kick his legs from under him and ride him down to the ground. Heat in his eyes, he dipped me until my hair brushed the gravel, then dragged a fingertip from my chin to the valley between my breasts. This would have looked so much more convincing if I were in a dress to flatter his black suit. Oh well, we work with what we're given. Loud claps snapped me to attention, and I found a woman in her mid-60s swooning on the porch. That was lovely. She continued her applause. How romantic. Hi. I let Asa pull me upright and took me under his arm. We have a reservation? Are you two having an affair? With that much passion, you can't be married. The question caught me off guard, and I stood there, struck dumb. Yes, Asa confided with utter seriousness. I hope that's all right. He gazed at me, full of mischief. I'm going to marry this one day, as soon as the divorce goes through. I'm sorry your previous marriage didn't work out, but it's clearly for the best. You two are magic together. She held open the door. Come on in and I'll get your room key. Face pressed into Asa's side, I whispered. I'm sorry to hear about your previous marriage, too. Yes, well, my wife had an affair with a fish farmer. I'm vegan, so the betrayal was twice as painful. There was a familiar element about the story he was telling, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Then it hit me. That was the plot of the last improbable shifter novel I read, one about an octopus and a manatee. I knew he had been reading over my shoulder, and he cast himself in the role of the wronged manatee. When you row, I guess. I patted his hand. What can you do? Before he could hit me with a zinger about fish eggs, the woman waved us into the home. I'm Lucy March. She introduced herself in the living room turned lobby. She hustled to a spindly chair set before an antique desk with a hutch full of keys that acted as the check-in area. I live just down there. She pointed to a door at the end of the hall. You're welcome to use the kitchen, but it's a shared space. There are rules posted on the fridge. She smiled as she passed over our key, an actual metal one plucked off its hook. Enjoy yourselves. We will, Asa promised her, drawing me against him in a clench pose. Thank you for your hospitality. I didn't have to fake my blush when Ms. March mouthed, Lucky girl. As it happened, our room was on the bottom floor, so we didn't have far to go to examine our lodgings. It also meant that Ms. March stared a hole in our backs until we shut the door behind us. I can't help but notice how close our room is to hers. I twitched my nose. Voyeur much? The lot is full. Asa pinned me to the door with his hips. It might be the last available room. I can't be the only one picturing her holding a glass to the wall to listen in on us. You were, Asa said on a sigh. Until you slotted that mental picture into my head. Hands on his shoulders, creeping up to his neck. I stilled my fingers. It's quiet.
The lot is full, he repeated, cocking his head to listen.
Where are the other guests? Feel up to taking a walk?
I'm definitely filling up, he lamented, bracing his forehead against mine. Give me a minute.
Maybe I can help with that.
Sliding my back down the door, I traded my grip on his shoulders for one on his hips. I hit my knees, and Asa groaned, his fingers tangling in my hair. I unfastened his belt, opened the button on his slacks, and tugged down his zipper. He was hot and hard under my hands as I freed him from his boxers and took him into my mouth. Rue. Asa's hands spasmed as I drew him deeper. Gods. The taste of him was imprinted on my brain, and I savored it as a low growl slipped past his lips. His spine locked, his orgasm swift and brutal, and I grinned as his knees failed him. He hit the carpet before me, wobbly as an unset salted cajeta chocolate flan, his self-control unraveled in record time. Yeah, I was proud of myself. Your turn. He reached for my waistband. It's only fair. You'll have to owe me. I shivered as he sank his hand down the front of my pants. We should be right here, right now, doing this. He dipped into my underwear. I love you, Rue. I love you too. I panted as his fingers found me slick and eager. Very much. I bucked against his hand as he entered me. Very, very much. As his thumb stroked that tiny bundle of nerves, I quivered with need. Very, very, very much. Delicious tension coiled low in my gut, and I rode him faster, blushing as he watched me. You're so beautiful. He raked his fingers through my hair, cupped the back of my head, and brought me in for a kiss that ignited the burn between my thighs into an inferno. And you're mine. That last word held a promise, that he would protect me from his father, and I would protect him. The sweep of his tongue bumped his piercing into my teeth. He broke the kiss to nip his way across my jaw, and when he sank his teeth into my throat hard enough to bruise, I came apart in his hand. We have work to do. I couldn't catch my breath. How am I supposed to brain now? All I wanted to do after that was, well, him. But we had a case, and possibly an eavesdropper. Neither of which did anything to cool the heat swirling through me when I noticed Asa wasn't done yet. A text from Clay foiled my evil plot to straddle Asa before he zipped his pants.
You've got a live one. Make that a dead one.
Break that down for me?
A man was eviscerated outside the shots fired bar 2 hours ago. A secondary team has already secured the scene. They're waiting on you. Maybe actually go this time?
To think I almost regretted not having you around to share my breakfast burritos with.
You ate breakfast burritos? Without me? How could you?
Over the lips, past the gums, look out stomach, here it comes. After blanking the screen, I started to rise, only to realize Asa's hand was still down my pants. We can't investigate like this. I looked pointedly down. We don't want people to get the wrong idea. That you literally lead me around by your... He flexed his fingers. Sparkling personality. Nice save. I shoved him back. Especially since, judging by your wrist, I can tell your poor hand was trapped down there by my fat roll. I rubbed my stomach. I've been eating too many cupcakes lately. Even now that we spent all our time together, he still sent "I miss you" cupcakes as a delicious reminder of our early courtship. Just not in bulk. You can never eat too many cupcakes. He got our feet under us. And I wasn't trapped. He steadied me. I didn't want to leave. Fresh heat spilled into my cheeks. We should clean up and get going. Before he could corner me in the bathroom, I ducked in and locked the door behind me. I pulled my hair into a messy bun, washed up, and attempted to appear professional in my day-old tee and jeans. The lump under my shirt confirmed the grimoire was safe in its cage around my neck, undetected so far. I might not have been bold enough to use the mistletoe necklace Asa gave me every time I wanted a kiss from him, but I liked having the option. I missed it, what it stood for, and I couldn't wait to get home and swap the pendant for the charm's comforting weight. Your turn, I called while trading places with Asa. We need to pick up fresh outfits in town. Unlike me, Asa didn't shut the door. He had no problem attending business with an audience of one, which worked for me because I had no problem watching him. I should have let the man have a shred of privacy, especially when I preferred the door shut. But sex had changed him. Our bond deepened by the day, and the farther it took sank into me, the more it relaxed him. Things that would have embarrassed him once, he didn't bat an eye at now. I wished my transformation was as impressive, but no. I was still awkward with words and better with my hands. Or mouth. While I enjoyed the show, I cast a cleansing spell to remove hairs, blood, and other bodily fluids from the premises. It was a good habit to get back into since I was working full-time. Honestly, I should have been doing it all along. Asa emerged with his hair tidied in neat braids and his clothes back in order. Pity. I liked him rumpled. Ready? He dipped his head to kiss me. We don't want to keep the agents waiting. Oh, sure, I teased. Now that your pants are zipped, you're a consummate professional. His fingers dropped to the button on his pants, and I forced my eyes to shut, my heel to pivot. I have been a terrible influence on you. I yanked open the door before I changed my mind. Oh. Miss March stood in the hall, not pretending she hadn't been listening in. Leaving so soon? We have dinner reservations in town. Asa lied smoothly. Did you need anything before we go? Me? No. She patted one of her rosy cheeks. I'm right as rain, thanks for asking. We gave her a second to take the hint she had to budge before we could eke past her. I bet you $1, I told him in the yard. She invites herself into our room while we're gone. Cute little old lady she might be, but she struck me as the kind who would sniff her guests' pillows. I would lose that bet. The ride to the crime scene didn't take long, and I was glad to see Marty wasn't the AIC, agent in charge. I was less thrilled when I recognized the trainee standing behind the vampire. The vampire was a familiar face, but I was terrible with names. I hadn't cared to match one to the other back when we had a case or two in common. I hadn't cared about much of anything except chasing my next black magic high. The last time I saw him was in Charleston, along with his Black Witch junior agent, who still appeared just as starstruck as he had then. I'm Fergal. The AIC introduced himself, reading my blank expression with ease. This is Walters. Time to pack away Rue and bring forth the Black Witch persona they anticipated, which made me tired. What have we got? I didn't acknowledge his introduction beyond a nod. Clay mentioned a body. The victim was human, Walters said, clearly bored. He was eviscerated. He dragged his feet over to a tarp and peeled it down. Probably the most exciting thing to ever happen to him. Yeah, I was sure the victim's last thoughts walked that exact line. Woohoo! Brutally murdered. What a way to go. This is the best, the absolute best. Oh, hey, I pooped myself. Asa stepped up beside me, and Walters bristled at his proximity. I'm sure he was thrilled. The vampire startled to hear Asa speak, but Walters was new. He didn't know Asa to be afraid of him. He's just a human. Walters nudged the body with his toe. What does it matter? That, Asa might have forgiven him, but the boy took it one step further and spit on the corpse. Asa slammed the boy's head against the brick wall of the neighboring club before Walters could so much as squeak a protest. All life matters. Proving he was a total idiot, Walters reached for the wand hidden down his pant leg. Back the fuck off. Metal glinted, catching the streetlight, and it dawned on me he hadn't gone for his wand, but a dagger. A cold ball of dread settled in my gut as I lunged to intercept the weapon. But in shoving Asa, I knocked Walter's aim off course, and his blade caught on Asa's braid rather than plunging into his chest. Warm blood spattered my face, arced across Asa's jaw, and painted the wall above Walter's. Shrieking in horror, Walter scooped up his amputated hand and tried to stick it back on. It fell with a thump, and Walter's eyes rolled up in his head. His knees buckled and he hit the pavement in a heap. Fergal latched his mouth around the stump, attempting to use his saliva to seal the wound, but it was a catastrophic injury. I ought to let him bleed out. I jerked Walters out of Fergal's hands. But he's ruining the crime scene. Drawing my wand, I tapped Walter's wrist bone, focusing my intent to cauterize the injury. The agony shot his eyes wide open, and he lifted his barbecued arm with a tremble on his lips. My hand, he stuttered. Where is my hand? I have it. Fergal collected the gruesome trophy. Perhaps Miss Hollis knows someone who can reattach it. I'm sure I do. I pocketed my wand. However, I don't, as a rule, help morons who attack my mate. Mate. The word had slipped out, and there was no calling it back. I think, maybe, I didn't want to? I'll take him to the medic. Fergal gripped his trainee by the upper arm. I'll be back when I can. You guys are going to get us in so much trouble one of these days. I groused the Yanai, and I swear I heard an answering rustle of laughter. I'm willing to give you a pass this one time. I kept my face stern, though I had no idea where they were hiding. Probably behind me. Better to focus on the person I could see, the one chuckling at my slip. He cut your hair. Better my hair than my heart. He cradled my cheek in his palm. Mate. Heard that, did you? I could have kicked myself for saying it in front of other agents. I was making a point. That you would have done the Yanai's job for it if Walters had succeeded? I want to believe I would have stopped there. I smoothed the poor, abused braid and gritted my teeth against the couple of flyaways Walter managed before the Yanai intervened. I'm not sure I would have. I stared up at him. I'm not exactly rational where you're concerned. I don't mind. His lips twitched. Not at all. That only makes you just as twisted as me. I tugged his braid, then let it go. Come on, time to work. We took photos and video of the body for our personal records, but Fergal was thorough. There were no clues he hadn't already identified and flagged in his report. Parrish had wasted resources ordering us here. Our time would have been better spent in Raymond, hunting the booze, than horning in on Fergal's case. We've got a witness. A young man dressed in black told us. Filmed the whole thing on our phone. When he got close enough, I could tell he was aquatic fae by the faint scent that clung to him. The smell wasn't saltwater or fresh, but it was as if my brain made the identification without consulting my other senses. Must be a species I had come across and remembered, even if I couldn't access the name. Can I see? I noticed the device in his hand. Is that her cell? Sure is. He pressed a few more buttons. I got the video queued up for you. I reached for the device, but he yanked his hand back and I froze. Problem? Do I set this somewhere or... His gaze flicked to the bloody puddle. I like my hands where they are. As long as you don't go for his hair, you're fine. I snatched the phone before he could bolt. Or mine. I like how you slid that in there. He laughed. Slick. He glanced at Asa. We haven't met, but I watched your recent challenges with my dad. Your combat skills are impressive. He dropped to one knee and placed his fist over his heart. Jace Isiphoros Miserai. Jerked from the action on screen, I pressed pause. You inflict misery on people? A dismissive flick of Asa's fingers and the demon rose. Pleasure to meet you, Jace. You don't end up a black hat by spreading joy and happiness. Jace grinned. Nice to meet you, Rue. He backed into the shadows, then spun on his heel and returned to his team. Since he appeared to be in possession of that rarest commodity, common sense, I committed Jace's name to memory in case we needed a solid agent later, then hit play. Oh boy. Leaning over my shoulder, Asa watched the brutal murder with me. I kept having to dismiss notifications on posts the witness had made, leading me to believe she had shared her horror story on social media. A solid black hat presence meant the Kellys, not the cleaners, would be responsible for expunging that mess. What was wrong with people that they filmed a murder rather than helped the victim? The spirit matches the photos in Frankie's file. Asa studied her. Her form is comparable to the booze. She's definitely tangible. I zoomed in on the snarl curling her lips. Definitely pissed off, too. Did you see that? Asa paused the video, rewound it. In the crowd. Nudging up the volume, I replayed the section he indicated and spotted a purple-robed wizard with staff in hand. She beamed from ear to ear, danced her way to a better vantage point, and generally acted like she had won $1 million from a scratch card. Ms. March. I cranked my head toward Asa. She's older than I expected for an accomplice. After meeting the Amherst kids, I had formed the wrong impression. I expected to be hunting teens. The presumption was sloppy detective work on my part. I knew better than to make sweeping assumptions. The robe and website logo were damning, but a peek at that handy-dandy club roster would go a long way toward linking the Amherst and Ms. March, if we could get our hands on it. Kids aren't the only ones who enjoy a temporary escape from reality. Hey, Isiphoros, I called into the gloom. Come here. A minute or two later, he reemerged with raised eyebrows. Questions? Curious about his take on things, I asked. What do you think we're dealing with here? Vengeful spirit? He clucked his tongue. I don't know what that guy did to piss her off, but he did it good. Thanks, Isiphoros. I caught his eye. Here. I tossed him the witness's phone. Send me a copy, please. Please? He tilted his head. Keep talking like that and you'll ruin your bad reputation. Yeah. I scratched some dried blood off my cheek that had begun to itch. I'm real worried about it. Point in fact, I was worried. The stink was wearing off me. The pendant's aura was cloaking mine now. It wasn't too far off an idea I had early into bonding with Colby. I was starting to think this might work out. The pendant kept the grimoire safe, and their combined black magic funk kept my change of heart from showing every time one of these predators breathed in my direction. Except, with the grimoire involved, I was always wary whenever I started thinking it was a good idea to keep it close versus flinging it into the nearest volcano. Need anything else? Isiferos readjusted the tarp over the body. We're about to move him if you're done. We're done. I shot Clay a text to update him and tell him to watch out for the video. So, clothes? After the run-in with Walters, we had to accept our outfits were destined for the trash bin. There's the supercenter 2 blocks away. Asa buttoned his jacket to better hide his shirt. Will that do? I'm good with whatever. I swept my gaze down him. You're the fashion plate. I didn't choose the uniform. He smoothed his ruined shirt. The uniform chose me. A failed attempt at patricide got Asa recruited, so he wasn't wrong about not having a say. Not your fault you make it look good, huh? I couldn't help my smile. Let's see if your mojo works on off-the-rack clothes, too. And if he needed a second opinion that required sharing his dressing room, I would make that sacrifice. 9. The small problem of blood spatter we cured with brown paper towels in the bathrooms. They scoured a few layers of skin off in the process, but the exfoliation did enhance my youthful glow. We were heading back to the inn, where we could have showered before we changed, but a sharp-eyed security guard, his stealth skills 0, had followed our shopping spree with a tad too much interest. Probably on account of the blood on our clothes, in our hair, and on our faces when we walked in. We ended up returning to the bathrooms after a trip to the register to change into our new outfits. I was not a fan of this plan, but better to risk stains than get arrested on suspicion of murder and require a bailout from Clay. I finished changing well before Asa, but his discount store debut was worth the wait. Clothes did not make the demon. The demon made the clothes. Asa proved it when he strolled out wearing a magazine spread-worthy suit cobbled together from their limited selection. Meanwhile, in my element, I had hit the sales rack only to discover several key pieces of my existing wardrobe marked as clearance, as if they had gone out of style. Pfft. Cheap never goes out of style. I would have been insulted if I hadn't found dupes of all my favorite pieces to trundle back to Samford. Dinner was burgers and fries in a moving vehicle. From a chain restaurant, no less. Had Clay been here, he would have cried over the soggy buns, the limp fries, and the flat drinks. Aware of the trauma it would inflict, I texted him whatever was the opposite of food porn for a laugh. For me.
I hate you. You deserve those fries for what you've done.
I'll bring you back a combo.
Do it, and you are dead to me.
The steady tick, tick, tick of the blinker drew my focus away from tormenting Clay long enough to orient myself. We were back at the Colonial, which had gone dark due to the late hour, lending it a creepy vibe. Or maybe it was the memory of Ms. March cheering on Frankie like I had the demon that spooked me. The cars haven't moved. I ducked my head to see the second floor. No lights on upstairs. Lights are on downstairs. Asa checked with me. Either Ms. March is in her room, or ours. Thanks for that, I shoved him. Good thing I didn't want to sleep tonight. We had proof she had been present when Frankie killed her second victim, but we needed more than that. You find this creepy, right? I craned my neck as Asa parked next to one of the guests' cars, giving us an excuse to snoop. An old Mustang GT Fastback sat beside me in mint condition, minus the layer of pollen caking it bumper to bumper. Clay would kill for that car. Part of me wondered if Ms. March already had. This one's been sitting for a while. I checked the other vehicles. These too. That doesn't bode well for our fellow guests. This time, our hostess didn't greet us at the door, but we heard lively voices in the vicinity of her room. With our accommodation so close to hers, we didn't even have to come up with an excuse to do some eavesdropping of our own. "Take out the mage," Miss March hollered. "He's on your left. No, not that left, A man yelled obscenities as an orc bellowed and explosions rang out down the hall. As we neared our room, the door to our immediate right swung open to reveal Ms. March wearing an expensive-looking headset. Behind her, spread on the bed, was the wizard's robe from the video, complete with a knobby staff I suspected might be constructed from EVA foam, like Trinity's armor, for her to swing it so easily. The design of her robe convinced me it had been sewn from the same pattern as Marcus's. One of Trinity's custom orders? Paired with the staff, I placed the odds at better than good she was the supplier. I thought I heard footsteps. She shut the door behind her with a firm click. How was dinner? The change in our clothes was noted, but she didn't ask, and we didn't tell. Delicious. Asa patted his flat stomach. We ate too much. My cousin has a similar headset. I pointed to hers. He's a gamer. Plays Mystic Realms, I think. One of my grandsons plays that. She slid the headset off and hid it down by her side. My hearing isn't what it used to be, so I use the Bluetooth to do those face chat calls with my kids and grandkids. Had I not lived with the world's foremost expert on mystic realms, I might have believed her. But I did, so I didn't. Not to brag, but I was somewhat of an expert on orc death cries, screams, and bellows. What we walked in on reminded me of the orc horde Colby and her guild slaughtered to steal their emeralds. I was willing to bet Ms. March and her guild had been trying, and failing, to liberate precious gems too. Do you mind if I ask you about something we heard in town? I rubbed my arms and hunched my shoulders. Maybe I should wait until morning. It's getting late, and I don't want to upset your sleep. Nonsense. She reached for my hand and patted it. You mean the murder. As expected, she made the leap in logic and stuck the landing. Yes. I pretended relief that she put it into words for me. Has that ever happened here before? You're perfectly safe. She made a sandwich of my hand between hers. You don't have to fret. That wasn't an answer, and her too warm, too soft hands were making my palms sweat. Oh, good. I broke from her and tucked myself under Asa's arm. We'll let you get back to your game. My call. She corrected me, a flush in her cheeks as if she were embarrassed to have been called out for playing. You two enjoy the rest of your night. We will. I faked a yawn. Ready for bed, honey bunny? A twitch in Asa's cheek betrayed his amusement as he took my elbow and guided me into our room. Once the door shut behind us, I set about warding the space and soundproofing our side. I had done the spell so many times at this point, it was as natural as breathing. I didn't register pulling on the bond with Colby, but it was too big of a spell for me to do alone. I chalked it up to practice and didn't sweat it. To avoid losing the entire night, always a possibility with Asa, he and I took turns in the shower. After we got clean, we climbed in bed with our laptops and I dialed Clay, switching on speakerphone.
That video was intense,
Colby answered, proving we were on speaker too.
I might never sleep again.
She beat me to the clip, Clay explained. And she's smiling, so don't believe her.
Thanks to Camber and Arden, Colby had developed a taste for horror movies. I never let her watch them, but somehow she always knew the plots the next day. I suspected she crawled along the ceiling in her smallest form and camped out in the shadows so I wouldn't catch her.
This is like game over.
Her mood soared.
I can't believe I didn't see it before.
That sounds like the title of a movie I would never agree to let you watch.
It does, she agreed gleefully. Let's rent it.
Are you sure that's a good use of our time? I regretted my skepticism was showing when she was finally perking up again. Can't you give us a summation?
You need to see this,
she urged.
We can use the group watch feature.
Rented,
Clay chimed in, not waiting for my answer.
click the link I sent you and you're in.
Thanks. I did as I was told. Might as well. I was outvoted. Do we synchronize watches or what?
It's automatic.
Colby assured us, proving her vast experience with the app.
Just tell us when.
Asa adjusted so that his back rested against the headboard, and he pulled a small bag onto his lap that held knitting supplies. Sometimes I envied his ability to indulge in his hobby while doing something else. Put a book in my hands and my brain left on a mini vacation to another world and left this one behind. I loved that about reading, but it wasn't something you could multitask with movie watching or casework. When? I told them once Asa was click-clacking away, and I was leaning against him. 30 minutes later, I began to understand what Colby meant. The similarities were disturbing. The plot, if you were feeling generous, contained marked similarities to our case. No LARPers, but instead gamers who had had enough with bullying and decided to take revenge on their tormentors by summoning their favorite video game bosses to kill them. Easy to see how the movie might have planted the seed, but it was far from a how-to manual. Someone with real arcane knowledge taught the Amhersts how to summon and where to find the booze. When was this movie released? I figured Colby would know. How widespread?
About a year ago,
she told me.
It didn't make it into theaters.
Do you think this could have been in the planning stages for that long? Asa kept his eyes on the screen to ensure one of us was paying attention. There are obvious nods to the movie in our case, but who taught the Amhersts to summon? How did they know where to find the booze remains? Why them? There's no game or LARP link there. The booze died before Mystic Realms was released. Summoning fictional characters is, well, fiction. That meant they couldn't recreate the movie exactly. Instead, the LARPers chose to summon paranormal pop culture icons with bloody histories. Maybe the choice is based on the summoner's proximity to the burial sites? Except that leaves us with the problem of how the LARPers are finding these guys in bulk. Someone must be feeding them that intel.
You're going to miss the best part,
Colby fussed.
Watch the last 10 minutes. It's worth it.
The last 10 minutes were a bloodbath where the gamers lost control of their boss and the boss killed them. Their deaths were chalked up to yet another murder in a long string of them, and the bosses were yanked back to their reality into their games. The crimes went down as unsolved mysteries. That was not a satisfying ending, I remarked. You liked that?
The point,
she said in her best, kids know better than everyone voice,
is the creations turned on their creators.
The booze are already threatening the Amhersts. I recalled that wink from Malcolm, but still couldn't make sense of it. As the first summoners on our radar, their clocks are ticking the loudest.
I called a buddy in Savannah.
Clay ended the shared movie.
A necromancer.
That has bad idea written all over it, I muttered. They get tetchy when anyone brings anything back to life without paying their consultation fee.
She doesn't need the money, and she cares more about saving lives than crunching numbers.
Another ex of yours?
Just an old friend who got a raw deal. She's not a fan of the society. That's why I trust her. She's not swayed by politics. She's been the victim of them too often.
The Society for Post-Life Management was the necromancer ruling body, and they were based in Savannah, Georgia. Since its contact was also in Savannah, she had a finger on the pulse of the society. What did she have to say? I had trouble picturing a helpful necromancer, one who didn't charge by the hour, or by the question. Anything useful?
The summoners would have had to inter the remains of their boss of choice in graveyard dirt from their original grave, but rebury them on property owned by the summoner who wanted to control them. She believes they're onryo, a rare type of vengeful spirit that preys on those who wronged them in life. They can interact with objects and people, the better to murder the people with aforementioned objects.
He paused as if checking his notes.
Since ours aren't naturally occurring, they're attacking their summoners' tormentors rather than their own.
Gold star for Colby. The kid was right on the money with that gore fest we watched earlier. What level of magic is required for an undertaking of that size?
I like how you said undertaking,
He chortled.
She claims most of the magic is in the bones, and in the death itself. The victims, in this case our bosses, were targeted for the popularity of their lore. It gives them life after death the same way gods get a kickback from being worshipped. Factor in their violent ends, and you've got magic waiting to be tapped by anyone with a thimbleful of skill. And they were all paranormal creatures. She's certain of that. Which means the boos, whatever they were, weren't plain vanilla human.
Does she think this is an untrained necromancer?
Not a chance,
He explained.
Their magic, ironically enough, brings the dead back to life. Unlife?
Vampires weren't alive so much as they were reanimated. The same with pets. But his contact was likely protecting trade secrets with broad answers. Necromancers were a secretive bunch, taciturn and cheap. Let me guess. I pinched the bridge of my nose. This is the work of a black witch. We had been laboring under that assumption, given our past work on rogue cases. But it sucked to hear it confirmed that incidents were on the rise. That means the Amhersts have embraced the dark arts, Asa pointed out. That doesn't look good for their parents. By far and away the most popular method for a white witch child to cement their black witch status was to kill their witch parent or parents and eat their hearts. The most brutal of dark offerings, it was almost a rite of passage. The Amhersts had almost certainly claimed their first victims before they dug up the Boo brothers' remains. With their parents MIA, I expected to locate those bodies before the case ended. We need to find the boss's bones. I checked with Asa. Can the demon help with that? He had the best sense of smell, but buried remains might prove tricky, even for him. We weren't talking flesh, which helped us out by rotting and making us stink. We were talking bones. Old bones. Most of their scent would have faded during their time underground. A buzz from Asa's phone gave me permission to cop a feel as I pulled it out of his pocket. Get Colby off the line. I gave Clay a moment to comply, then answered. Hollis.
Agent Montenegro is with you,
Parrish rasped.
I presume.
His hands are full. I gave Asa a cheeky grin. I'll put you on speaker.
We have another case,
Parrish informed us.
Old Man Feng was spotted in Tupelo.
No way,
Clay breathed.
Old Man Feng?
Parrish hadn't given us permission to leave Clay behind in Raymond. Not that we had asked. But if Parrish heard Clay and thought he was here, I wasn't going to disabuse him of that notion. I know this one. I shocked everyone into silence. Old Man Feng was a warg who...
The team in Natchez will remain in place under Fergal's command.
Parrish wasn't interested in my summation.
You are expected in Tupelo.
All right. I couldn't shake a budding sense of unease. We'll pack up and head out. After the call ended, I returned the phone to Asa. What do you bet Ms. March is standing in the hall? Trying to listen in? He put away his current project. Hoping for another free show? Is it wrong to feel murdery when I think about her hearing how you sound when you come? A blood-curdling scream filled the room, and I almost fell off my side of the bed. Clay? Pulse thumping, I groped for my phone, for the source. Clay, are you okay?
I can't hear you, he sang. I can't hear you, I can't hear you.
Clayton Kerr, are you all right? I waited a beat. Answer me. Right now or else.
Can't hear. Nope. I can't. Not gonna listen. Ever again.
He's fine. Asa mashed the button to end the shrill sing-song. Just traumatized. He's such a baby. I threw my phone. Though I do slightly regret him hearing me say that. Dirty talk wasn't a strength of mine. I couldn't make words sexy the way Asa could, and even he didn't do it on purpose. That might have been the most direct line I'd ever spoken to a man, and it figured Clay would overhear it. You're jealous. Asa let his supplies hit the floor. You don't want to share me with Murder Granny. As he climbed over me, I slid lower onto the mattress, allowing him to straddle me more comfortably. I don't want to share any part of you with anyone, I confessed. I would stuff you in this pendant if I could. I slapped his shoulder when he laughed. I don't want to hear it. You'd do the same to me in a heartbeat. I craned my neck to kiss him. You're special. You know that, right? To you. He pressed the words against my lips, a brand. Only ever to you. Yeah, well, everyone else is an idiot. I slung my arms around his neck. They missed out. We should go. He shifted until he settled between my thighs. Tupelo was several hours away. A knock on our door shattered the moment and proved Murder Granny had the same flawless timing as Clay where Asa and I and nakedness were concerned. We're about to reenact one of the most romantic moments in our relationship. I nudged him back, got to my feet, and loaded our new belongings. We're going to sneak out this window. I gave it an experimental tug to ensure it wasn't painted closed. Then, we're going to run to the SUV like scalded cats and burn rubber. That's not how the night ended, he reminded me, his hips pressing into my butt, his lips on my ear. Leaning against him, I fought the urge to groan as his hands explored over my clothes. Have you ever necked in an SUV? No. He bit mine to make a point. I can't say that I have. Then our night isn't over yet. Our night was so over. I could tell the second I caught a glimpse of the carnage Old Man Fang left behind as his calling card. It was textbook, identical to the stories Meg had told me over the years. I wished Dad was here to see it. Old Man Fang's legends were the kinds of stories I could imagine a Black Witch dad telling his daughter over a campfire.
Well, if it isn't the director's prize pony, this must be a special occasion for him to trot you out.
Dread in my gut, I whirled toward the voice, but not in time to fend off the attack.
I haven't seen you in forever.
Vet squealed, tackling me in a hug that smelled like lemon drops. She was Thessalian, basically a mermaid with tentacles.
Not since we drank Bourbon Street dry.
She pulled back, but her hands were everywhere, even the 6 I couldn't see thanks to her natural ability to camouflage. She was lucky my hair was in a bun when she pounced.
Where have you been hiding?
I ran away from home. I pried her off me. Asa, this is Yvette.
You brought me a present?
She clapped, her eyes flickering a luminescent green.
He's so pretty.
He's mine. I gripped her upper arm and yanked her back. Do not touch. She wet her full lips with her greenish tongue and debated whether to listen to me. We hadn't been friends, but we had gotten into a lot of trouble together when I was younger, usually after she wore that exact expression. He's a demon prince. I kept a civil tone. His person is sacred, particularly his hair.
How big is your altar?
She fluttered her lashes at him.
Should I worship you on my knees?
All of a sudden, I felt certain anyone with 8 arms could stand to lose one. Or 6. Touch me, Asa said, polite as you can be. And Rue will slit your throat. Shock burst across her face, and she glanced back at me to find my athame in hand. He's not wrong. It would be a mercy, he continued, voice flat. As I understand it, Cecilia can't survive without all 8 of their arms. Lore says they can't swim without them and lose their way in the sea. They get lost and wander until they die of a broken heart from homesickness.
That's barbaric.
Yvette flexed her hands, her eyes narrowing on me.
Forgot who I was talking to for a beat.
She flipped her hair over her shoulder and strutted off, swaying her hips.
Finch, you handle this.
While Finch scuttled to us, we crouched over the body and began an examination. There was no mystery here. A large warg had gone wolf and ripped a guy open from chin to navel. Most of his organs were MIA, and blood spread like brushstrokes where the warg had lapped up the puddle with its tongue. They made a mistake with this one, I told Asa quietly. Meg will know where to find his bones. She might have known where they were buried, but can she tell where they were moved? I hear you go by Rue Hollis these days. Finch measured me with a glance. Yvette's right. You've been gone a long time. We all figured you were dead. He tilted his head. You're not dead, are you? He cracked a yellowed smile. The things we've been seeing lately make it hard to tell. Asa, this is Finch. Finch, Asa. I answered the question in Asa's eyes. The 3 of us took a few classes together. We worked a few cases together, too. Until you got Roy killed. Finch chuckled, as if the death of my first TO amused him. Roy had sucked as a training officer, but he hadn't deserved to die like that. That's when you got saddled with the golem. That golem was the best friend I had ever had. But facts were facts. Still am, actually. Guess the director likes you under his thumb. Guess so. What can you tell us about the victim? Asa interrupted our awkward reminiscing, thank the goddess. He worked as a butcher in a grocery store in town. Human. He fell for the old, I hit a dog ploy. Man drives home late. Warg runs in front of car. Man hits Warg. Warg plays dead. Man gets eaten. Who found him? I picked up where Asa left off. And when? A human teen on her way home from work found him in the road, called the cops. We've been monitoring their frequencies heavily since this what the fuckery started. The Bureau dispatched a unit to contain the situation, and then Parrish gave us a heads up you were on your way. My team, you mean? Finch delighted in correcting me. I mean you. Stinging prickles coasted down my spine, that sense of wrongness blossoming. You are the black magic specialist. Asa brushed his thumb along my cheek. This case is in your wheelhouse. I wouldn't touch her if I was you, Finch chuckled. Last guy who tried without her permission ended up missing his hand. His beady eyes twinkled at me. Hell of a thing. This was the ideal opening for Asa to bluster about how we were in fascination or claim we were already mates, which was a lie that got easier the more often we told it. But he remained quiet. I appreciated that he let me handle my own PR. I had been a myth within Black Hat, but I was very much flesh and blood now. I had an identity to either reinforce or discard, and he was letting me choose which way to go. Asa is my mate. I averted my face from his. He's the only man who can touch me and keep his hands. That was almost true. Hair was the trigger for Yanai, but Finch didn't need to know that. You have a mate? Finch recoiled. You? His lip curled up on one side as he gave Asa a closer look. You're a damn fool for tying your life to hers. I hope the sex is worth it. She's only going to break your heart. He lifted his shoulder. And then eat it. A crackle of flame teased the corner of my eye as the demon burst from Asa's skin with a ripping noise that did not bode well for his new suit. Rue, mine. He clamped his hand around Finch's throat. Rue, love me. Rue loves power, he rasped. Then his lips fell slack. You're that demon prince. He laughed, bitter and sharp. No wonder she chose you. The demon picked Finch off the ground and slung him across the road into the bushes. Finch, dumb. You got that right. I petted his hair to soothe him. But I wasn't a nice person back when he knew me. That version of me? He wasn't wrong about her, even a little. Still dumb, he huffed. Rue mine. He gathered me into a spine-popping hug. Rue love me. I do love you, both of you. I laughed under my breath. But you need to put me down. I hold Rue. He nuzzled me. Rue, second best friend. You're killing my tough guy rep. I caught up to what he was saying and gasped. Traitor. Colby play with me and feed me oranges. He turned solemn. Prevent scurvy. Goddess bless, I muttered. She's brainwashed you. The odds of him catching scurvy were about the same as me caving to that expansion pack. It's okay to be jelly. He patted my head. Asa still love you most. The demon was spending way too much time with Colby if he was picking up her lingo, but I was amused that he had a favorite person that wasn't me. More proof he and Asa were separate entities. While you're here, I indicated the body. Can you examine the scene for me? Given the opportunity, I texted Colby for a favor. Can you have a few of Asa's good suits sent to the hotel?
Store-bought not holding up?
The demon just shredded one like tissue paper.
I'll push the requisition through. You should have them by morning.
I'll owe you a basket of oranges for this. The demon, busy with his task, hadn't noticed I was multitasking and began his report. Warg. He didn't have to scent the air to tell. Hungry warg. Looks that way. I didn't want to lead him into anything, but I had to ask. Do you smell magic? The demon crouched over the body, inhaling in long breaths. Smell like dirt and thunderlight. Lightning? I waited for his nod. The magic or the body? Magic. He leaned down, nose almost brushing the victim's throat. But not magic. He frowned. Death. His scowl grew more pronounced. Old death. The killer was a ghost, I told him, sounding like an absolute lunatic. Can you track him? Not sure, he admitted. Smell like graveyard storm. Based on what Clay's contact reported, I could see how that might be the case. Ghosts didn't secrete oils or sweat or any number of things that gave a person their scent. It would be down to the magic animating it. Or a fresh kill. Thanks. I gave him one last pet. Can I have Asa back? This time, there was no negotiation, for which I was thankful. I gave Asa a moment to collect himself, then texted Colby with a job. The killer was definitely a warg. The demon thinks he can track it, but we need a starting point.
I've already booked you into the Laurie Motel. It's got the same seal as the other incorporated into its logo. There's no check-in office or manager on site. You get your code via the app, punch it in, and let yourself into your room. Looks like there's a number for a maintenance guy if you have questions. Marcus Amherst is listed as the website designer.
You're brilliant, you know that?
Yep.
And modest.
Also yep.
And the demon told me I'm his second best friend now, so thanks for that.
I taught him the mystic mambo. He's forever in my debt.
Of course, she was responsible for his victory dance.
I'm emailing your Laurie Motel confirmation for tomorrow. I booked you somewhere safe to crash tonight. Ordering food now looks like pizza is your only hope this late.
A beat later, my phone pinged. I love you.
I know.
Relieved to hear she was back on track, I updated Asa, who was in bad shape. His discount clothes might have looked good on, but they weren't of the stretchy variety. His outfit was ruined. There was no saving it. If not for his strategically placed hands, I might have had to murder gawkers. You'll be okay, right, Finch? I leaned over him. Want me to call Yvette? Gods, no. Grass rustled in the ditch. I'll just rest here a minute. After recording the scene and discovering nothing undocumented, Asa and I returned to the SUV. I imagine that was the equivalent to a high school reunion for you, Asa teased. How did it go? I remembered why I became friends with Yvette. 8 hands made it easy for us to pick pockets and use other people's money to buy ourselves drinks. She was also popular with guys, for obvious reasons. I lost the fight against a nostalgic laugh. Her catchphrase was, "No holes barred." Asa shifted on his seat, and I couldn't resist asking, "Did that make you pucker?" I don't know what you mean. Oh, he did, but I wouldn't hold it against him. We all had our limits, and he was only now exploring his. Finch was always trailing after Yvette. I switched subjects. Looks like he still is. He's a crane shifter. A crane shifter named Finch. I can't remember his actual name. A common problem for me. Yvette started calling him that, and it stuck. A burn in my chest I had learned to identify as shame spread through me at how we had treated him. How we had treated everyone. I didn't select victims the way she did. I tended to abuse everyone who got in my way equally, which wasn't any better. It might have even been worse. You outgrew them. We weren't friends. I had known that then, and I knew it now. Yvette sought me out because she wanted to climb high in the ranks as fast as possible. Everyone knew the director favored me, but not why. She figured if she stuck with me, we'd both make it to the top. Finch, as I said, was a third wheel. He doesn't have much in the way of ambition, aside from earning Yvette's approval. I don't understand what makes a woman like that appealing. Why would he stay? He's not a glutton for abuse, if that's what worries you. She kissed him the first time she saw him, because he was new and cute and covered in blood from the reason Black Hat recruited him in the first place. Her saliva is addictive. As long as she swaps spit with him every so often, she can string him along for the rest of his life. Or hers. I cut my eyes toward Asa. Remind you of anyone? I do recall being fixated on your saliva, he mused. Are you sure you don't have Sicilian ancestors? With aquatic demons in my pedigree, I wouldn't be surprised to learn I had distant octopedal relations. Hey now, I wasn't the problem. I jabbed him for good measure. You were the problem.
I was an innocent day, swept into a whirlwind romance with a gray witch.
A gray witch? I twisted to face him as he pulled onto the road. Why do you say that?
Your father mentioned blending his power with your mother's skill to produce a magic that isn't one or the other. You're using your training as a black witch to harness white magic, and Colby's magic.
He searched my face to see if I was upset.
You're the closest thing to a gray witch I can imagine exists.
It's funny you say that. I plugged in the directions to our hotel. I've been thinking along the same lines. It feels more honest. I decided that was the right word. I'm not out practicing black magic, but my white magic was peculiar before Colby. I considered his words. Practicing one craft while pulling on knowledge and training from another gives me mixed results sometimes. Back in Samford, when my days were filled with tinctures and salves, I hadn't used enough power to grasp the discrepancies. I was magic light. These days, I was slinging spells left and right, and the end product wasn't like anything I had ever done or seen.
How do you feel about it?
Ugh. I flopped my head to one side. I hate that word.
Feel.
Blech. A soft crease at the corners of his eyes told me my joke had landed without hurting him, which meant I was getting better at this relationship thing. But the lift of his eyebrows told me I wasn't off the hook. It feels more authentic, I decided. What do you think about me downgrading my classification?
You are not upholding your old reputation. You are carving out a new one. I fully support that.
His lips tipped up at one corner.
Based on tonight's events, I would say our coworkers are as afraid of you as ever. I don't think you have to worry on that score either.
Had the stink radiating off the pendant not tricked the noses of the people who ran in my circles early in my career, I would have been outed on the spot. They would have known I had changed, even if they couldn't tell how. That wiggle room was what got people in trouble. Was I weaker? Stronger? Deadlier? Too often, they bowed to their predatory instincts. They chose to test me, and then they paid the price. You're so sweet. I kissed his cheek. Every girl dreams of being the monster under the bed.
I would prefer to be the monster in your bed.
You're not a monster. You are too cuddly for that. Which he proved after we gorged on fig and goat cheese pizza, then passed out in a tangle of limbs.
10. Thanks to Clay's brief obsession with home renovation shows, I decided the Lorry was a no-tell motel in another life. The seedy side of town was blossoming, its businesses either rehabbed or on their way. The result was trendy stores, trendy colors, and trendy people walking cracked sidewalks without a fresh can of pepper spray tucked into their palms, or tasers hidden in their oversized bougie purses. The Lorry itself was one story, an L shape with a sparkling pool out front to attract roadside customers. Part of me appreciated that these days, businesses owned by individuals could provide no-contact check-ins. It was quicker, easier to hide when you showed up with blood splatter, and less invasive. Plus, a locker system allowed guests to receive mail, which meant we now had Asa's new suits. But if the pattern held, whoever owned this place was likely responsible for summoning Old Man Fang. We needed to verify that. Quickly. Before Parrish yanked us out of Tupelo as he had the previous towns. This case was starting to feel more like a game of hot potato than an assignment. I'd like to touch base with Meg, see if she's got the inside scoop on Old Man Fang. We found our room, let ourselves in, and I searched for anything that might hold water. What I found was a petal pink box with a chocolatier's name stamped on the top. That looks pricey for a welcome gift. I flipped the lid. Do you think the previous guest forgot it? A grid of 9 elegant compartments with handwritten labels informed me of the contents. Champagne gummy bears, cold brew cordials, ganache hearts on top,
Dark demitasse squares, raspberry crescents, praline stars filled the center. Chocolate lava cake, creme brulee, and black forest cake truffles rounded out the bottom row. Asa took one look, and his fingers curled into fists at his sides. Another gift from Father. How can you tell? I sniffed them. They only smelled chocolatey to me. The chocolatier is a Desiree demon. He can imbue his products with those emotions. Father sends the altered treats to his future conquests to make them more open to his suggestions. Let me make sure I understand this. I slammed the lid shut. He sent me roofied candy? A muscle ticked in his jaw. Yes. Teach me how to return to sender. I drew my wand, tapped the box top, and reduced its vile contents to melty goo. This time, I want him to know for certain who's rejecting him. All right. He forced his fingers open. Flatten your palm above the object you wish to spurn. He demonstrated, and his hand quivered with his fury. Then speak these words. He enunciated them clearly in demonish, and, being a witch, once was enough for me to commit them to memory. The power in my voice was also enough to activate the return to sender spell on the first try. That is super handy. I walked into his embrace and placed his arms around me. Thank you. I won't let him hurt you. He fisted the back of my shirt. Even if it requires a coronation to do it. I know. I kissed the spot over his heart. Help me find a bowl. Asa cupped my face between his palms, lowered his mouth to mine, and accepted my reassurance his heart was the only one I craved. Which, okay, a black witch, former black witch, admitting that would terrify rather than comfort most. I let him break the kiss, breathe me in, and settle his nerves while I plotted his father's eventual demise. No child should grow up believing they were unlovable, that parts of them ought to remain hidden. They shouldn't doubt their acceptance by their peers or conceal who they are to fit their parents' or anyone else's idea of who they ought to be. When he withdrew, he had fewer lines biting the corners of his mouth and tightening his eyes. I couldn't tear down his wrong opinion of himself overnight, but I was willing to put in the work to renovate his confidence. Found the ice bucket. Asa lifted what resembled a desktop trash can with a liner. Will this do? Meg would pitch a hissy if she figured out I was summoning her in plastic, but she would have to deal. After prying it from his tense fingers, I filled it with water. I'll make it work. Cross-legged on the bed, I sat with the ice bucket cradled between my thighs. A prick of my finger with my athame produced the drop of blood required for a dial tone to call my mother's oldest friend. Megara, I summon thee. More blood, more intent. Megara, I summon thee. No surprise she made me jump through flaming hoops before she deigned to answer. Business as usual. Thrice I bid thee. Even more blood, even more intent. And thrice I tithe thee. I ran a fingertip along the edge of the bucket, and the water rippled in dark eddies. Hear me, I called in a resonant voice. Arise. A face appeared wreathed in smoke. Not from theatrics, but from the cigarette hanging from her bottom lip. Her makeup was smeared, and her lipstick was smudged across her chin. Her hair was tousled, and a feline grin told me she was downright proud of herself. Darling, she answered, taking a long draw. How can I help you? I'm working a case, and I was hoping to ask you a few questions, if you're not too busy. Just finished up, actually. Her smile grew sharp. Ask away, but it will cost you. Her consultation fee went toward providing for the pack she had left behind, so I didn't mind the bill. No problem, I assured her. Transfer incoming.
Then I'm at your disposal.
She leaned forward, fingers steepled.
You need legal advice?
I need lore advice. I debated how to break it to her, but decided she liked it straight. Old Man Fang has been resurrected. Kind of. We're waffling on the lingo. He was summoned, and he made his first kill tonight. Can you tell us where he was buried? I'm hoping the demon can track his scent from there. Give us some idea who took his bones. A temper I had only ever seen provoked by mention of my parents' deaths cut a snarl across her face.
They did what?
He's the latest in a string of old boogeymen that have risen and begun killing innocents.
The only ones who knew where he was kept were Pack. Even then, only his direct descendants were told.
She took a calming breath.
Whoever did this has a familiar warg contact, one who knew the exact location of his ancestors' burial grounds.
A growl pumped through her chest.
I'll contact the head of the family. They'll be in touch after they've questioned their own people.
Her eyes glowed.
And dearest, there's no charge for this. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
We appreciate any help you can give us, Asa assured her, and we'll be paying that fee. Her anger dropped a notch and she nodded at Asa.
You found one of the good ones, Rue.
I can tell you a different type of horror story, I offered, if it will make you feel better. I hated to upset Meg, hated more that she couldn't act on her fury, that she was dependent upon others to do what she would have done gladly. Maybe a side note might break the ice and let her temper cool.
This must be good.
She gestured at Asa.
His scowl says he's ready to murder over it.
The High King of Hyle has a crush on me. I kept my voice light. He wants me to have his babies. A loud crack jerked my head around to find Asa had broken one of the bedposts, snapped it clean in two, and left him with what resembled an ornate baseball bat. He frowned at his hand, at the wood, at me.
Looks like your mate finds your anecdote as amusing as I do.
She lit another cigarette.
If Stavros has his eye on you, you must be careful.
She flicked Asa a glance.
Or you'll wake up with Asa's brother in your belly.
The snap of Asa breaking his bat in two startled me to the point I almost dumped out Meg. I was trying to lighten the mood. I wavered on who to comfort first. Asa, it's all right. Shaking splinters off his hand, he dipped his chin. I'm going to walk around the building a few times. He didn't wait for me to say goodbye, and that stung. But it was my fault for riling him.
It's more than the comment, isn't it?
Yeah. I tore my gaze from the door and focused on Meg. Stavros sent me flowers and candy.
That's not good. She took a long draw. It's not funny either.
She pointed the red ember at me.
Don't yank that demon's tail. He believes anyone saying no is playing coy.
She pointed to the hair bracelet on my wrist.
Ask your man. He can tell you. His father takes what he wants.
When I tell Clay a bad joke, he calls it terrible, then moves on with his life. I couldn't tear my gaze away from the door Asa had walked out. Apparently, when I tell Asa a bad joke, he storms off to prevent himself from portaling to murder his father. Never one to talk about Clay unless forced, Meg skirted the mention.
You're his mate.
What does that have to do?
You're his mate.
But
You're his mate.
We're not actually mated. I rushed out before she could interrupt again. We're just
having sex, bandying about the L word and planning a future together.
I fumbled for a smart response. Well, I avoided her eyes.
Yes?
I'm a warg. I've seen every shade of mating there is, and yours has begun. You've moved past the denial stage into the maybe it's just physical stage, while Asa is ready to place his crown on your head.
He didn't grow up with the best examples of love to follow, so how is he so good at this?
Children raised in split households often wonder what if. They daydream about what it would be like if their parents reconciled or to have one home they all shared.
But he knew about his father, I reasoned. What Stavros did to his mother.
I doubt his mother told him until he came of age, or until his trips to High El commenced. The truth of his conception might have shattered his hopes for his parents, but I guarantee he spent so many years wrapped up in the fantasy of it that he wants it for himself. He believes he can have it. With you.
That's a lot of responsibility, I said lamely. What if I don't live up to the hype?
You won't, she assured me. You can't.
That's comforting. I scowled at her. Then what's the point in trying?
Don't conform, she advised me. Smash through his preconceptions. Show him who you really are, what you really want, how life with you will really be. If he sticks around, and I have no doubt he will, then you'll have the best of both worlds. Someone who loves you for yourself and is willing to build the best possible version of the future for the both of you.
I ought to go apologize. I rubbed the base of my neck. I'll do better with the jokes. Clearly, Asa had been stewing since the Rose incident to be chill in the moment, but blow a gasket now.
You'll do fine, she assured me. That boy's crazy about you.
I'll go find him. I checked with her. You will be in touch?
One of my kinsmen will, yes.
Her light mood darkened.
Old Man Feng is a legend for a reason.
The story claimed he went insane after eating a powerful black witch and began eating members of his pack until only his mate remained. It was said he even consumed their children before she shot him with a silver bullet through the heart. The lore also claimed she buried him in a silver casket to punish him into his afterlife. I'll be careful. With a doubtful huff, she swirled into nothing, and I got up to dump and rinse the ice bucket. As eager as I was to rush after Asa, an open link to the other side was asking for trouble. The second Meg left, so did the water that had held her. Done with tidying, I stepped outside to find Asa. I didn't have to go far before I heard voices. His and a woman's. Their low conversation made me think it wasn't a casual meeting. Before I decided if I should interrupt, Asa must have caught my scent or heard me. He turned around, spotted me, and grimaced. A slight woman with rose gold hair pressed a hand to his chest and leaned around the corner to see what snagged his attention. Her lips glittered, glossy and full. Her nose was a pert little button. I pegged her age mid to late 20s, but that could have been a glamour. Dull pain radiated through my chest when he wrapped his arms around her and hauled her back into their nook with an urgent warning. He was hiding her from me. The dull roar in my ears usually reserved itself for those who had trespassed against him, but I was deaf to Asa as he put himself between her and me. He was protecting her from me. An itch in the back of my throat had me swallowing hard to erase the phantom taste of her blood as I imagined biting into her heart like a ripe apple. Warm with copper juices and meat that would sustain my power, the pinch of hunger contracted my stomach, twisting it, cramping it, and the black magic voice from my past whispered I should devour her for the crime of touching my mate, clinging to him, clutching him. But he read my intent, and he approached me with his hands held in front of him. He was ready to take me down for her. An inhuman snarl revved up my throat, and my fingertips sharpened to daggers. I waited until he put a few feet between him and her, and I pulled on my bond with Colby for the strength to ram my shoulder into his with bruising force. I spun him aside, and he hit the wall. With the path clear, I sprinted for the woman. Wait. He found his balance. Don't. Fire erupted behind me as I lunged with my claws out, but my roar was crushed along with my ribs.
Bad Rue!
The demon had grabbed me around the middle, deflating my lungs as he dangled me from my waist several feet above the sidewalk.
No hurt, Kalula.
I won't hurt her. I kicked and clawed at him. I'll kill her.
Rue cute.
The demon squeezed me in a hug.
Don't be jelly.
I'm not cute, I snarled. I'm about to commit murder. I'm not sure Asa would appreciate that. The woman strode forward. I'm Kalula Alfre Montenegro.
This Asa's mom,
the demon explained.
Lady Kalula.
Oh. I lost the furor pounding in my head and deflated in his hold. Well, this is awkward.
Rue be good?
The demon cast me side-eye.
If I put down?
I'll behave. I tried to make it a promise. I apologize for the whole attempted murder thing.
Rue love me.
The demon thrust his hair at me.
Pet.
Happy that forgiveness was earned on one front, I returned my focus to Lady Kalula, whose gaze stuck to the demon as I ran my fingers through his hair. You're such a brat. I yanked the silky strands. Why is Asa's mom here? Asa's mother? Kalula squared her shoulders. I'm his mother as well. A frown knit the demon's brow, and he folded his arms across his chest, saying nothing in return. Had she ever come right out and claimed him? Or had he read more into her tone than I had? I apologized again for my misstep. I was making a great impression, I could tell. He referred to you as Asa's mom, and I did the same without thinking. You're friendly with that? She bit down on her next words. You're close to that part of him? I am. I heard the testiness in my voice. And we are. I elbowed him. I'm his second best friend. Asa mentioned he met someone. Her gaze sharpened. I didn't think he'd choose a witch. We get that a lot. I shrugged like the slight didn't matter. Good thing love conquers all. You love him? Her doubt stung me, but it was the demon she fixated on. All of him? That's how love works. I might not be a pro, but I knew this to be true. I'm all in. Do you think, as a witch, you could bind him? Ba-bump. A rush of anger so cold it scalded crashed over me, deafening me, sweeping away all my good intentions until her heart became the only sound in my world. What do you mean? Ba-bump. Ba-bump. His demon half, she explained, as if it were obvious. Could you bind it to his fey half? Ba-bump. 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 Light strobed behind my eyes, and then I was holding my athame to her delicate throat. Come again? You can't mean to share your life with both of them? Her horror was palpable. That's unseemly. Lady, I'm a black witch. I've done the worst things you can imagine and then some. Usually, I was smiling while I did them. Laughing even. But to bind the demon to the Fae as one personality would be to strip away the facets of the man I fell in love with. And I would rather slice you in half than tear him down the middle. Tears filled her eyes and tumbled down her cheeks, and her bottom lip trembled as she held in a sob. She must not have experience with blades being pointed at her throat. As my maybe future mother-in-law, she better get used to it if she had more of these bright ideas. I'm done here. I paused in front of the demon. Even if Asa and I don't work out, if she ever tries to cage you, come to me. I don't care where I am or what I'm doing. You come to me and I'll fix it. With a sour taste in the back of my throat, I returned to our room. Alone. This was not how I pictured meeting his mother would go. I hadn't meant to act like a jealous harpy, but with the restrictions placed on Asa's person, I was floored to see another woman fondling him. Though, I guess with it being his mom, it wasn't technically fondling, but still. How had she gotten here? What did she want? Did I care? I was still so mad at her gall in asking me to bind her son. I wanted to stab something. I sank onto the bed and scrubbed my face with my palms. I didn't look up when Asa entered the room. I didn't peek when he knelt in front of me. I didn't blink when he pried away my hands. I stared at a stain on the carpet that reminded me of Saturn and waited for him to reprimand me for scaring his mother. Come here. Asa dragged me into his arms, and I pressed my face into his neck. I'm not mad. I am, I mumbled against his skin. She asked me to bind you. I know. He nuzzled me. I heard. A throat cleared behind him, and I found Kalula, lovely as ever, standing in the open doorway. I would apologize again, I said, throat tight. But we both know I wouldn't mean it. I would settle for your word you won't attack me again. Don't provoke me again, I countered. And I won't. That's fair, she allowed and shut the door behind her. I shouldn't have tested your loyalty, but Asa is my only child. I worried when he told me he was in fascination with a black witch. Her gaze penetrated me. Though I do wonder at that. Your magic is interesting, but not as dark as I expected it to be. My loyalty? A dangerous adrenaline high shot up my pulse. You asked me to bind Asa. Her idea of vetting me was worse than when I jokingly suggested Stavros had been the one testing me. It was the worst thing I could think of, she admitted. I hadn't expected to see you tonight, or I would have prepared a more suitable and less antagonistic approach. Call it instinct, but I didn't believe her for a hot minute. That would have been nice. My son has been greedy with you, and kept you all to himself. She risked a step closer. I understand why now. He's had so little acceptance in his life. Then there was you. Then there was me, I repeated, keeping hold of Asa like she might snatch him back. I didn't want you to make the same mistakes with him I did. She twisted a ring on her finger. I wanted to know that you could love all of him, every part, before I gave my blessing. Mating is forever, you understand. I had to know he was as loved as he deserves to be. It wasn't your place, Asa growled softly. You have no right to play your games with her. I'm your mother, she growled back. I have every right. Why did you hide her from me? I released him and sat back. You're lucky I didn't gut her. She arrived unannounced. He rose and sat beside me,
I caught your scent, knew how it would look, and tried to protect her until I could introduce you."
Fascination heightens emotions, his mother explained, as if I didn't know. He was right to worry. The effort of not punching her in the face made my fingers twitch, and her smarmy attitude didn't help.
"She's aware, Mother."
Asa sounded tired, and the fight drained out of me.
"I'm so sorry, Rue."
We both could have handled this better. But make no mistake, this is not your fault. I left no doubt of who was to blame, in my humble opinion. What was so important she made a surprise appearance? With tempers running high, it felt safer directing the question to him rather than her. "High Priestess Naima sent me to deliver this." She reached into her robes and pulled out a carved box she wisely passed to Asa to give to me. "It will protect Rue as long as she wears it." "Wear it?" I cracked the lid and sucked in a gasp. "It's beautiful." A delicate gold choker with an intricate pattern that reminded me of hand-knit lace rested on a bed of blue velvet, but there was no clasp on either end.
"Grandmother sent this?"
Asa touched it with reverence.
"It's a very generous gift."
"It will hide you from Stavros," she told me. "He won't be able to track you, or my son when he's with you." Her gaze went unfocused on the bed behind me. "Even if your treacherous Yanai brings Stavros to your door, he won't sense you." "This is Tinkit, isn't it?" I swallowed when she nodded once. "That means it was made for me." The ancient Fey art required the crafter to imbue their individual projects with intent for the specific recipient, almost a wish for them, and the magic in the craft took over from there. "Asa can remove it." She lifted it, and the fine links caught the light. "Anyone of our bloodline can." She let a flicker of insecurity show. "Mother keyed the transference of its power to me. I must fasten it around your neck, with your permission." Instinct swung my gaze to Asa, who nodded, and the stare he locked on his mother held a promise of violence if this was anything other than what she claimed it to be. I won't lie, it was kind of hot. "All right." I fought against my breathlessness. "I'll allow it." Given her height and slight build, I elected to kneel on the floor to give her the best access to me without my hair posing a risk to her. Since she was Asa's family, she might be immune when it came to me. But given my violent reaction to her and the questionable loyalty of the Yanai, she might not be. "Hold still." Her fingers gripped my shoulders gently. "This will tingle, but it won't burn." Cool metal touched my nape, flooding me with serenity and the oppressive darkness I had struggled against since fashioning the grimoire into an accessory lifted until I could breathe easy again. Busy soaking up the relief, I startled when Kalula yelped and stumbled back. "How?" Her voice trembled. "What?" She thumped against the door. "I don't understand." "Asa?" I checked my neck, but I only felt the one chain. No choker. "What happened?" Slowly I faced her, uncertain if her fear was directed at me or the jewelry or both. "Mother." Asa helped her to her feet, then sat her in a wobbly task chair. "We need a moment alone." Worry carved grooves across Asa's forehead as he led me out to the SUV where he locked us in. "Can you ward this?" He didn't crank the engine or fasten his seatbelt. "How long would it take?" "Not long." I shut my eyes and drew on the well of magic within me to push out a temporary shield. "Got it." Out of breath, I slumped back against my seat. "How bad is it?" The choker vanished when it touched the pendant's chain. Of course it did. I pulled the pendant out from under my shirt. Well, that answers that. Golden threads wove through the original chain, bright against its ancient patina. The pendant, or the grimoire, absorbed the choker. Asa smoothed his thumb over the striking result. I can still sense grandmother's magic within it. I feel it. I stared down at the oddly beautiful combination. Her magic, I mean. Her intent? I wasn't sure of the proper term. It's soothing, like a cold shower on a hot day. The grimoire isn't pressing down on me. I don't feel it, or the pendant. Their presence is just gone. Perhaps the chain interpreted grandmother's wishes in an unexpected way. I mulled over that. I wonder if calling the grimoire out would separate them. Would it hurt you to try? Asa considered me. Is it worth freeing the grimoire even for a moment? I'm not sure. I examined the pendant, which hadn't changed. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Before he could talk me out of it, I murmured the incantation. The grimoire popped out, and I caught it on my lap. I swear it almost hummed as if it were pleased to be free of its constraints. With the book in my hands, I tried again. This time, I focused on the chain. I could sense it on the edge of my awareness, pulsing with light, with warmth, with love infused by its creator. But it refused to budge. It was well and truly stuck. Well, it was worth a shot. I returned to the grimoire, which fought me every step. So, your mom. Your introduction didn't go how I imagined, but she takes extreme measures where my father is concerned. He took my hand. She's entitled to that, but it was hard to hear her test you on your ability to love both halves of me, as if it was the worst obstacle we faced. Her heart was in the right place. I made myself believe it. She's aware of her faults, and she wants better for you than what she could give. I can respect that. She might not have gone about it the best way, but it shows she cares. I leaned into his touch. For both of you. Asa was all about seizing the moments given to us between cases, and I was ready to grab one now. Sadly, not the one in his pants. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I shrugged off my unease, given the nature of his mother's test, but I was asking for the right reasons. Can you keep a secret from the demon? Yes, he said without reservation, and his trust sparked warmth in my chest. A little afraid of his reaction, I asked, how do you feel about skimming some baby name sites with me? 11. Kalula had regained her calm by the time we returned to our room, and she had dredged up smiles that could pass as authentic for both of us. Her ability to mask her emotions was impressive, since I was certain she hadn't magically become okay with what happened to her mother's choker. As much as I wished Asa could reassure her, he couldn't explain the reason behind its disappearance without exposing the grimoire, and whatever abomination I created when the choker fused with the pendant concealing it. I've done what I came to do. She embraced Asa and kissed his cheek. I should return home. Safe travels. I stiffened when she hugged me, too. It was nice to meet you. I'll be on my best behavior next time. She bussed my cheek. I can't wait to see what beautiful children you two make. She hesitated at the door. I hope the choker will lend you some protection, wherever it's gone. I hope so, too. I touched the fused chain. Thank your mother for me. She's eager to make your acquaintance. Kalula exited the room. Until next time, dears. After the door shut behind her, I slumped into the vacant task chair. What is it with your family?
You'll have to be more specific, I'm afraid.
Babies.
I stared up at him.
Can I meet someone who doesn't want to see me knocked up?
Too late. I realized I was digging at the same wound that Meg had chided me for. But Asa was grinning. Clay has always wanted to be an uncle to a passel of nieces and nephews.
Ha, ha. No. Now you're just being mean.
I hesitated.
How many is a passel, anyway?
A buzz in my pocket drew my attention to my phone, which flashed an unfamiliar number.
Hollis.
Meg passed along your intel. A deep voice rumbled. I'd like to offer you my services, free of charge.
We appreciate that, Mr.
You can call me Derry.
Okay, Derry. I should have guessed he would be Meg's choice of champion.
When can we meet?
Now.
He came off grim.
I was already on my way when Meg's intermediary touched base with me.
A beeping noise filled his end of the line.
The local pack thought they had a rogue on their hands, but one of their elders recognized Old Man Feng and reached out to me.
With their pack in regular contact with Meg, who provided legal services to anyone who could afford her advice, I could see why other wargs might think Derry would know how to handle a vengeful spirit. Not that I would ever tell Meg I had just mentally lumped her in with those. Oops. Tell us where you are, and we'll meet you there in 10. He rattled off an address I memorized, then ended the call. Derry is the current alpha of Meg's pack. I thumped the phone against my thigh. He's crossing state lines to help. That's a big deal. Shifters, more than any other faction, carried the stigma of being mindless beasts when they turned and for being animalistic while in their human forms. For the most part, that wasn't true. Four-legged predators were far less likely to be frivolous killers than the two-legged varieties. But people did enjoy their classic monsters. Word of a feral warg killing humans, even a dead one raised for that purpose, could be a PR nightmare. As we left our room, I noticed a light on in the maintenance office. I hesitated a step, but walked on to the SUV. No one in their right mind kept an alpha waiting when he was willing to extend a hand, or a nose, to aid in an ongoing investigation. Particularly since he stood a better chance in a fight with Old Man Feng than we did, if we found him. The GPS led us to a cemetery on the outskirts of town, where a fit man in his mid-40s leaned against a truck parked off the shoulder of the road. His eyes gleamed gold in the shine of the headlights, confirming this was our alpha warg. His hair was cut short, red gold, and his scruffy beard was styled with care. Alphas were all about appearance. They had to be. Otherwise, the pack they so lovingly tended would rise up, rip out their throat, and crown a stronger king, or queen, to rule them.
Rue Hollis.
He greeted me with a half-smile.
Our most frequent customer.
Meg's worth it. I walked up to shake his hand. She's a dear friend.
She says the same about you.
He flicked Asa a glance.
You. She just calls the Jawbreaker.
The Jawbreaker? I got a bad feeling about this, but I asked him anyway. Why would she do that?
What do you do with hard candy?
You put it in your mouth.
And?
You suck on it. Derry allowed a small laugh to escape before he strode to Asa and shook his hand.
Good to meet you.
Right then, I decided I liked Derry. Anyone who treated Asa with respect earned the same from me.
You as well.
Asa dipped his chin.
We appreciate your help.
And the heads up on the nickname.
Don't let Meg get to you.
She had everyone calling me Dirty Santa for 6 years after an unfortunate Christmas incident involving a Santa suit, the stripper playlist for my mate's pole dancing classes, and a bottle of hot sauce.
A genuine smile broke across Ace's face, and I wanted to clutch my hands to my black heart. Then I felt mildly creepy for the maternal "aw" moment at him making a potential friend. This is where Old Man Fang was buried? I attempted to play it cool and not hover. Any idea where? Can you smell it? Derry asked Asa. It's giving me hives from here. Silver, he agreed. I have the same reaction to the ironwork. I didn't realize smelling it bothered you. I pressed a hand into his chest. It won't hurt you, will it? Not unless he licks the rust off the ornaments. Derry snickered at my scowl, then set off beside Asa. My mate's the same way. She acts like I'm going to step out of the front door on the way to work, trip, and fall on a piece of antique silverware that stabs me through the heart. Asa strangled his chuckle when he caught me switching my glare to him, but I was secretly delighted. To be fair, Rue has picked iron bullets out of me. Asa kept pace with Derry. She saved my life. I respect the ferocity of alpha females. Derry raised his hands. Mine scented colloidal silver mixed in with my wine. He paused. That I only drink with my mate so she doesn't have to drink alone. He cleared his throat. She tried to become my official food and drink taster, as if I would consent to that. Hanging back, I texted Clay while Asa and Derry bonded over their mates smothering them. We're at a cemetery with backup, hunting Old Man Fang's burial site.
You're braver than me. I wouldn't step foot in one with the way things have been going.
You got anything?
The motel owner is too cheap to pay for Wi-Fi for his guests, so it's a safe bet he's not our guy.
Who does that leave?
There's one long-term renter Colby found through means she says you're better off not knowing.
You've got his room number?
Do we look like amateurs to you?
Rue. Asa dragged me from my phone. The glow. I'll touch base when we finish up here. Clay says he's got a lead for us when we can juggle it. Probably best we don't talk from this point in, Derry told me. Just in case. The advice was sound, so I put away my phone and tuned in our surroundings. I didn't expect to bump into trouble out here. Old Man Fang's remains had been removed in order to place him under the spellcaster's control, but I was happy to turn this operation over to Derry. Ahead, a dark mound of earth beneath a blackened headstone marked our destination. No name graced the raw hunk of marble, and no mementos had been left to honor the dead. Under the dirt, however, a brutal reminder of the grave's occupant rested within the shadowy depths. A tarnished cage of pure silver, just as the story had claimed. Derry crouched and drew air into his lungs, careful not to get too close. It made me wonder if silver residue leaching into the soil was a concern, which flipped into worry over potential rust particles. We're alone, he announced. No ghosts, summoners, or anything else I can sense. Asa held up a finger, then let flames take him as he grew into the demon. Damn, Derry breathed. Meg was right. You are a big fella. Eat lots of cookies, the demon told him solemnly. Smell grave? Knock yourself out. Derry shot to his feet when the demon leapt into the grave. Careful in there. A twinge made me brace for him to imply the demon was clumsy or careless. But Derry was in awe. I'll give you a hand up, he told the demon. But I can't get that close. There's silver dust mixed in with the dirt. Well, that explained that. They really didn't want this guy to rise. Pity someone ignored those wishes.
Can get out.
The demon climbed up without a hitch.
Got scent.
You're a tracker too? Derry's eyes brightened. You ever consider hunting with a pack? The offer froze both the demon and me in place, but he recovered first.
Rue pack.
He wiggled his fingers at me.
Hunt with her for bad people.
Nah. Derry yanked off his shirt. I mean a real hunt. For deer, mostly. He kicked off his shoes. We get calls to put down problem animals, too. Cougars and the like that have developed a taste for people. You should come. He shoved down his pants. The way I hear it, Rue's mom used to run with our pack back in the day. I doubt anyone would care if you gave it a go.
Rue come too?
That's up to her. He pivoted toward me. You want to run with the wolves? Right now, I wanted to ignore the fact he was butt naked and giving me a full frontal. I'll take it under consideration. I kept my eyes averted. I'm not much for hunting. The blood, the death, the heart offered up to the one who made the killing bite. It's not the same as a pack run, he agreed. Those are about family time and playing, building pack bonds. He stepped behind a bush. I'll need about 15 minutes. For what? Almost popped out of my mouth before it hit me. He was shifting. Right there. With us to overhear his grunts and pants as his body snapped and reformed into a new shape. Mom had been considered pack. Meg had loved her like a sister. I understood that gave me leeway with their pack, but it was access I never cashed in on. I was content maintaining my ties to Meg and financially supporting her pack in exchange for her help in legal matters. I never stopped to consider the pack might view me as adopted kin, but Meg was their matriarch. It should have occurred to me before. The demon loped over to me, grinning wide.
Go on hunt with Derry?
I want you to go. I patted his arm. He seems nice, and a hunt like that would be amazing. I would miss Asa something fierce if they went too far for too long, but it would be the experience of a lifetime for the demon.
You pet.
He thrust his hair into my hand.
I show Rue best hunting pose.
The pose was not a pose, but a variation of the mystic mambo. I really had to warn Derry what he had gotten himself into with the demon. If he busted out moves like these while they were on a hunt, pray we'd hear them coming 100 miles away. A cold nose bumped the back of my hand, and I jerked when a lean gray wolf lolled his tongue at me.
Ready?
The demon walked up to Derry.
Race me?
The wolf gave an eager yip, his tail wagging, and it made me wonder if Derry was behind the wheel or if he was more of a co-pilot in this form. Maybe 4 legs simply made him happier and more playful. The demon was certainly both those things. You can race to the end of the cemetery road, but that's it. I set my hands on my hips. Any farther and you might be seen. Pack magic might blur the lines until folks saw a dog instead of a wolf, but a crimson-skinned demon with ebony horns and muzzles for days was hard to miss. Are you sure? They didn't let me get out the rest of my question before they took off like a shot. I'm glad we had this talk, I told a cloud of dust, then muttered, I hope they track as fast as they run. 10 minutes later, I caught up to them and tried hard not to notice the demon playing fetch with the wolf. An alpha wolf, with a stick as long as my forearm. And if I happened to snap a few pictures, maybe a short video, then I was documenting the damage. Yeah, property damage. That was it. Not creating a blackmail folder, because that would be wrong. Oh, crap. I jogged up to them. That's not a stick. The door to a nearby mausoleum hung at an odd angle, and the demon looked way too innocent for his own good. Up close, I could tell the stick wasn't just as long as my forearm. It was an ulna. Go put that back where you found it. I ignored the demon's sulk. We have a case to solve. The grumble in Derry's throat turned into a huff, and a human-like head bobbed as he pitched in. Once they set things to rights, I gestured for Derry to lead the way. This time I walked behind him and left the demon to follow me. Neither seemed happy about the arrangement, but I could schedule them a playdate later. After we rounded up our summoning ring and banished all the vengeful spirits. A transformation overcame Derry when he crossed the property line, leaving the cemetery. Not as dramatic as the whole man-to-wolf thing he had going on, but it was impressive nonetheless. Here was the predator I had anticipated, nose to the ground, ears perked for any sounds. We walked 3 miles, according to my watch's fitness app, and I set a pin where the guy stalled out. The demon circled around me, picking up on whatever Derry had located, and the pair stared at one another in silent understanding. Then the demon pivoted toward me, plucked me up like a feather, and hauled me into a nearby tree. As I found my voice to yell at him for overreacting, a blue onryo shot straight at Derry, slamming into him with a deafening crunch. The wolf was twice his size and 3 times as vicious as they bit and clawed and snarled at one another. I'm useless up here. I climbed out of the demon's arms onto a limb. I need contact for my magic to work.
Derry wolf want test theory,
the demon explained.
Told him bad idea.
We'll give him 60 seconds, and then we're going down there.
Deal.
The demon grinned.
Rue have best ideas.
I have terrible ideas that get us into trouble. I tapped him on the chin. You just like trouble.
Best?
He parted his hair, ready to pass me a section.
Ideas.
Time, I called without having glanced at my watch. We need to break this up before it goes too far. The thing about ghosts was, they were already dead. Theories were well and good, and I was all for testing them. But there were limits. Derry had a mate and a pack depending on him. I didn't doubt he was capable in a fight, but I put myself into his mate's shoes too easily. For her sake, I couldn't stand by.
Hold on.
The demon scooped me into his arms and dropped me from the tree.
Watch back.
Thanks. I drew from Colby, readying a containment spell that ought to work on Fang. Hey, you! The wolves ignored me in favor of shredding themselves down to the bone. Derry was winded, bleeding and favoring one paw. Despite his grievous injuries, Old Man Fang was not. Ugly! I yelled, illuminating the tip of my wand. Come get some!
That rude.
The demon cut me a scowl of disapproval.
Dead wolf can't help he not pretty.
That's not... I bit my tongue as the spectral wolf lunged for my throat. Sorry, fella. I meant to tap him with my wand, but his fur was sticky, his skin gelatinous. He was solid, but my wand punched through him like paper. I flung the spell on the tip of my tongue and cringed as goo exploded. Ew. Blobs of glowing jelly rained down on us, and they began jiggling before they hit the ground. I saw that going differently in my mind. I dragged a hand down my face. You've got to be kidding me. As we looked on, the bits wiggled and rolled until they bumped into one another and began to form an arm that hauled itself toward another large blob that took on the shape of a leg. On and on the process continued with disturbingly fascinating results.
Derry hurt.
The demon didn't wait for permission. He lifted the wolf in his arms.
Take to motel?
One look at the alpha assured me I had no time to waste on further attempts at containment or banishment. We had to get Derry medical care. Fast. And we had to be careful how we went about it. Derry hadn't mentioned how many pack mates had made the trip with him, but no alpha traveled solo in foreign pack territory. I wanted to believe we could trust those he had chosen, but I refused to chance it. Let's go back to where he shifted, I decided. His phone must be in his pants. From there, assuming I could unlock it, I could find his mate's number and call her for instructions.
Hurry!
The demon snuggled the giant wolf against his chest.
It okay, Derry Wolf.
My sense of smell might not be on par with theirs, but I had a decent memory and ran ahead to the cemetery. I located Derry's clothes and pulled out his phone, then breathed a sigh of relief when it wasn't password protected. He made it even easier with an ice icon in the center of his home screen. Clearly, this scenario played out often enough with wargs they disabled security during shifts and kept their emergency contact front and center on their home screen. With no time to waste, I mashed the button and waited for someone to answer. Hi?
What has he done now?
A woman with a throaty voice sighed at me.
How many bones are broken?
Not sure, I answered. Can I ask who I'm speaking with?
Marita Mayhew, the long-suffering mate of the man whose phone you're holding.
Given it was his phone and his emergency contact, that was good enough for me. Derry got in a fight with Old Man Fang, and he's lost a lot of blood. He's unconscious, but I wasn't sure what to do with him. I don't want him to face repercussions from the pack if he's seen in a compromised state.
Rue Hollis,
she said after a beat.
Of course you would know how to treat him.
Give me 10 minutes. The call ended as the demon arrived, and I gestured for him to lay Derry on the grass. Warg healing is a miraculous thing to behold, which explained why I didn't sweat his recovery. Odds were good he would be awake and grumpy by the time his mate arrived. Or so I told myself. Until I saw the oozing green mucus weeping from his wounds, and knew we had problems. Wishing I could give her a heads up, but knowing I didn't have the time, I dropped to my knees beside Derry and yanked on Colby. Hard. I pulled her energy through me and channeled it into Derry with a touch of my wand. Her warm, healing light pulsed within him, and the goop leaked from his pores as the foul magic was purged from his system. I did all I could and prayed it was enough as I sat back and waited for his mate to arrive. She didn't keep me long.
Derry Lamont Mayhew.
That same voice from the phone snarled.
I'm going to wring your neck.
Hi. I scrambled to my feet. I'm Rue.
Hey, Rue.
Her expression was equal parts annoyance and exasperation.
Nice to finally meet you. I'm Marita, Numbskull's mate.
Hands on hips, she stared down at Derry and watched until he twitched before her shoulders lowered a fraction. She was good at hiding her concern, but it lived in her, the way gnawing concern for Asa had been branded onto my bones.
Old Man Fang did this?
She toed Derry in the side.
Impressive carnage.
Yeah. I wiped slime off my fingers onto my pants. Impressive.
You must think I'm crazy, she laughed. This damn fool man heard about the Revenant or whatever it is, and almost wet his pants. All the guys in the pack talk about how they could have ripped out Old Man Fang's throat if they had been alive at the time. Derry couldn't believe he was getting a chance to prove it.
She crouched over him and jabbed him between the eyes.
He smells.
She lifted her head.
You spelled him?
Healed him, I corrected, feeling twitchy. Old Man Fang's bite wasn't agreeing with him.
I can imagine.
She plopped down on the ground.
You don't have to babysit him. I'll stay until he can shift back. That will help accelerate the healing.
She settled in beside him. Thanks for saving him from himself. No problem. I scuffed my shoe in the dirt. Do you have someone who can patch up a mausoleum? Laughter shook her shoulders, like she could already tell the story was going to be good. Yes. In exchange for a photo of her husband playing fetch, she arranged for the damage to be repaired so the family wouldn't walk into a hot mess the next time they visited the cemetery. That's all our T's crossed. I checked with the demon. You ready?
Bye, Dairy Wolf.
The demon pressed his hair into my hand.
Rue pet, I track.
I can find my way back. I dropped his hair. Thanks for the offer, though. Hiding my smile, I set off and left him to keep up with me this time.
Rue pet.
He shoved his hair back into my hand.
I protect.
I can take care of myself. I passed it back to him. I exploded Fang, remember?
Found grave.
His grin showed every tooth in his head.
Want to see?
That's why he attacked? I hadn't been sure we tracked Fang that far before he struck. Show me.
You pet.
He thrust more hair at me.
I show.
The tables turned on me so fast I got whiplash. Fine. Fighting off a smile that only encouraged bad behavior, I tugged on him. Let's go. 12. Without fail, the demon returned us to the scene of the attack. Old Man Fang was gone, which I had expected, but I was hopeful the search might net us our first cache of bones. The area was overgrown with weeds and brambles, but I didn't notice any disturbed earth that screamed, "Fresh grave ahoy!" Ahoy? Really? Now Colby had me talking like a pirate.
Here.
The demon pointed to an animal den.
Bones hidden.
Okay. I turned on my phone's flashlight. Let's take a look. Right against the darkness of the hole, a piece of folded paper leaned against an exposed root.
That not bones.
The demon shifted closer.
Bones gone?
The same indescribable sense of foreboding that kept prodding me urged me to read the note. No one ever found your father's remains, I read aloud. Your mother was much easier to locate. A cold stone splashed in my gut, and I wanted to vomit at the implication someone had desecrated her grave, taken her remains, and planned to wield her as an instrument for their own ends. This is a lie. I fought off the clench of my fist, the urge to crumple it. They don't have Mom. Her remains had been identified, a death certificate issued, and then they disappeared without a trace. I searched for her, everywhere. I concluded that, for whatever twisted reason, the director had secreted them away so that neither she nor I would know any peace. But as I grew older, I began questioning whether eagerness to blame all my problems on the director had biased me against other options. Until I learned Dad was alive. Now I was certain, and it gutted me that even in death, the director's only use for Mom was as leverage. Rue. Asa had traded forms while I read. We need to contact your father. Unused to having Dad as a backup option, I blinked at the idea, then leapt on board. You're right. Without checking the time, I dialed Aiden, who answered slightly out of breath. What's up? I need you to write my dad. I clutched the paper in my hand. Tell him to meet me in Tupelo, ASAP. Are you sure he'll go for that? Tell him Mom's bones have been taken. A beat of silence relayed his horror at the revelation. Do you need me? I want to say yes. I could use emotional support from another family member, which was downright bizarre to think. But I don't want to bring you to Black Hat's attention, and you're doing a more important job by looking after the girls for me. I'll send the message now. His disappointment came through loud and clear. Let me know if you change your mind. I will. I tried for chipper. If you want field experience, we'll talk about it when I get home, okay? I couldn't afford for him to think that because I worked for Black Hat, it was an endorsement. The same went for Asa and Clay. We had been forced into service because we were dangerous, not because we wanted to make a difference and felt we could do that through them. We had been transparent in our dealings with Aiden, but if he wanted in on the action, we had to strip the meat down to the bone. Yeah, all right. He hesitated. I'll touch base if he replies. Thanks. I ended the call, feeling better for having that link to Samford. To home. I wished I could call the girls for a quick pick-me-up, but I was chicken. Rue Hollis and her small-town life were unraveling. The girls were pressing for answers I couldn't give, and it would drive a wedge between us if I didn't get in front of it. You heard? I checked with Asa, who nodded. We need to interrogate that guest. Are you okay? He caught my arm. What that note implies, that I might see Mom again, that she might kill someone, that I might have just ripped out Dad's heart. As hard as it would be for me to see her, she was more of an idea to me than a person. To Dad, she was a razor-sharp memory that hadn't faded after all this time. He could barely speak her name without his voice going tight, or agony leaking into his eyes. I can't think about it. I broke free of him. It's too much. I gathered my nerve. We're focusing on our best lead to solve the case as a whole, which is Old Man Feng. The big problem with fascination was how high it cranked my emotions. I was getting better at figuring out what to do with my feelings, but I wasn't a pro. Far from it. The cocktail of feelings swishing around in my gut made me nauseous, and I couldn't afford to feel that gnawing anxiety. All right. Asa let it drop, and I heard the impact. We'll focus on Old Man Feng. We didn't speak on the ride to the motel, and I kept rubbing my thumb over the note until I quit before I worried a hole through it. Focus. Angling my body toward my window, I let the blurred scenery fill my vision and my head with streaks of color. It felt like blocking out Asa, which wasn't fair, but I couldn't control the instinct to withdraw. Still, I reached back for his hand, and he laced our fingers. It was enough. I couldn't offer him what he deserved by any metric, and I was grateful he accepted so little from me. I love you, I blurted, then locked my jaw and glared at my reflection. I know. That should have been it, but this time it wasn't enough. Fascination pecked and picked until I caved to its whims and regurgitated feelings all over us both. I'm mad at the situation, not you. I know. Do black witches have nothing better to do with their time than target the fuck out of me? The harsh language caused his fingers to twitch in shock, but the old me had learned the art of swearing at Clay's knee. It could only get worse from here if I didn't rein in the habit before it broke free. Fuck, I exhaled, reeling in that breach. I miss that word. You can whisper it in my ear whenever you feel the urge. A surprised laugh spluttered out of me, and once again it was enough. The tension in me broke open, and I could stand to meet my reflection without wanting to punch her in the face for the crime of allowing my black heart to bleed for a woman I barely remembered, and the man who would break the world to have her returned to him. I've ruined you. I focused on his image in the glass. You're almost as pervy as me. We have the rest of our lives for me to catch up, he said smoothly. Assuming you let me hang around that long. I'll take it under consideration. I scooted closer, leaned my head against his shoulder, and tried not to think too hard about how certain I already was that I couldn't live without him. The lights were out at the motel, which should have been our first clue something was wrong. But I was tired, sticky, and willing to pretend we could interview our latest suspect in best hope of solving the case without it all going to high ale in a handbasket. What? I can be optimistic. It's allowed. It's impractical, and I usually regret it later, but I still indulge on occasion.
Do you smell that?
Asa stepped up beside me.
Ozone.
Burnt circuits. That was what it reminded me of. What do you think happened?
Whoever is pulling Old Man Fang's strings knows you're onto them.
He sniffed the air again. The power is on down the street. Whatever happened, it's localized to the motel. Finch's earlier assertion that Parrish had sent me and not my team kept seeping into my thoughts. Had Parrish known about Mom? Did he know about Dad? Or was he simply acting in his capacity as the deputy director? I was the black magic expert, as Asa had reminded me, and I got tapped for cases involving the dark arts. A summoning ring of black witches crafting violent spirit manifestations was right up my alley. Let me touch base with Colby. I shot her a text. I doubt we'd get lucky, but we might find something. Room number for our summoner?
Lucky 13. Based on the security footage, you've got another black witch on your hands.
You have a lot of fingers and a lot of pies for someone who doesn't eat pie.
What can I say? I have a lot of fingers.
Technically, she had none, but she made up in arms what she lacked in individual digits. Be safe.
Always.
After pocketing my cell, I drew my wand but kept it down by my thigh. Let's go. We cut a path to the room, the ozone smell intensifying, and I kicked the door open. Yes, I could have knocked first, but violence against inanimate objects was cathartic. The one area where I was on par with the guy's hearing was in the detection of heartbeats. But once the door swung open, I could tell by that clawing, hungry pit in my stomach that the summoner was gone. You take the left side, and I'll take the right. I checked under the bed before I stripped it, searching for any hidden nastiness that might hurt someone else later. I combed over the pillow for hairs, but the Black Witch knew enough not to leave those behind. Nothing. Except for an indigo wizard's robe with glittering silver moons embroidered on the hem. These guys must use the same costumer, and I had been in her workspace. Lucky me. Asa shook his head, confirming he had come up empty too. How is he controlling Old Man Fang? The necromancer claimed the bones had to be buried on land belonging to the summoner, I recalled. Grave dirt was required too. I searched the room. Do you think the Black Witch lives in town? Maybe they buried the bones locally but hid out at the motel to throw us off their scent. That would make him smarter than the others, but it doesn't explain the logo on the motel's site. True. I wasn't sure how to account for that. We'll add that to the list of things we don't know. Assuming I could find the end of it, it must stretch for miles by now, at least as far back as Raymond. With the summoner on the run, we might earn a reprieve from Old Man Fang. We can hope. That would make my day. Do you want to drop in on the maintenance guy? If that wasn't him before, he was here now. Complaints would have come piling in from guests when the power went out, especially after they noticed it was isolated to their rooms and not a city or block-wide issue. We gave the summoner's room one last chance to prove useful, but we turned up nothing new. Halfway to the office, a harried man with an impressive beard shoved out the door on his cell.
This is my livelihood. I need power restored now. Keep screwing with me and I will forward all complaint calls to this extension.
He ended the call with a growl, then he spotted us.
The power's out. I got it. I can see it for myself.
He stomped off toward the parking lot.
Thanks.
We're not here about the power.
Asa prowled up behind him.
We're here about a long-term guest.
Shit fire and hold the mayo.
The man spun, found Asa in his personal space, and puffed out his chest.
I don't know who you think you are, but
Agent Montenegro, with the FBI.
Asa held his badge an inch from the man's nose.
We need to ask you a few questions.
yeah,
He ruffled his hair.
I knew this would bite me on the ass.
He gestured us back the way he had come.
Let's do this in the office.
He let us in and sank into a chair behind a small desk.
Hang on, I've got flashlights in here somewhere.
He produced 4, turned them on, and set them at the corners of his desk. Their shine bouncing off the ceiling did a decent job of lighting the room.
Okay, shoot.
What do you know about?
Asa consulted his phone.
Jonathan Smithfield.
He works in IT,
The man said.
He travels a lot for work. My boss has strict policies about long-term renters. He's against it. Doesn't want any squatter problems down the line, you know. But this guy, Smithfield, he paid me in cash for the month.
He drummed his fingers on the desk.
Plus a little extra.
Your boss doesn't know about him, I take it? I watched him. Or the kickbacks you're taking?
Kick back,
He insisted.
I've never broken the rules. Not until now.
What made this offer special?
I don't know.
He scratched his chin through his beard.
I told him no, that a week was as good as I could do, but then
He frowned.
he came back, made the same offer, and I took him up on it.
A light persuasion spell or charm was nothing compared to the complexity of the magic the summoner was already using. There was a chance this guy had stuck to his guns, but that our black witch swayed him with magic.
Did you see or talk to him otherwise?
Asa asked.
Did you interact with him after that?
No.
He jiggled his leg.
He had food delivered, but that was it. He never left his room that I saw. But I keep weird hours, mostly catching up on maintenance crap. This place is falling down around my ears, but the boss don't want to hear that.
After he finished venting, we encouraged him back on topic, but he didn't have much to add. Most of their bookings were handled online, through the same app as the others. Smithfield had shown up in person. He also paid in cash, so there was no ID or credit card on file. Effectively, he was a dead end. Once that lead was exhausted, I made our goodbyes, and we climbed into the SUV where I called Clay. Tell me something good.
The crunchy outer edge of a brownie.
He made a dreamy sigh.
Makes me crave your brownie brittle.
I'll bake some when we get home, I promised. But that's not what I meant.
Old Man Feng's handler is more powerful than the others.
He quit joking.
He used a spell to come and go without being seen at the hotel, but Colby found the one time he couldn't disappear himself.
At check-in?
Yep.
Clay's glee was tangible.
The hotel was at 2/3 capacity with lots of pool activity. He had to play it safe and let himself be seen. He made multiple trips to his car to bring in his luggage, a seriously nice desktop computer setup, bags of junk food, and boxes of energy drinks.
The maintenance guy says the owner has a limit on how long he allows guests to stay at the motel, but he awarded Smithfield an open-ended stay anyway. His confusion, paired with what we know so far, leads me to believe Smithfield used persuasion on him. Smithfield had to appear in person for that to work, which was dicey, but it kept his identification off the books. That lends weight to your theory that he's more powerful than the others.
Ladies and gents,
Clay announced in a booming voice.
We might have found our ringleader.
As tidy as that would be, I had my doubts. Unless the sequence of summonings is meant to escalate.
I prefer my idea,
He grumbled, sinking into the certainty things would get worse before they got better. Can your necromancer buddy explain how Smithfield is controlling Old Man Fang without burying his remains on property he owns?
Who says he didn't?
Clay crunched on a snack in the background.
Shorty has a theory.
For starters, Jonathan Smithfield isn't his real name, she snorted. Who uses John Smith as an alias?
Silence was the only answer, given I hadn't put it together.
It's Bernard Lackey.
She chattered on without noticing my pause.
He's a black witch.
As usual, I found myself asking my little moth girl, "How do you know these things?"
She hacked the Kellys and used their proprietary facial recognition software to identify him.
Clay steadily munched.
Using the screen grabs from the surveillance footage, she found a match.
I located a deed to a property in his name.
Colby continued to amaze.
It's 3 miles from your location. It's family land, inherited. He's never lived there, and there are no structures on the property, but it's near a cemetery.
That sounds about on par with where Derry took us. I checked with Asa. Where we found the note.
Note?
Clay quit snacking.
What note?
I slid my hand into my pocket, fingers caressing the crumpled edge, but I couldn't make my voice work. Lackey claims to have access to Vonda Winterbourne's bones. Asa rested his hand on my thigh. Rue has already had Aiden contact. Saint, I croaked. We shouldn't use his name. Ears were everywhere. Eyes, too. Dad was safer if we got in the habit of using a nickname for him, and Mom had given him the perfect one. We haven't received word from Saint or Aiden, Asa continued. But if Saint believes the threat is credible, then I can't imagine he won't come. And if he does, I predicted numbly, there will be a bloodbath.
Aw, hell yes!
Clay whooped in the background, eager to see action.
Colby and I are packing up and heading your way.
Colby sucked in a sharp breath at his swearing, but I could hear the thrill in it. Given my earlier lapse, I let his go without fussing, earning me a raised eyebrow from Asa that I repaid with a shrug. Are you sure that's wise? Asa's brow pinched. Having Colby so close to a black witch. I finished for him. Dad won't hurt her. I made myself believe it. But I don't want to wave her under his nose either.
Shorty will be fine.
Clay made it a promise.
We're bored sitting here with nothing to do.
I have dragons to raise,
she said loftily.
But Clay is driving me crazy with his pacing.
Rude.
He sucked in a sharp breath.
I thought we were besties.
We are, she said. But I can't cook, or eat what you cook, and those are your top 2 hobbies.
We do have a surplus of croquembouche.
He sounded sheepish.
I made a fort.
Uncertain I heard him right, but afraid I had, I asked anyway. You made a croquembouche fort?
Choux pastry puffs make surprisingly good building blocks, and caramel is the best glue.
Okay. Torn between fear of Clay being unsupervised in a kitchen and dread burning me up from the inside whenever I thought about Mom, I caved to his request. I could use the moral support.
I must have leftover caramel in my ears.
Clay whistled.
That almost sounded like a plea for help.
If that's what you heard, then you do have caramel in your ears.
We can be there in a few hours.
Clay clapped his hands.
Don't have any fun without us.
Leaning across me, Asa ended the call, then kissed my neck. Do we wait for them? And hope Dad caught up to us? Or not? I couldn't decide which would be worse. I don't know.
Then I vote we get a room in a hotel without a resident black witch and nap. Asa smoothed his fingertips under my eyes. You need rest to face this. Sleep wouldn't help. Nothing would. Except if the note were a cruel prank. A text from an unfamiliar number lit up my screen, and I braced for the news. Did your demon leave anything behind in the mausoleum? The mausoleum? Oh, this must be Marita's number. No? The coffin the guys raided for their throw toy was a concrete box in the center of the structure. It was also chock full of random religious paraphernalia that smells like roadkill. One piece has been smashed to bits, but the base is intact. A vase, I think. Not sure if the guys did that or if it was already that way. Hope we had discovered the booze cache made me grateful I had asked Marita for the favor. That's evidence in our case. Can you lock it up? Maybe put some guards on it? Sure thing. Thanks. I'll pick it up soon. Soon might be a slight exaggeration. I didn't trust anyone else to secure the items, the worst of which would end up in my care, but I couldn't circle back yet. Impact rattled us on our seats, and we flinched at the massive dent in the roof above our heads. Wand in hand, I leapt out the door and pivoted to see what manner of monster had found us. Dad? He vibrated with rage that should have burned hot but turned him stone cold. For a beat, there was nothing in his eyes when he looked at me. I don't think he knew me or registered anything except a threat to the mate that was beyond needing him to defend her. The black wings I saw him with last fanned out to either side of him, hidden from human sight, but not from me. He stepped off the roof and landed on the asphalt before me, his eyes dark and fathomless. A muscle twitched in his neck, and his gaze flipped down to where the pendant hid beneath my shirt. For a heartbeat, too, I forgot how to breathe in the face of all his all-consuming fury. Where? That was all he got out before his locked jaw caged any further conversation. We don't know. I hated admitting that to him. A suspect we have reason to believe is already in control of one Onryo left me this note. Dad snatched the paper out of my hand and skimmed it, cruel darkness billowing around him. My wife. He crumpled the thread in his hand. They would dare? The ball erupted into black flames that smelled of old blood and dirt, and Dad blew the ashes off his palm. Rather than disperse, they glittered with a spark of that same ember and caught a ride on a non-existent wind toward the street. This will lead us to the person who wrote the note. He didn't spare us another thought before prowling across the road in pursuit of the trail. Asa and I exchanged a look, then trotted after him. I let Asa guide me as I texted Clay a warning. If we were still out with Dad when he arrived, I didn't want him to get Colby anywhere near us. Not until I was certain I could trust Dad. With the pendant heating against my skin, I had more than a few doubts. Dark artifacts want to be used for their intended purpose. They crave it. And Saint was all potential. If the grimoire was to be believed, Saint contributed to its pages. Above any other, it would long for its original masters. Any one of them would do, but it falling into Dad's hands would mean the book hit the jackpot. As much as I wanted to believe Dad possessed a daughter-seeking radar, I couldn't discount the possibility it was the grimoire's power signature he traced to me. The choker, assuming the pendant grimoire hadn't destroyed its intent, protected me from Stavros, not him. With punishing strides, Dad devoured the ground between the motel and where we found the note. He located the animal den and stuck his hand in without hesitation. Tension strung him tight when he withdrew, and he showed us a delicate finger bone on his palm. A distal phalange, if I wasn't mistaken. My love, he breathed across the fragment, closing his fist. They will pay for this in blood. Agony streaked his features as he pocketed the bone.
but I couldn't shake its miraculous appearance. That wasn't here earlier. I turned to Asa. You would have scented it. A distraction. He cut his eyes toward Dad. Lackey wants to slow Rue down. Again, I heard Finch in my head, and again I couldn't shake the sensation of a target on my back. Parrish gave us a heads up you were on your way. My team, you mean? Finch delighted in correcting me. I mean you. Why had Parrish specified me? Had he known about Mom? Had he hoped Dad would intervene? Was I working a case or acting as bait? We lost the spell, I realized as the area grew darker. Can we get it back? No, Saint rasped. But I can catch it. Faster than I could ask how, he vanished into shadow, leaping from dark pool to dark pool in pursuit. I have it. A cold voice whirled around me. Follow the spark. A sizzling pop ignited in front of me, and the spastic glitter of a floating orb shot off in the direction Dad had gone. The whole thing reminded me of tales from those who followed will-o'-the-wisps into midnight forests and were led to their doom. But I had brought Dad here. He was my responsibility. Asa and I rushed again, almost losing sight of the spark, but its explosion as it returned to Dad lit the way to him. The burnt black magic from earlier fluttered onward, and he tracked it with purpose. Its edges glowed red, as if igniting, and then extinguished in a huff of smoke. We're here. Dad reached for his wand. Be on your guard. As usual, Colby's reports were correct. This was a barren tract of land that might have once been a homestead, but all reminders of it had been reclaimed by tangled vines and thorny bushes. There were plenty of places to hide, if you didn't mind getting poison oak or ivy. But I doubted our summoner was hiding under one of the wild blackberry bushes, where his hands would be limited in their motions. Entering the woods from this direction, I couldn't decide if this was where Old Man Fang attacked Derry. Then again, it didn't have to be. I could have checked the pen I set earlier, but his bones had been relocated. The summoner couldn't have moved them far, but he owned several acres. Needle in a haystack, anyone? Thank the goddess for Dad's quick spell. A frantic buzz in my pocket left me certain things had somehow managed to get worse. Asa touched my arm to reassure me he would watch my back while I checked my cell. Answer your phone. The number was unfamiliar, but there were teams in every city with 3 to 5 agents in each. In the field. Fine. Check your email. A beat later, I had my answer as to the identity of the mystery texter. Parrish. We had another case. 13. We've got another Henriot. I reread the email. Parrish wants us in Plantersville ASAP. That's just down the road. Asa checked the address given for the incident. Southeast of our location. The space around my father exploded into darkness as his wings unfurled, and he jettisoned into the sky. Losing sight of him can't be good. I did my best to steady my nerves. We have to go after him. Any word on who was summoned this time? A hard lump formed in my throat. She has yet to be identified. That doesn't mean it's your mother. Asa rubbed my back. It could be anyone. Without warning, the demon burst into crackling existence, ripping Asa from me. What's wrong? I grabbed for his arm, but he shook me off. What is it? He circled the area, sniffing the air, then swung his head toward me with a deep and abiding sadness. Rue, come. Following his hunch, we crashed through the underbrush until he located a dilapidated chimney that was little more than a crumbling stump of handmade brick.
Rue, Mom, dead.
Yeah. I fought the tightness in my voice. For years now.
No.
He came to me, took my hands gently in his, and tugged me forward.
Rue, Mom, dead. Here.
Across the way, sitting on the damp earth with her back to a tree, was my mother. I recognized her in the foggy way you recalled a photo you had seen too often to be sure if you truly remembered, or if you had only fabricated a recollection based on that captured moment. 60 seconds. That was how long it took the demon to locate her. That was how long it took for my world to jerk to a grinding halt. You should run. She kept her head down, gaze locked on her feet. I mean it, baby. Mom? I searched for her summoner. Where did you come from? Based on the pattern of our assignments, I expected the next Onryo to be in Plantersville with its summoner. He brought me back. She glanced up, and her eyes were soulless pits. For you. Mom? I rocked forward onto the balls of my feet. You can understand me? Run. A sob broke free of her chest. I can't hold back much longer. Desperation blazed a path through me, and I saw a way clear of this standoff. Whispering the enchantment under my breath, I began summoning the grimoire. Not far enough to let it out. Just far enough I hoped its fluctuating magic would catch Dad's attention. Had he been tracking me via the book, he would pick up on its signature in a heartbeat. Lackey? I inched closer. Is that who you mean?
Rue.
The demon gripped my upper arm.
Look.
Mom had meant what she said literally, her hands clenching the roots to hold herself still. The strain in her body became evident the longer I stood there, and then her fingers lost their purchase. Her magic slammed into my knee. The joint wrenched, popped, and I hit the ground on all fours. A trembling wand hung from Mom's fingers, the tip glowing bright, and tears wet her face. I can't control myself. She blasted me again. Run! The demon saved me from myself, yanking me up and tucking me under his arm. He ran as fast as he could, weaving through trees, putting as much space between Mom and me as possible. Distance helped. The farther we got from her, the less the compulsion laid on her compelled her to act. Without her bones, we had no way to stop her. I could blast her apart as I had Old Man Fang, but this was my mom. I wasn't sure I was strong enough to end her, not after a lifetime of the director telling me I had been the one who killed her. I didn't want to make his lies my truth. Even though she was already dead, I didn't want to be the reason she winked out of existence for good. A distant worry sprouted in my mind. A tickle in my brain as a certainty took root. Whoever possessed her bones had kept them close. For decades. That explained why I couldn't contact Mom. Why Meg couldn't find her either. She hadn't been on the other side of the veil. She had been trapped here, and I could only imagine one person who would have treated her so cruelly. The man I had suspected from the start. The director. But if he had her bones, and she had been summoned, that must mean he was here. The only person who knew his whereabouts was Parrish. And Parrish wouldn't tell me even if I ripped out his heart and ate it in front of him. It was the principle of the thing. He hadn't survived being the director's right hand this long by giving away his boss's secrets. A branch raked through my hair as the demon hiked me higher on his shoulder. But the whoosh of debris flying past kept me from checking behind us. The pain radiating through my back told me I had taken a projectile to the left of my spine, but I had to suck it up and deal. A mournful howl pierced the night, others raising up that voice, and hope surged through me. The sound distracted Mom too, who searched for the source and forgot to attempt to murder me. A massive wolf I recognized as Derry dashed out of the darkness and fell in step with the demon. 4 other wolves emerged, flanking us, herding us towards some distant point. Their yips and barks told me they were having a blast, which made me wonder if they thought Old Man Fang was on their heels and not Mom. Either way, I was grateful for the assist.
Derry Wolf says this way.
The demon cut into my thoughts.
Old cemetery.
A crumbling stone marked the corner of a family cemetery that hadn't seen visitors in decades, based on the overgrowth. A long slab proclaimed it the Lackey Family Cemetery, not Old Man Fang's original resting place. The demon skidded past the markers, almost dropping me in the process. Using his momentum against him, I broke his hold and flipped over his arm. I landed on my feet, my knee screaming from impact, and freed up my hands for casting. I didn't want to attack my mother, but I would if there was no other choice. You can't value the dead above the living. Twisting to glance over my shoulder, I groped for the edges of a wound I couldn't see. Can you help? The demon grumbled about scurvy, proving Colby failed to define it for him, then fell silent.
Nothing there.
He lifted my shirt and sniffed, which tickled.
Old scar. Smells weird. That it?
That can't be good. I had plenty of scars, but none that had ever tickled his nose. I reassessed my knee while I was at it, and it took my weight without buckling. I was healing. Fast. But how? Do you think the choker... The demon parted his lips to answer, but the wolves broke into warning snarls that deafened me. On legs that fought against bending, Mom approached me, her battle with the compulsion evident. You need to end this, Mom murmured, her voice 1,000 whispers. I don't want to hurt you. She didn't step a toe over the invisible line onto sanctified ground, for which I was grateful. Of all things I could have asked, that I wanted to say, I had to know. Who did this to you? A pinprick of red marked her pupils and grew, until her eyes had been devoured by crimson. He wants your father. Strain thinned her voice. Don't let him win. Not again. Not this time. The director. I pressed for confirmation, but her focus blurred as she fought against herself. No blame passed her lips, proving whoever summoned her had made sure she couldn't out them. Please, baby, end this. She hugged herself, trapping her wand under her arm. My bones. How? I stepped forward, lulled by her moment of lucidity. How do I give you peace? Burn my bones and salt the earth where you find them. I shored up my courage. I will. But I had to locate them first. Do you know where they are? He buried pieces of me everywhere, she confessed. I can't find myself, only my target. Me. Why would the director do this? I couldn't imagine his endgame. Why the charade? The director? A deep line carved across her brow. He... A shadow passed over the moon, and the wargs packed in close around me, all of them gazing skyward. I didn't have to look. I could feel in my bones who had come, and I began to fear he might struggle harder choosing the living over the dead than I did if his heartbroken awe was any indication.
Howl.
He landed before her, his wings quivering as if he couldn't believe it.
You're here.
I was sent for our baby. She flung herself against his chest. Please, help me.
Come with me.
He scooped her in his arms.
You always did love to fly.
A watery laugh escaped her that turned into an anguished cry of pain. I can't fight it much longer. She cupped his cheek in her palm. And this.
I would sooner the sun burn out than give you up again,
he said, and I could tell we both believed him. I can't live like this. She bit her bottom lip. Exist like this. She pleaded with him. I'm not real.
You're real enough for me.
He held her tighter, like he would never let go.
I'll fix this. Howl, I swear it.
My saint. She tipped her chin for a kiss that forced me to turn my head. You can't fix everything.
I can try.
Without a backward glance, he launched into the sky, taking the immediate threat with him. If it hurt, that they had been so lost in each other neither of their gazes had found me, I couldn't show it. And it worried me, that flaring the grimoire alerted Dad in record time. This won't end well. I watched them until they were a speck on the horizon. Not well at all. Your father has one of her finger bones. Asa must have shifted while I was busy tucking away my pain. Perhaps he can bury it in land they owned and award her some control over her actions. She's been in limbo all this time. I basked in my shame at leaving her there. He needs to let her go. As always, Asa heard more than I said, and he drew me against his side. This doesn't make you weak. I barely remember her. I'm not sure I do remember her. I shouldn't have locked up like that. She's your mother. Asa rested his chin on my head. No one blames you for not wanting to hurt her. She's dead. I forced myself to say it. I can't hurt her. I swallowed again. She asked me to end it. Whatever afterlife she believed awaited her, she had hoped I would help her reach it. An act of mercy. An act of love. Instead, I performed an act of cowardice. I allowed her to be taken by a man who would rather die than live without her. Let's circle back to the den. I wiped my face dry with my tea. Maybe we missed something. Your father has a piece of her now, Asa reminded me. He'll find the rest. That was what I was afraid of. None of this makes sense. I balled my hands into fists. Why involve her? Why involve me? Selfish? Yes. Whiny? Also yes. But come on, did Karma really have no one else to pick on? She fought a compulsion to kill you specifically. He sounded thoughtful. That confirms Colby's game over theory. The murders weren't random. We need to take a closer look at our victims, dig up their connections to their specific summoner. The best cyber sleuth in the business was on her way to us, but I figured I could give her a head start. Hey, I didn't waste time on pleasantries when I dialed Colby. We need to be looking for a link between the summoners and their victims. They weren't random. They were targeted. I know. Oh. I should have known better than to think I was ahead of her, but I did have one confession left she couldn't know. Well, we didn't figure out they were assassins until the last victim got away. Got away? Colby click-clacked in the background.
No one has gotten away.
I did.
What do you mean, you did?
Clay bellowed in my ear.
Who came after you?
A child's first word is often a variation on mother. Funny how I couldn't get out a single one of them. They sent her mother. Asa told Clay for me. Saint collected her before anyone was hurt. A fountain of profanity spewed from Clay's mouth, and I swore I could feel his spittle rain down on me. Mom couldn't name him, but the director is behind this. He must be. I yanked myself back from the edge. I don't know if she meant the entire thing or just her part of it. We know he's out of the office. Asa lent his weight to my worry. If he carried those bones with him, they would have offered him a bargaining chip if he ran into your father before he was ready to face him. I'll trade my life for the bones of your wife that I murdered and hid from you while I imprisoned you and raised your only child to be a psychopath. The sad thing was, I could see the director believing that was insurance enough to save his hide. He really had no idea who his son was or what Dad was capable of if he thought he would survive this.
About that.
Clay hemmed and hawed.
Colby and I have been working that angle since you guys left.
You've been hunting the director. Asa pounced on the lead. Have you found him?
He's still at the compound.
Colby told us.
Rogue agents attacked him on the grounds.
Parrish was with him.
Clay continued.
He scooped up the director and ran with him inside. The compound was locked down for 24 hours, and all traces of the attack were erased.
He hesitated.
It must be bad if they don't want anyone to know how bad it is.
The director might be my grandfather, but I couldn't find an ounce of pity for him in me. Travel provides him with a safer cover, Asa agreed. One that might keep him in power a little longer. Wait. I heard my theory hissing like a popped balloon. Then, who?
Did I mention we haven't sat on our hands the past few days?
Clay sounded proud enough to burst.
Colby is a verified member of the Mystic Realms Live Guild.
I tracked down our suspect's emails, handles, and social media links.
Her enthusiasm was contagious.
I can link the Amherst to Miss March and Lackey. There are 6 others we suspect are waiting on their turn to go active, each more powerful than the last. I'm still cracking those identities.
That's amazing. I pressed a hand against my chest. You're amazing, Smarty Fuzzbutt. 6 was so much better than the 60 members on the Amherst original roster.
It gets better.
Clay rushed out.
Tell them the rest.
The ringleader's handle is Advent.
Any idea who he or she is?
Yeah.
She drew out the word, giving me time to dread the reveal.
I chatted with him earlier.
I'm sorry. I attempted to find my Zen, but it was MIA. You chatted with him?
In the game, in a side chat.
She huffed at me.
Relax.
Secret Agent Moth could fuss all she wanted. I would never relax over direct contact with a suspect.
Anyway, he vetted me some, and I let him. I was even super helpful and sent him a link to my website.
You have a website? A smile warmed her voice.
I do now.
This is taking too long.
Clay added his 2 cents.
And Rue won't understand half of it anyway.
Thanks. I would have smacked him if I could reach him. Your support and encouragement are truly limitless.
The link to my website was malware,
she explained patiently.
Malware is malicious software.
Okay.
When he clicked the infected link, he gave the malware permission to download onto his laptop.
Okay.
The malware was actually spyware, and it gave me access to his computer.
Okay.
He has multiple email accounts, which most people do, you know?
I totally knew that.
He had an account for gaming under Advent Infinity. I made copies of correspondence that links him to the Amhersts, Ms. March, and Lackey.
Her pause held an unexpected gravity.
His primary email, however, was for work. It took me longer to crack his encryption, but I've got it now.
She blew out a slow exhale.
Advent? He's J. Parrish.
The dragon? I slotted those pieces into what we already knew. Or tried to, but most didn't fit. He's already the director's right hand. What does he have to gain? Control of the entire bureau?
You say that like it's as disgusting as bathing in a tub full of slugs,
Clay intoned.
but we're talking about the Black Hat Bureau.
I know that. I dug my nails into my palms. I don't need a refresher course on family history. As the founder's granddaughter, and a victim of his constant scheming, I wore no blinders. I never had. I hadn't been afforded the luxury.
That's the problem. You view it as the family business, but it's not. It's an organization that has taken on a life of its own. Your grandfather awarded himself the power to punish any member of any faction at his discretion. He chooses who lives, who dies, who serves.
The bitterness in those last two words speared me through the heart. I'm aware.
I don't think you are.
He insisted.
People outside the organization don't care who runs it as long as it runs smoothly. They're willing to turn a blind eye to us creeping in the shadows, cleaning up their messes, making their worst villains go away. Dollface, I think you fall in that category. I think you're happy to be there. To pretend the director is the worst fate to befall us. But he's not. Trust me. The Bureau is a powerful tool, and in the wrong hands it will become a weapon against anyone the new director decides to punish.
The whole premise behind the Black Hats are we enforce justice.
Whose justice?
He demanded of me.
Whose orders do we follow to the letter or else?
We stop dangerous predators. We protect the paranormal community from discovery. We might not be doing the job out of the goodness of our hearts, but we put in the work. I love you for your idealism. Asa entered the conversation. But Clay is right that it matters who runs the Bureau. As bad as it is, it can get worse. Things can always get worse. Parrish isn't walking away from this. Even if I trusted the director to slap him on the wrist, and I don't, Dad won't give him the chance. He'll kill Parrish for the insult to my mother. I focused on Clay. We need to anticipate what comes next. Who comes next? After Parrish. Do you have anyone on the inside who's in a position to snag the promotion?
No one in my pocket is that high in the organization, no.
As persona non grata in the Bureau, I had no strings to pull that wouldn't garrote me in the process. Asa, who wasn't in the habit of making friends or forging alliances, didn't have anything to add either. One step at a time. Asa massaged between my shoulders. The director will recover. He always does. He'll name a second. Things will go on as they have. If you believe that, then why push back? Why agree with Clay?
He thinks you can do a better job than Parrish, or the director.
Clay made it sound obvious.
That's why.
A dead bird in a cat's belly could do better, I argued. That's not saying much. You care. Asa made it sound obvious. That alone qualifies you.
You want me chained behind a desk for the rest of my life? I recoiled from the idea. I'm not going to be the director, or the director's pet. I don't want that much power. I can't handle it. It would corrupt me, and people would die. Their endorsement terrified me. I don't want it. This much Asa and I had in common. Ambitious families, powerful fathers, and the weight of expectation that came along with it. As if either of us wanted to step into the roles we had rebelled against all our lives. As if either of us wanted to become the next director or the next High King. As if either of us owed our bloodlines for anything, let alone for being born and forced into the role of heir. Goddess bless, what a mess. The world was safer with the Bureau in it. I believed that. But could I stand in Dad's path to preserve it? Dad, who had spirited away my mother rather than work with me to release her. Dad, who had stared a hole in my chest as if he could sense the nearness of the grimoire. Dad, who was eager to fulfill his bargains and be done with a life he no longer wanted to live. And Parrish, that bastard, had handed Dad the perfect distraction to keep him off the director's back. A black witch, such as my father, had no afterlife ahead of him. Mom, on the other hand, as a white witch, would join Meg, unless the fuzzy area of gray magic they practiced together blurred those edges too much one way or another for them both. How far would Dad go to spend one more day, week, month, year with Mom? And how would I convince him to ever let her go? 14.
I've got him.
The tense conversation ground to a halt, and shame hit me that I'd forgotten Colby was listening in.
I've got him,
she repeated, her voice squeaking as it rose.
I've triangulated his cell phone signal.
How we leapt from tracking Parrish's computer to his cell flew over my head, but Colby was in her element.
Where is he?
Clay whooped with glee.
Let's nail the best.
He cleared his throat.
Bad man.
I have his coordinates.
Colby gave us all a second to pull up map apps.
Ready?
We all grunted agreement, eager to punch in the numbers and find where the case took us next. Before we finished, I could tell Asa and I weren't going to like the answer. He's here. I pinpointed our location on the map. In Tupelo.
About a quarter mile away.
Clay narrowed it down.
He's moving in the opposite direction from you.
He sicked Mom on me. I pivoted toward the signal. Then he watched to see what would happen. Either she killed me, I banished her, or I delivered the director's own personal boogeyman to him. He was gambling on you being in contact with Saint. Asa worried one of his earrings. You were the bait, and your mother was the trap. Saint won't rest until he's collected all her bones, and there's no telling where they're hidden.
That narrows the scope,
Clay agreed.
Parrish now has a grid where your father will eventually strike.
He must have taken Mom's bones from wherever the director was hiding them. I kept an eye on the directions Colby sent to lead me straight to Parrish. I wouldn't be surprised if the director locked them in a box under his bed. To learn my parents, both my parents, might have been beneath my feet for all those years, made the dark yearnings within me stir with a hunger for vengeance against my grandfather and the atrocities he had committed in the name of building his legacy. A legacy that had ultimately rejected him, time and time again. We need a plan. Asa strode beside me. We don't know if Parrish is working alone.
That might be why he liberally sprinkled so many teams in the surrounding area, rather than let us do our thing. There are dozens of agents within a 2-hour radius of you.
Clay grunted.
That means he's got all the backup he needs.
We find where he's holed up, I gritted out. Who he brought with him, and we wait for backup. Our lives were tied. Colby's and mine, and I couldn't throw hers away because I didn't want perspective.
You're going to wait for little old me?
Clay tittered in a falsetto.
Why, I'm positively flattered.
We'll be there in 10.
Colby updated us.
We'll meet you beside Bistro Americana.
Clay made a happy noise.
I wonder if they serve steak frites with béarnaise butter. Or mussels with caramelized fennel and leeks. Maybe an elegant smoked whitefish tartare with herb oil.
You're getting close.
Colby spoke over Clay's ramblings.
I'll switch to texting for stealth.
The call ended, and I forced myself to breathe in and out. We had directions. We had backup en route. We had our ringleader. It's all right to be angry, Asa said from beside me. At Parrish, the director. He hesitated. At Saint. He didn't even look at me. I mashed my lips together, but the words kept coming, pried out by the fascination roiling through me. Once he saw her, that was it. I ceased to exist. He only cared about her. I can't imagine what he must have felt seeing her again. Or you, meeting her in that state. This isn't the first time he's chosen her over me. I hadn't realized that Dad's reappearance had sliced me that deeply, or that the wound had been festering since the night I first saw him. He made a vow that would end his life after he avenged my mother. He decided there and then to make me an orphan. He didn't care that he was leaving a child behind. He only cared his wife was dead. Rue. I wanted him to be my dad. I swallowed past a tight throat. I wanted him to stay. I shook my head. He doesn't care about me, Asa. He doesn't love me. Maybe one love is all a Black Witch can manage. There was an argument to be made that Dad was half crazed from his time beneath the compound, that he wasn't of sound mind or body. But I reverted to the small child I had been when I last saw him, and I wanted him to pick me. Me. Twice now, he had chosen Mom instead, and that cut deep. Enough to draw tears that threatened to blur my view of what lay ahead. Is there a point where we have so much sex that fascination stops making me a weepy mess? I checked with Asa, who choked on air beside me. Is there a magic number? Should we have been keeping count? That's not how fascination works, he said, his voice strained. I wish I could make this better for you. You've been making everything better for me since the day I met you. I thought you wanted to kill me then. I wanted to punch your face in. Lucky for you, your good looks distracted me. I allowed myself a moment of levity. Almost as much as your butt in those slacks is distracting me right now. It's the spandex, he confided. It really sculpts and lifts. A snort blasted out of me, startling a nearby bird from its perch. I can't believe you went there. Clay said that once, after the dry cleaners mixed up our pants. He was able to pull mine on, but it was a stretch. Ace's lips hooked up to one side. He went as far as to order a pair in his size, but he wore them to a food truck show one weekend and caught the reflection of his food baby and vowed to never wear them again. As many food babies as he's carried, I'm amazed he's not the father of hundreds of thousands. We reached the meeting point but lingered outside rather than venturing into the restaurant. You're not your father, Asa said after a while of me staring down the road. The impact of those words coming from Asa, who feared that most of all, forced me to face him. I love you enough to become something more terrible than I have ever been if I lose you. And you love Colby enough not to put her in the middle of what's between us. That doesn't mean I don't want to. I pressed my face into his chest and looped my arms around his waist. I love her so much. But you... I tipped my head back. I can understand why Dad did what he did in the moment. He didn't want to live in a world without Mom. There was no world without her. You won't make that choice. He breathed me in. You would never take that decision from Colby. I want to believe you're right. I turned when gravel crunched behind us. But it gets harder every time I see your slacks lift and sculpt your butt to ever imagine my life without that view. Laughter crinkled the corners of his eyes, and he captured my mouth in a kiss that tapped his newest piercing against my teeth. I never should have told you that. Ugh. Clay pretended to talk into his phone to enable him to speak freely with Colby. If we leave them alone too long, they're like ice cream left out in the sun. They turn into gooey puddles of pure sugar.
I like gooey puddles of pure sugar,
Colby said from within his pocket.
but yeah, they're gross.
Totally. Clay wrinkled his nose as he walked up and stole a hug from me. So gross. Again, those stupid tears threatened to prick my eyes, and I found myself holding on to Clay for too long. It's all right, dollface. He kissed the top of my head. You can cry all you want. It's good for you. I hate crying. I shoved away from him. I hate feelings. Feelings hate you too. He ruffled my hair like a big brother. That's why they've ganged up on you. I want to punch them all in their touchy-feely faces. I know you do. He tweaked my chin. You know what will make you feel better? Like a lady, I sniffed and wiped tears and snot on my shirt. Punching someone else in the face? That's my girl. A throat cleared in the vicinity of his pocket. My second best girl, that is. This again? Really? I was starting to develop a complex. It's too, Clay. First the demon demoted me, then my dad, or first my dad, ditched me, and now Clay dumped me. You've been neglecting me lately. He lifted a shoulder. Colby was there for me in my time of need.
I held his hand, she confirmed, when they announced the winner of the Great British Bake Off.
A rustle of fabric drew my attention to Clay's pocket where Colby's antennae stuck up on high alert.
He's on the move.
Colby peeked out to point the way.
We can catch him at the intersection.
I don't suppose you can tell if he's got backup with him?
No.
Her frustration was evident.
There are no cameras in the area, so my vision is limited.
Of course, my little hacker moth would have tried before it occurred to me to ask. That's okay. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, Clay agreed. You guys go down 2 blocks, then cut north. Colby and I will head northeast. Eyes and ears open, people. They peeled off and began their recon from a safer distance while Asa and I waded into the thick of it by trailing Parrish directly. We could have tracked him by the thick cloud of smoke curling over his shoulder as he pinched a cigarette between his lips. The scent that followed him wasn't chemically treated tobacco, but brimstone and death. We didn't have much to hide behind, but that worked for us as much as against us. We kept a clear line of sight on Parrish, who was on his phone, distracted and alone, puffing away while he strolled through a town where he had just kicked a hornet's nest, then stomped it flat. He's baiting us. I hung back. There's no way he's this oblivious. Parrish had a reputation, but that wouldn't protect him if he kept his head down while enemies were circling him. And if he had been in that clearing, then he knew we were enemies. There was nothing else we could be after what he did to my mother. A quick text to Clay told them to hang back while we watched for his next move. I can smell you, Parrish said, putting away his phone and his pretense. You might as well come out. That sounded like a terrible idea, so we held our ground, waiting to see if he was bluffing. Show some spine. He removed his jacket, let it hit the road, then began rolling up his sleeves. Do you really want to die cowering? Only Asa's grip on my upper arm kept me from launching myself at Parrish and clawing off his face. I'm old, Clay called, shrugging out of a suit jacket.
Insults won't make me move any faster.
His jacket and the moth within, he draped over a branch, giving Colby cover to escape. As Parrish had, he rolled his sleeves up over his forearms.
"You're eternal," Parrish countered. "Age means even less to you than it does to my kind."
I bet you miss the old days when you could set fire to any old village you wanted, steal the maidens, and eat the humans.
You have no idea.
Parrish thrust his hands into his pockets, the picture of calm.
Life was simpler then.
Food tastes better than ever. Plus, you can pay people to cook for you, so you'll have to forgive me if I disagree.
A faint tingle in the back of my mind confirmed my familiar was nearby, and she was working magic.
Where are the others?
Parrish glanced up and down the street.
You're never alone.
We're all alone in the end.
As the lament settled into the space between them, Clay broke into a run, pumping his arms, aiming for Parrish. Their bone-jarring impact made my heart squeeze. Before Parrish landed his counterstrike, light exploded from the trees. A hair-thin bubble of iridescence expanded to encapsulate them within a shimmery ward that would protect the innocent from their brawl. Good call, Smarty Fuzzbutt. Drawing in a full breath, as if readying himself to spew fire, Parrish instead burst into his dragon. Brilliant red and gold scales glittered across his massive body, and his wings arched high overhead. Horns ringed the crown of his skull, and spikes lined his tail. He watched Clay through narrowed yellow eyes, almost luminescent in the streetlights, and his voice rolled like thunder across the pavement.
You would dare.
Another gulp of air, and Parrish spat fire at Clay.
Burn, Golem.
Had Asa not wrapped me in a bear hug from behind, locking me in place, I would have run straight to Clay. As it was, I gave serious thought to stomping Asa's foot or jolting him with magic to break free. Fire won't harm him, Asa reminded me. He can survive anything as long as his shem remains intact. Survive it? Yeah, but it would hurt. The torrent of flames lasted only so long as Parrish had breath, and then he was left panting for air. Meanwhile, Clay was...
If you wanted to see me naked,
Clay dusted ash off his chest.
All you had to do was ask.
He touched his scalp.
Damn it, I liked that wig.
He folded his arms across his chest.
It made me look taller.
He's buying us time. I squirmed in Asa's grip. I couldn't help it. We have to help him. That's not what he's doing. Asa released me and yanked me to my feet as he stood. Look. The sky above us roiled with churning clouds and streaks of lightning. Wind picked up, buffeting Parrish's wings until he snapped them shut to avoid being blown backward. His roar was deafening as he reared onto his hind legs, swiping at the barrier until his claws left visible marks. Enormous wings that stank of rot and copper exploded into view as Colby's freshman attempt at solo warding failed, and the creature at their center folded them in tight, then dove straight for the dragon's open maw. That's my dad. I ran toward them. Good goddess, what is he doing? Forget Clay and the demons roughhousing back home. This was a true clash of titans. And no magic protected the citizens caught out in town from having front row seats. The black magic spell Dad used to conjure his wings expanded until his size rivaled the dragon beneath him. As a piercing shriek rent the night, I conceded he resembled a giant bird of prey more than a man. Wicked talons spread wide, he dove and sank them into Parrish, ripping open his side. An indrawn breath tore my focus from the battle as I sought the source behind us.
Look, Mama, look.
A small boy pointed at the brawl.
Are they filming a movie?
I don't... Her voice trailed off as she got an eyeful of the scene unfolding. Come on, Ren.
Don't let them leave. I shoved Asa toward them. Round up anyone else who saw and contain them. Refusing to budge from his spot by my side, he speared me with his penetrating gaze. What are you going to do? First, I'm going to help Colby raise her ward again. Then I'm going to cast an illusion over the block to prevent any more witnesses. After that, I have no idea. Solid plan. He kissed me quickly. Be safe. You too. The familiar connection thrummed between Colby and me, warm and bright, and I set out at a jog around the perimeter, anchoring the spell to buildings, to lampposts, to curbs. I drew on the threads binding us to weave a powerful ward shrouded with a complex illusion that would have pushed me even at my Black Witch best.
Rue.
Heart clenching, I paused to scan for the owner of that tiny voice. What are you doing?
Helping you.
Colby smacked into my shoulder and wrapped her arms around my neck.
We're stronger together.
She buried her face against me.
I might also be a tiny bit scared. I didn't realize dragons were that big. The eggs in Mystic Realms can't be to scale. Do you think your dad will be okay?
Shoving worries for Dad aside, I focused on her. You need to hide. Dad can't know about you. A pang shot through me, and I flinched away from confirmation I didn't trust him, no matter how much I might want to. Not with her. Colby, it seemed, was the ultimate test of faith with me, and he didn't make the cut.
Hairbow mode, activate.
She shrank to her smallest self.
Hair or bra?
Bra, I decided. Hold on to the strap like old times. Fewer and fewer of my bras had tiny Velcro patches sewn onto the upper straps these days. A wardrobe staple there in the beginning, I had phased them out over time. The idea had been whenever Colby was overwhelmed, she could climb in my shirt and hold on to the loop side with the delicate claws on her feet. Nowadays, I was busier spelling the various shirt and jacket pockets in Clay's wardrobe to suit her. Avoid the chain and the pendant if you can, I warned her. Retreat into the cup if necessary.
Ew!
She wriggled against me.
I'll take my chances with the strap.
Once she was secure, I resumed my careful prowl around the outskirts, keeping a wary eye on the combatants. The smell of blood got my adrenaline pumping, and my heart was a drum within my chest. I could all but taste how that dragon heart would flavor my tongue with iron and salt. And power. So much power.
Rue?
Colby rested her head against my chest.
Are you okay?
No. I tried very hard not to lie to her. But I will be.
Will Clay be all right?
Not much can hurt Clay. I kept going, kept weaving my spell. Maybe avert your eyes, though? The dragon burnt off his clothes.
Oh no.
A faint vibration from a laugh she tried to swallow hit me.
It's poor Wig.
This case has been brutal on his hairdrobe for sure. With us combining our focus, we managed to finish setting anchors without ending up charbroiled from the effort. Then came the fun part, summoning enough power between us to raise the barrier without falling to old habits. I could have taken a bite out of a heart and done it without breaking a sweat, but I would rather let the humans watch the monster brawl than cave in now. There comes a point where you must stop looking back on the person you were and judging the person you are by their standards. You can't be two people at once. You're either new you or old you. There is no in between. Me? I had a crick in my neck from looking over my shoulder. Finally, I was ready to, maybe not forgive, but cut my younger self a break for doing whatever it took to survive. This is going to be rough. I found us a sheltered position where I could keep an eye on Dad and Parrish. We've never pulled this much magic.
We can do it.
Her wings twitched with determination.
We've got this.
Heart in my throat, I began the spell under my breath and let everything else slide out of focus until the churning of power within me spilled from my fingertips and burned bright on the tip of my tongue.
The words grew sharper, gruffer, and the illusion snapped into position with an audible click that caused Dad and Parrish to pause and reassess. Dad understood first, but he didn't seem to care one whit. Parrish, on the other hand, went ballistic. Biting, snapping, clawing, he attacked the ward, desperate to escape my father, but there was nowhere for him to run. When Parrish turned his back on Dad, Dad shot a bolt of blue-black lightning into his spine. Parrish jolted from the shock, twitching and flailing, hitting the ground with an impact that rumbled the streets. I expected Dad to finish him, but he only hovered and watched as Clay grabbed the dragon by the tail and yanked him away from the barrier. As if they had coordinated it, Dad touched down beside Clay, who kept his grip on Parrish, and he dismissed his whirling shadows. Darkness pulsed in the air around Dad as he prowled toward Parrish's great head and fisted one of his horns.
You will tell me where to find the rest of her bones, or I will tear off your scales one by one. I will cauterize the wounds to prevent regrowth, and you will be left defenseless against the attacks of your kind. I will shred your wings to ribbons so that you can't outfly your challengers. I will sand your horns and spikes smooth and dull, and then I will lock you in a silver cage and ship you to your aunt and uncle, and let them decide the punishment for your crimes against your ilk.
For that threat to carry any weight, Parrish must have been turned over to Black Hat by his relatives. And here Dad was, offering to return him to their tender embrace, gift-wrapped for their pleasure.
I would rather an ice lizard castrate me than help you.
If you're interested in castration, Clay drawled, I have a pamphlet around here somewhere.
Before Parrish got a word in edgewise, Dad struck him with a spear of black magic.
The great Hiram Nadesty brought to his knees over a white witch yet again.
Parrish laughed, a wet and hacking noise.
You were the greatest of us all, and you have sunk the lowest.
He whipped his tail, but Clay caught and subdued it.
When I heard you had escaped, I knew the right bait to lure you out. All I had to do was get the director out of his own way long enough for me to do what needed to be done.
You expect us to believe you're loyal to the director?
Clay took the words right out of my mouth.
You're admitting that you're responsible, directly or indirectly, for the attack that sent him to his own infirmary.
He admires strength and cunning.
You know what he doesn't admire?
Clay chuckled, low and cold.
Independent thinkers.
He jerked his head toward my dad.
Ask him.
He scanned the night.
Or his daughter.
They are traitors to the Bureau and to the Nadesty legacy. It's no coincidence rogue black witches have banded together after the director's granddaughter resurfaced, or that her father escaped after decades of confinement and secrecy. Elspeth intends to claim her birthright. She wants to bring the director to his knees and destroy the Black Hat Bureau and all it stands for.
Vertigo swept through me at hearing them discuss me as the Nadesty heir so baldly. No one knew that. No one. Yet the director had told Parrish. Or had Parrish figured it out for himself? Either way, he had me confused with someone else. Say, my father. Those were his goals, not mine. And Parrish, tired of living under the sword of Damocles since Dad escaped the compound, had gambled that recapturing Dad would redeem him in the director's eyes. He didn't want to be the next Mickelson, a victim to my grandfather's rage, but he didn't hide himself within his web of misdirection well enough. The gamers were all cannon fodder meant to take the fall if his plan failed to bear fruit. But he miscalculated the greater danger. His preemptive strike missed the target. By a mile. Or 50. And now, fresh grief tracking down his cheeks. Dad would kill him for it.
You have no idea what my daughter's ambitions are, or what she's capable of. Dad growled the threat. She's better than us, better than the Bureau. She doesn't want your seat at the table. She doesn't want any of this. She craves the same things I once did. A life, a family, her freedom.
He blasted Parrish again.
People like you don't understand.
Again.
We were forced to live another man's dreams.
Again.
And when we dared to dream our own, he destroyed them. He can't take much more, Clay warned him. Lay off unless you want barbecue for dinner. He would rather die than help me.
Dad sounded past caring.
And I won't let him live.
The next bolt of magic struck, and it didn't stop until Parrish's twitching body hit the pavement, and the stink of charred flesh clogged my nose. A moment later, Parrish quit moving, and the street fell silent. Following protocol to the letter, Dad touched the dragon with the tip of his wand, and its hulking corpse disintegrated into ash, the wind scattered across the pavement. Done with that, he rested his palm against the barrier, and it collapsed around him as if it were nothing.
I have to go.
Dad cast his voice to where I hunkered down with Colby, and I stepped from my hiding place. He pressed a piece of paper into Clay's hand, met my eyes, and rolled his shoulders. Magic burst from either side of his spine, exploded into those same giant wings, and he flew away. When Clay didn't join us, I figured he was avoiding how he was on Team Dad in the fight, while the rest of us were relegated to onlookers. That, or he was mourning for his wig. Either way, I went to check on him. I wanted my team secure before I attended the humans Asa had gathered to contain the incident. On the way, I scooped up the jacket Parrish had discarded and pocketed his phone as evidence. Oh no. I located Clay frozen near the spot where he left his jacket. Hold on, Clay, I've got you. Circling around, I expected damage to his shem, but the design remained whole and untouched on his forehead. As I stood there studying him, he broke out in shivers, and then he began to cough.
Hey.
His voice came out graveled and low.
What are you doing here?
The fight's over, I told him slowly, giving him a second to catch his breath. I came to check on you.
What fight?
Are you okay? I ducked down to search his face. I checked your shem, but... A light breeze swirled hair into my eyes and ash into my lungs. From the horror spreading across Clay's face, it must have tickled him too.
Where are my clothes?
He cupped the space between his thighs, then crossed his legs.
What the hell?
That about sums it up from my point of view, too. 15. What's the last thing you remember? I helped Clay knot his suit jacket like an apron to cover his front. His anatomy was his business, no one else's. Sadly, his backside was a view we all had to endure. Let's start there. The note Dad had pressed into his hand resided in my pocket, but I hadn't worked up the nerve to read it. Clay didn't know who it was meant for, and if it wasn't intended for me, I wasn't sure I could deal with Dad passing me over again.
We were on our way here.
He scratched his scalp and earned ashy fingertips.
Where's my hair?
The dragon got your wig, too. I took his hand and led him to an out-of-the-way space. I helped him sit on a carpet of pine needles beneath the trees and lean against a trunk. It was Parrish.
Why was Parrish here?
He shifted to get comfortable.
Fucking pine needles.
You're having a short-term memory problem. I touched his shoulder. Just stay put, okay?
I'm not going out there naked. The world isn't ready for that.
I'll stay with him.
Colby volunteered.
I don't want him to forget again and wander off.
Good call. I helped her out of my shirt, then set her on his shoulder. I'll be back soon. Without a handy pocket to hide in, Colby was exposed. But, I rationalized, she could fly up into the trees if she required cover. Plus, naked Clay would prove a distraction if he was discovered before I got back to him. That would give her time to escape. Do me a favor. I handed her the note. Does this have any bearing on our present circumstances? Chicken I might be, but idiot I was not. I couldn't afford to ignore what might prove to be a life-saving tip, even if I wanted to believe ignorance was bliss for a while longer.
No,
she said softly and passed it back.
You can read it later.
It's for me? I bit my tongue, but it was too late. She was already nodding. Okay. I forced a smile. Later, then. After a quick sweep of the area, both to ensure Clay and Colby were secure and to escape her pity, I went in search of Asa. Cleanup on this scale required professionals, but I couldn't help spinning out possible scenarios. Earthquakes got a bad rap in monster-infested cities, but it wasn't a popular excuse in Mississippi. Hurricane would have worked better, but those didn't appear out of thin air. Tornado? With the options available to me, that sounded most believable. An EF5 was nicknamed the Finger of God for a reason. Damage from those storms was catastrophic. Rue. Asa flagged me down. Over here. After jogging across the street, I smacked into his chest, breathless. It was the exercise, not the urge to sob on his shoulder about my daddy issues. He gathered me against him and kissed my forehead as if he sensed the wild spin of my thoughts. Too soon he released me, and we were forced back to the task at hand. He had corralled 19 people in a sub shop and offered to pay for their food if they waited out some vague emergency important enough for the FBI to be on scene. That had done the trick. But now, I had a lot of memories to wipe and not much time to do it. Small events gave you a larger window to act. Big events dug in and seized hold of the mind, rooting the memory. If I screw this up, these people were at risk of being tornado victims on the nightly news. I can erase this event. I confided in Asa. And I can suggest an excuse, but I can't create a true memory. Better that they lost an hour of time than their lives. The showdown outside had disastrous potential if even one person filmed Dad or Parrish in their other forms and uploaded it to their social media sites. I didn't have any mind-altering tea for them to drink, which meant I had to reach into their brains and jiggle the wires myself. I called the cleaners after I rounded up everyone. He assured me. They'll handle the fine-tuning. Good. I wanted to shut my eyes and sleep for a week. That's the best news I've heard all night. As I approached the first table, I noticed a kid eating dino nuggets and inspiration struck. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Thankfully, they were eager for an update, especially after noticing the blood and dust on me. Once I held their entire focus, down to the last child, I yanked hard on Colby and summoned a light mist from my wand that spread through the restaurant. As the patrons inhaled, the spell latched on, and click went their brains. They switched off, leaving me front and center before a room full of zombie-like stares. A monster movie was being filmed downtown tonight. What you saw were animatronic creatures doing battle for the final showdown. The buildings will be repaired by the production company in a timely manner. I smiled, and as one, they smiled back. Everything is okay. Everyone is okay. We need your cooperation for a bit longer, and then we'll let you all go home. The room nodded in sync, then fell into staring at me again, their empty eyes following my every move as I met Ace at the door. Clay helped Dad fight off Parrish, I told him quietly. But he doesn't remember any of it. That's not like Clay. Asa scanned the street behind me. His mind is like a vault. Exactly. I hated to think it, let alone say it. But there's a key. The director. He gave Clay orders, and Clay always followed them to the letter. He had no choice. But as much as I would love to pin this on him, he wasn't here. So where did that leave us? Tires squealing drew us out on the sidewalk as 3 vans skidded into the parking spaces in front of the restaurant. Men and women dressed in biohazard suits spilled onto the street, broke into teams, and set about earning the title of cleaner. Each one carried a kit resembling a tackle box, and one of them hefted a case of the supernatural equivalent of bear spray with a yellow sticker reading, "Experimental." Kudos to them for trusting an R&D project to save them from a rampaging dragon. Thank the goddess. I really didn't want to be responsible for scrambling this many people's brains. These folks stood a much better chance of making a full recovery with pros on the job. I hoped the cleaners would arrive in time for me to join you, but I didn't trust the humans to stay put. Put more than 2 people together, mix in an ounce of excitement, and you became an instant cat herder. You were right to keep watch over them. It's not their fault Parrish earned a smackdown, or that Dad was too enraged to see straight. This is an incident with a capital I. They exposed themselves to humans in a populated area with no attempt to de-escalate the situation. As far as I could tell, Dad didn't care who got hurt, so long as he got answers from Parrish. I had to hand it to him. One surefire way to dethrone the director and abolish Black Hat was revealing the existence of the supernatural community. And if the cleaners missed one speck of evidence tonight during their wipe-down, that was exactly what he had done. Let's greet them. He rested his hand at the small of my back and guided me. Then we can go. I need to make a statement. And yet, I allowed myself to be led. This is going to get sticky. The cleaners will have their hands busy with the humans, he reasoned. They can find you later. After I've had time to think up a good story? Precisely. With the director wounded and his second-in-command dead, the Bureau was rudderless. We had to do one of 2 things: get the director back on his feet, or elect our own interim director. The latter was laughable, really. Who could we trust? No one. Anyone who snatched the leadership out of the jaws of this turmoil wasn't looking to save the Bureau or its agents. More than likely, they would run Black Hat into the ground faster than you can say chupacabra. I doubted anyone left would make that power grab except as an escape route. With the title came the power to abolish the Bureau, to release the agents from their service, to free the prisoners in the belly of the compound. Agents pardoned from their duties would fall into old habits and wreak havoc. Prisoners, half-starved and brutalized, would devour entire towns to sate their hunger. The world would descend into bloody chaos, and humans would never trust the night again. Asa handled the cleaners when I failed to rise above my churning thoughts, but I came alert in time to show him where I parked Clay and Colby. Ready to go? I offered Clay a hand. We'll bring the SUV around so you don't have to flash anyone.
They should be so lucky.
He let me help him up with a grunt.
This butt is a work of art.
His creator had been a master sculptor, so there was no arguing the point. But I didn't let that stop me.
I'm prime beef,
he continued, sounding more like himself.
Grade A.
Leaning around him, I took in the crosshatch pattern in his skin from sitting on the pine needles for so long. You've got the grill marks for sure. We chose another hotel, unrelated to our cases, and booked a double queen to share. It was the best option they had, and none of us minded the closeness after the insanity of a night that somehow felt longer than the day of the challenge. Clay still had no memory past leaving his hotel, and Colby was disturbed by how normal he seemed during their trip. When acting on orders, Clay was himself before, during, and after. That was the most unsettling part of his curse of servitude. He had no choice in what he did, or sometimes said, and memory of those events were at the discretion of his master. All that meant I had seen this before, and it shook me to see it again with fresh eyes. Blamed the tiny shoot of conscience blossoming in my mind, or the rush of feelings Asa had inspired. But I had forgotten how misery, shame, and fear swirled across his face in a smear of uncertainty when he woke with no recollection of his actions. On the balcony, forearms braced on the railing, I stared out at the scenic recycling center parking lot across the street and turned my options over and over and over in my head. The director would be out for blood after what Parrish did to him. He would want to make an example out of him. But Parrish was off the table. So, did I let Dad take the fall? Or did I accept the blame? We had cost the director a prime opportunity to string up one of his top people to quell the rising rebellion, and he would expect one of us to pay for it out of our hides. Already the urge to run from my problems, again, twitched in my calves. The choice was easy last time. Now, not so much. There was more than Colby to consider. I had Asa, Clay, and my whole life in Samford. Selfish as it made me, I didn't want to give up any of that. I had gotten greedy, and I wanted it all. Hours. I had hours to find a solution. Hours until my grasp on Samford slipped as I tumbled into freefall.
Mind if I join you?
Clay didn't wait for permission before shoving in next to me.
I know how he did it.
How who did what? I had so much spinning in my head I was out of room for more. Parrish?
Your dad.
He let me come to terms with that.
I was given orders long ago to obey Hiram.
The director never rescinded them because Dad was, as far as anyone knew, dead. Either the director never intended for Dad to step foot out of his cell again, or he couldn't retract it. And Dad must have known it if he signaled Clay out sometime prior to his run-in with Parrish to ensure he had backup he could trust with his secret.
That's what I'm thinking.
A flutter behind my breastbone tempted me with hope. Does that mean?
No.
He leaned more heavily into me.
He can't release me from service.
This was more like the director adding users to his Netflix account than handing out his password,
Colby explained as she joined us. That actually made sense. I shot Colby a grin. I'm getting better at tech speak. Head down, she got real quiet real fast. You pre-dumbed it down for me, didn't you?
Maybe.
She sandwiched two fuzzy hands together.
A tiny bit.
The flare of amusement I felt for her shenanigans grew cold in the face of reality. What should I do? Clay knew me well enough to know what I was asking him.
You should visit the director at the compound, give your report in person, and assess his condition.
Clay's jaw bulged as he ground his teeth.
That might earn you and Samford leniency.
Admit Dad killed Parrish, or confess I did. Neither were great options. With cleaners swarming the place, I wasn't sure I could take the blame even if I wanted to, and their findings might thwart any attempt I made to shield Dad from exposure to the masses. He's not sentimental. I considered his proposal. He'll want a detailed rundown of events.
He won't kill you,
Asa said quietly, joining our huddle. As long as your father is alive, the director needs leverage to bring him to heel, and your mother's bones are lost. He stared out at the night.
He could cage you, Rue. Bait to lure Hiram right where he wants him. If you walk into that compound, you might not walk out again.
Samford is safer with me in a cage, I confessed, throat tight. The girls would be too.
There's another option,
Colby said softly.
I don't know if you'll go for it.
I'm open to suggestions. I leaned back. What's on your mind?
What if we join your dad's resistance?
She twitched her antennae.
He said no before, but now...
The director can't afford not to punish someone. Asa knew it as well as I did. He won't out your father except as a last resort. To admit his son, who had challenged his authority before, was not only alive but an active participant in this latest resistance, would torpedo his reputation. Add to that my disappearance for 10 years, then my triumphant return, minus the public spectacle, and agents would decide he was growing weak. And that was before news of his attack leaked, which it would, and Parrish's death hit the grapevine. If I run again, he goes after Samford. I shut my eyes. I can't have that on my conscience.
What if we put protections in place?
Clay rubbed his naked scalp.
We could hire mercenaries.
I'm sorry, but what? I whipped my head toward him. Mercenaries?
You can't trust mercenaries,
Colby informed us.
They'll always work for the highest bidder.
I agree. That it was game-based logic didn't change it was real-world applicable. No mercenaries. I have an alternative. Asa's head fell back. Father gifted me a centuria for my 13th birthday.
Command of a centuria?
Clay watched him.
Or slaves?
Slaves. Asa let me see what the admission cost him in front of Clay. Family seeking his favor tithed him their firstborn child on the day I was born. Those children were trained as legionaries from my birth to be loyal to me. They were meant to be the core of my royal guards when I ascended to the throne of the High King. It sounds rather past tense. That was the only way I could frame it. What happened to them? I tried to free them, but they refused to leave my service.
Brainwashed.
The metal railing crumpled in Clay's fist.
And there's no saving them. Not when they were molded as children. Not for that kind of life. I doubt they realize they're not soldiers. They're servants.
I, too, had been forged young, but Clay had taken me in hand and taught me to think for myself. The least we could do was put the same tools in theirs and offer them a chance at carving their own futures. Where are they now? I did my best to absorb this latest turn. What do they do? They provide security for my estate in Hael. His chin dipped toward his chest. It keeps them safe and gives them a purpose. His voice went soft. It's a waste of their lives, their talents. But I can't make them see it no matter how hard I tried to convince them otherwise. They were trained for this, raised for this. They don't know anything else, and they refuse to learn another way. Elite fighters left to babysit an empty estate. I bet they were bored out of their skulls. Can we trust them? I wasn't in a position to turn down help. How loyal is loyal? Their blood sworn to me. His lips twisted in a grimace. They obey only me.
How certain are you of that?
Clay rubbed a hand down his face.
We have to tread carefully here.
Father ordered 3 officers to slit their own throats. He swallowed. They did it without hesitation. That means they answer to him too, I pointed out. That makes them too dangerous to use. That was before the transference ceremony, he explained. He wanted a spectacle, so he created one. He issued the same command after the Centuria was bound to me, and they didn't so much as twitch.
How sure are you that wasn't more theater?
Clay wondered.
He could have staged it ahead of time.
Yanai might be Stavros's preferred spies when it came to Asa, but a Centuria his son believed to be within his control was even better for reporting his activities back to his father.
Grandmother visited me that night. She brought a shawl her mother knitted for her, one that forces the wearer to speak truth. A faint smile made a brief appearance. She interrogated them, and after she was satisfied they were earnest, she cast her own binding over them. Any who harm me will die by their own hand. He cut me a glance from under his lashes. We can trust them. She made sure of that.
Your grandmother sounds amazing.
The shawl disintegrated after that. His grief over its loss twisted his features. Her one heirloom from her mother, and she spent its magic protecting me.
I'll say it again. I took his hand. Your grandmother sounds amazing.
She is.
He allowed himself a smile.
She's going to love you.
For my sake, I hoped so. I didn't want to get on her bad side. That much was certain.
Thank you. I squeezed his fingers.
I can imagine how much you hate leaning on that connection. Maybe life in Samford would agree with the Centuria, as it had with me and Aiden, and they would flourish.
For you, he said, his jaw tight. I'm willing to renew those old ties.
A persistent buzz from Clay's phone sucked the air from my lungs, aware any moment I might lose my choice and be forced in one direction or another.
Kerr.
He leaned against the railing.
That sounds like a you problem, Marty.
The name alone had me rolling my eyes, despite the grim circumstances.
He needs orders, Asa told me, eavesdropping on their conversation. No one can get in touch with Parrish. Orders for what? There's still a case to solve as far as they know.
Right. I massaged an ache in the center of my forehead. I knew that.
The ringleader was down, but there were still others waiting on their turn for otherworldly revenge. You have bigger things on your mind. He kissed the spot I was quickly rubbing raw. But the summoning ring must be stopped, with or without us.
Give me the phone. I reached for it, then girded my loins. Marty, you're in Natchez, right? Who the fuck put you on the phone? Pass me back to Kerr. Apprehend Lucy March. She's a summoner, likely a black witch. Contain her and you contain Frankie. Lean on her to get the location of Frankie's bones. Burn them, mix the ashes with her grave dirt, and salt the earth. Got it? I recalled our eerie accommodations. Find out what happened to her guests while you're at it. They hadn't been on Parrish's list, but something happened to them. A trial run for Frankie, maybe? You're out of your goddamned mind if you think I'm taking orders from you. Bernard Lackey is on the run. Find him. He's responsible for Old Man Fang. Are you deaf? Marty laughed, a bright choking noise. I ain't listening to you, witch bitch. Parrish is dead. I wasn't sure I made the decision to tell him so much as it fell out of my mouth. The director will be looking to promote. You caught his attention with the last case, right? The one in Charleston? You rounding up this summoning ring will make you look good. Maybe good enough to step into Parrish's shoes. For once, Marty kept his mouth shut. I imagined the gerbil in the wheel of his brain waking from a long nap. Okay. He thought about it. Give me the others, and I'll take this case off your hands. Thanks. I forced my jaw to unlock and fed him Colby's research. That's all I've got. The call ended, and the mental picture of Marty dancing a jig popped into my head.
You lied.
Clay clucked his tongue.
The director probably doesn't even remember his name.
Marty horning in on all the other individual investigations will give us a breather. I even threw him the waitlist of summoners who hadn't gone active yet. He won't tell a soul Parrish is dead, but he will tell everyone that he's acting on Parrish's behalf, and that if they take issue with it, they can contact Parrish. Except they can't, because Parrish is dead. That sticks Marty in an endless loop of authority.
You didn't give up the Amhersts.
Clay pried his fingers off the railing.
You going to recruit them?
Hearing him put my plans into words, I couldn't control my flinch. They're killers, but they're also kids. I forced myself to shrug. And we left our stuff there.
You're such a softy.
Clay shook his head.
We left you under that hot Alabama sun for too long.
Yeah. As much as I wanted to ask Clay to swing by the mausoleum to pick up the booze collection while I slept, I couldn't trust him. Not while Dad, who collected dark artifacts too, could command him to steal them. With more battles ahead, Dad would use any and all resources at his disposal, including my friend. Already I was deciding how to use the Horde to finally identify the Boo brothers' mysterious benefactor. I fully expected the trail to lead straight to Black Hat. To a Black Witch, most likely. One of our rogues. Thank the goddess Parrish hadn't won, or else the director would have a fresh armory instead of me. For now, all I could do was text Marita, beg for an extension, and promise to pick up the goods at dusk. That done, I shoved past the guys, picked the closest bed, and flopped down face first. 16. Morning came early. The only reason I didn't threaten to throat punch the sun was the warm day curled around me. I was under the cover, and he was on top of them. That confused me until I heard the flutter of sleeping moth wings and recalled that we were all sharing a room.
Stop wiggling,
Asa growled behind me, his voice heavy with sleep and desire. Make me, I whispered back, grinding against him playfully. A pillow smacked me in the face, and I spluttered, swatting it aside as another struck me.
Look who's awake.
Clay rested on his mattress, propped up on one elbow.
Perv 1 and Perv 2.
And you thought violence was the answer?
With you two?
He pretended to consider it.
Yes.
Any word on Marty's progress?
Ms. March has been detained for questioning. She doesn't have much magic, but she's stubborn as a mule. They're going to truth spell her if she doesn't cooperate soon, and that won't end well for her.
A truth spell was a last resort with suspects who had no value beyond the information they carried. The process wasn't a spell, per se, but it did involve a specific type of fey magic that ripped chunks of information out of a person's head, then rendered them comatose. Pointless, really, given the nature of the case. Seized the electronics and you tied the case up with a bow. Not my circus, not my monkeys. The truth spell was Marty's idea, I decided. I never should have told him about Parrish.
He would have found out eventually. This way he handles cleanup and you get to save 2 young lives.
He flopped back against his pillow.
It's not perfect, but it's not a bad deal either.
Unless those 2 young lives attack us and we have to save ourselves.
Always the possibility,
Clay admitted.
That's the job.
The Amhersts are 17 and 18, old enough to know right from wrong. They decided to embrace the dark arts. Asa made it sound simple when it was anything but. They chose to murder innocents to get their next black magic high. You're right. I rolled onto my back. That doesn't make it suck any less. No, he agreed, resting his chin on my shoulder. It doesn't.
Come on.
Clay threw back his covers and swung his legs over the edge of the bed.
Time to go.
The comforter hit Colby and jarred her awake, her wide eyes blurry in the bright room.
Kill him!
She blurted, then seemed to realize where she was and who was with her.
Oh, sorry?
If you tell me you even dream about murdering orcs, we're going to have a serious talk, young lady.
Then I won't tell you.
She stretched out her wings and yawned.
But it involved a pirate ship.
Goddess bless, I muttered. It's too early for this.
You expressed concerns about my dreams.
She woke up fast.
I was only easing your fears.
I expressed concern. Those poor orcs would be shark bait soon. You expressed an infomercial. Folding her arms, all of them, across her chest, she pouted at having been called out. Let's go. I rolled out of bed, but Clay shoved me back down and sprinted to the bathroom. Jerk!
Dibs,
He called as he slammed the door.
I call dibs.
That's not how dibs works, I yelled after him, then pointed at Colby. Don't encourage him. Colby, who had been giggling, pasted on a solemn expression I wouldn't buy on sale at the dollar store. While we waited for the diva, who had somehow managed to travel with all his remaining wigs in their protective cases, the rest of us pulled on what clothes we had available and ordered room service for breakfast. This was going to be a long day, and a full stomach would go a long way toward improving it. The Amherst Inn hadn't changed since our last visit. From the outside, it appeared to be sinking in, and it made me curious how long the charade of rot had been in the making for people in town to accept it as a natural progression of neglect. The glamour alone would have sent most prospective guests around the loop in the driveway on their way somewhere better. Yet there were signs, such as our modern suites, that Mr. and Mrs. Amherst had been overhauling their inheritance prior to their disappearances. Rather than give Trinity and Marcus a heads up we were coming for them, we left the SUV in the parking lot of the hotel where Clay and Colby had been staying. The short walk across the street to the woods gave me time to squash worries about my future to focus on the Amherst's fate. I knew you'd be back. Malcolm Holstrom stepped into my path. Didn't I say, Emmett? A beat later, his younger brother emerged. Sure did. Barely past noon, and these jokers were walking about as if the sun wasn't a deterrent for them. Those punk kids told us to hunt you down, Malcolm explained. But why waste the energy? I thought you hated all things paranormal. I kept them talking to get an idea if they were running on autopilot or if their summoners were nearby. Yet you're killing on command? For witches. Don't have much choice. Malcolm gestured down at himself. Damn kids have our nuts in a vise. Then why the saucy wink that night in the woods? You seemed plenty in control of yourself then. Ours is a sacred mission, and those kids have no right to dictate our kills. The Lord does that. We only kill the damned, Emmett added. Not innocent humans. You understand that innocent and human aren't synonymous, yes? And based on our intel, their streak of murdering humans they pegged as paranormals was still going strong. If they hadn't figured that out yet, there was no point in educating them. They would be dead soon enough. Dead again? Dead for good? Whatever. Don't try to get in our heads. Malcolm clicked his tongue at me. We're smarter than that. This wasn't an attempt at reverse psychology so much as it was an observation, but sure. You're pretty. Emmett studied me. I can feel how evil you are, witch. Evil shouldn't be pretty. I thought about cosmetic surgery, a mole here, a chin hair there, but it was out of my price range. She thinks she's funny. Emmett prowled closer. You're not funny, little witch. He lunged, his jaw unhinging, stretching until he could have fit my whole head in his mouth. You're dead. Yanking magic from Colby, I blasted Emmett, who exploded into ectoplasmic lumps that jiggled and wiggled as they began merging into a cohesive whole again. You're gonna die for that. Malcolm ran at me, his lips parting. No one hurts my brother. Sorry, but I'm too busy to die right now. I repeated the effort, blasting Malcolm to bits before he showed me his feelings. Have your people call my people, and we'll set something up for later. Let's go. Clay nudged me toward the house. They won't stay jelly for long. We reached the house without issue, but raised voices warned us the siblings weren't happy. We crept to the azalea bushes planted beneath the kitchen window overlooking the backyard and hunkered down to listen in. The curtains had been drawn, so there was little chance of us being seen, and their voices were loud enough I doubted we would be overheard either. The booze should have returned by now, Marcus snapped. Something is wrong. You're paranoid. Trinity countered. They're dragging their feet as usual.
What if those agents circled back? They're not just going to forget about us. What if they found the bones?
We would know if our Onryos had been vanquished, wouldn't we?
I don't know.
His footsteps retreated as he began pacing.
Any word from Aspect?
He hasn't been online.
What about Bowser or Dreadnought?
Nothing since yesterday.
Aspect said he would be in touch. It's been 3 days. He never goes that long between check-ins.
Maybe they caught him.
I could almost hear her shrug.
He's the one passing out arcane information. Maybe he gave the spell to the wrong person and they turned on him. Or maybe one of the others summoned a badass they couldn't control and it killed them.
The silence told me Marcus was considering this as a possibility. We need to find the booze. His heavier footstep grew closer. Let's go yank on their chains.
Good grief,
Trinity huffed.
I have 3 orders to fill. I can't keep running off to play with your toys.
You helped me summon them, so it's your responsibility to help me control them.
I wouldn't be stuck traipsing around in the woods if you hadn't been determined to have the Boo brothers.
They weren't my pick, and you know it.
His annoyance rang clear.
Aspect chose the booze for us. He didn't sound happy about it either. 2 of us, 2 of them.
Just think, she sighed. You could have summoned the Baymont Butcher, Trixie Vane, or Gigi Savage.
Either way, you owe me, he clipped out. For Dad.
Another quiet descended that was somehow louder than the first.
I'm sorry, Marcus exhaled. I shouldn't have gone there. What he did to you.
He deserved to die,
she said without an ounce of remorse. No argument here.
The rustle of clothing and shuffle of feet made me think they might have hugged, but it was brief. Let's go. She forced a brighter tone. I have to be ready for the big tournament next Saturday.
Forget the tournament, he joked with her. I'm still waiting for an upgrade on my beard.
The siblings' banter made them easy to track as they exited the house and entered the yard, all smiles and chatter. They had committed atrocious acts, and they didn't care. They had gone dark side too long ago to save if their cavalier attitudes were any indication. We eased around the side of the house and intercepted them before they reached the tree line.
Marcus and Trinity, I began, and that was all the warning they required to bolt. The brother appeared to be the instigator, so I wanted more people on him. Clay, you and Asa go after Marcus. I jerked my chin at the girl. I'll go after Trinity. The guys weren't happy with their assignments, but oh well. This only ends one way, I shouted to her. Surrender and you can save your brother.
You're a black witch, she panted. You just want my heart. The oddities of my heritage and powers urged me to embrace my new truth.
I'm a Grey Witch.
You must really think I'm dumb. There's no such thing.
Her voice rose to a fever pitch, a spell falling from her lips that trailed to me.
Malcolm, I summoned thee.
Crap. I put on a fresh burst of speed, determined to seize her before he caught me. Trinity, stop! 2/3 of the eldest Holstrom brother materialized before me, and I smacked right into him. Oh, hello. He shoved me back while I was off balance, then swiped my leg out from under me. I was hoping we'd meet again. You're starting to sound like a broken record. Well, he said, chuckling, his hand going to the absent portion of his head. I am missing half my brain. I can't tell much difference, to be honest. Back on my feet, I kicked his hip, spun him, then thrust my wand up toward his chin. He leapt aside, dodging the strike, then rolled under my defenses to pop up in my face. His eyes were wild with exhilaration, and his chest pumped despite the fact his heart had long ceased its beating. This is going to be fun. He punched up, catching me in the gut. Never killed a Grey Witch before. A sharp hurt radiated through me from the point of impact, and that was when I understood. You stabbed me. That's so... I pulled the ectoplasmic blade from my gut,
and it turned to goop in my hand. Disgusting. I brought my knee up between his legs, and he doubled over, panting. If I get ghost cooties from this, I'm going to carve your bones into beads and pass them out to witch covens as souvenirs. You bitch. He squinted up at me. That fucking hurt. Use your brain. Awkward. The half you have left. I barreled on. You're dead. Your heart doesn't have to beat. Your lungs don't have to fill. You don't have to experience pain. You're dead, capiche? His reactions were based on responses he would have had while he was alive, not stimuli he felt now. Hey. He straightened to his full height. You're right. He laughed. Mind over matter. When his fist plowed into my face, once, twice, 3 times without flinching, I realized the enormity of my mistake. Now that he knew he didn't have to feel pain, he was choosing not to, and Trinity was getting away. I probably deserved that, I admitted, ducking his next strike. But as much fun as this has been, I've got a summoner to catch. Before he could get in close again, I stabbed him through with my wand and lit him up until he exploded. A permanent solution it was not, but I was running low on options, and the bigger problem was sprinting away at breakneck speed. Once he was scattered, I ran in the direction I last saw Trinity. About the time I started to fear I had chosen wrong, I found her clutching her side and panting through a cramp. She spotted me and forced herself to run, but it was clear she wasn't used to the exercise. Foam armor doesn't make you work for it like wearing the real thing. Last chance. I was closing in fast. I don't want to hurt you. Then don't. She began to limp. Leave us alone. I can't do that. I extended my arm and brushed her shoulder with the tip of my wand. Magic turned her muscles soft, and she collapsed in a heap I almost tripped over. Sorry, kid, but you've got hard choices ahead of you. I wanted her to decide before she saw her brother. You need to answer some questions for me, and then we're going to talk about your options. Exhaustion paired with the spell left her too weak to do more than mumble an affirmative. You and Marcus summoned the Boo brothers. I started off easy. How did you do it? Advent. Her breath hitched. New guy in the guild. Played with us for months. Got tight with Marcus. Even streamed a few movies together. Movies like Game Over? A flicker of surprise lightened her eyes, and she stammered. Yeah. And then? Marcus bragged we were witches. Said he bet he could summon an avatar like in the movie. Advent asked if we ever cast any spells. Tears slid down her cheeks. Marcus said no, and Advent hooked him up with a few easy ones to see if they would work. And just like that, the Amherst handed Parrish the perfect vehicle for their revenge. I'm guessing they did. No. Her voice went softer. They didn't. Did Advent have a cure for that? He told us if we wanted magic, real magic, we should kill our parents, that we would become more powerful if we... She wet her lips. Ate their hearts. Already knowing the answer, I still asked her. And did you? Our dad knocked us around a lot, and our mom let him. Her jaw flexed. One night, he hit me so hard I was unconscious for 20 minutes. Marcus was terrified. He thought Dad had finally killed me. Her cheeks flushed. Marcus killed him instead. Her eyes dilated. I couldn't believe it. What happened next? He told me we were in this together, that I had to do my part. The tremble in her voice might have been remorse, or it might have been excitement. I had to kill Mom to make us even. Did you? I didn't think I could eat her heart. It was this bloody, messy glob of raw meat. The description alone was enough to have me tasting copper and craving salt. Marcus went first. He took a bite out of Dad's heart, and he changed. The spells that didn't work before worked then. She swallowed hard. We knew our parents were witches, but they didn't practice. They didn't have enough magic. I think
Maybe that was why Dad hated us so much. Marcus and I weren't powerful, but we had something. I think, Dad, that he wanted it, and since he couldn't have it, he decided to beat it out of us, too.
The grandmother had power, which Mr. Amherst must have grown up envying. But for his kids to have a spark where he had none? I could see how that would turn him bitter. But it was no excuse. There was none for harming children. How many people did you kill?
Me?
Her eyes rounded.
None.
A glint of humor slipped her careful mask, and I discovered which side of the line she fell on.
Malcolm?
Trinity tried to recover the remorseful act, but I had seen through it.
He must have killed 5 people.
Did Malcolm choose the victims, or did you?
Let's see.
Her forehead scrunched.
There was the cop who came to the inn after customers reported shouting, saw me bleeding in a corner and left. There was a teacher who suggested therapy would help me cope with the abuse. She could have reported my parents. She could have saved us, but she didn't. Then there was the preacher who told us to pray for our parents. There was a boy from school who told me he loved me, used it to get in my pants, then posted it online for all his friends to enjoy.
She counted them off her fingers. I feel like I'm leaving someone out, but that's 4. Do you feel any remorse?
Do you think they lost any sleep over me?
You understand there are consequences for your actions.
Worth it,
she told me.
No regrets.
Had the defiant glint in her eyes not reminded me so much of myself, I might have joined the long line of people who had turned their backs on this girl and decided she was someone else's problem. But I thought about Clay, and how the hand of friendship he extended had pulled my head above the waterline when I was drowning in the same black magic addiction thrumming through Trinity. Finally, I brought her around to a topic that had been preying on me. Why Mystic Realms?
Mystic Realms is iconic. It's the most popular MMORPG ever. Nothing else comes close. There were like 12 million subscribers last I checked, and over 100 million accounts.
Her enthusiasm leaked through.
If you were going to recruit gamers for, anything, that's the place to do it.
Niggling fears that Parrish had chosen Mystic Realms for Colby-related reasons subsided. Mostly. Fair enough. I could see the logic. Why LARPers?
Marcus and I had a club, so it was easier to explain meeting up with the others as role-playing.
That tracked, which put me further at ease, allowing me to hope Colby remained a secret a while longer. Tell me where you buried the bones, and I'll cut you a deal.
You're not going to let me go, she scoffed. Not after that speech.
You're too dangerous to be released unmonitored, I agreed. But that doesn't mean you're hopeless.
Feeling maternal?
Her voice dripped with acid.
You and your boyfriend looking to adopt?
I work for the Black Hat Bureau. I watched for her reaction but saw none. Do you know what that is?
Do you really think, based on what I've said, that our family sat around the dining table and had discussions on magic?
She cocked her head as the name sank in.
I thought you said you were FBI.
Black Hat is like the FBI, but for people like us. The agents are just like you, killers who are given a choice. Join or die. I drew in a sharp breath. The choice is yours.
You're a killer?
She swept her gaze over me.
You seem to do-goody.
Join up and you'll find out just how do-goody I am. I have a reputation I've earned and I'm not proud of it.
What about Marcus?
Interest spiked her tone.
Will he be given the same choice?
We ask separately to ensure you don't influence one another. It's a lifetime commitment. You must be dedicated to the role, or you won't last long. You won't be partnered with your brother either, since he's part of the reason we're having this chat. But you'll be able to visit him during your off time, if you survive training. You won't be kept apart unless you give the Bureau reason to put those measures in place.
I'll have to be an agent the rest of my life?
That's the deal. Eternal servitude or immediate demise.
Not much of a choice, is it?
You already made the big decisions. These are the consequences.
Can I still?
Her gaze dipped to her hands.
It probably sounds lame to you, but can I still LARP?
Depends, I said wryly. Can you LARP without murdering anyone?
I'm in it for the wigs and the costumes.
A game. It was all a game to her. The summoning, the evil spirits, the deaths. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, you'll be free to do your own thing in your downtime.
Okay.
She rose to her feet.
I'll show you where I buried the bones.
We walked together side by side, and I kept a close eye out for her onryo. I used the time to check the wound in my side. It wasn't deep, but it leaked goop. It also tingled while the raw edges knit themselves together. Black, white, or gray, spontaneous healing wasn't in the witch repertoire. I hadn't done it, which meant it had been done to me. But how? Or worse, by whom? Was the grimoire responsible? The choker? The pendant, at least, wasn't capable of magic. Or it hadn't been until I fed it a grimoire. And it ate a blessed choker. As the kids say, FML.
Do you like being an agent?
The question caught me off guard, but I wouldn't lie to her. It has its moments.
Will I have to kill anyone?
She didn't sound excited by the prospect of a license to kill, merely curious. Yeah. I didn't want to sugarcoat that either. In the field, it's kill or be killed on most cases. The conversation orbited the history of Black Hat and the duties of the agents. I answered all her questions to the best of my ability without allowing my relationship with the director to taint the facts. Mostly. Impossible to wipe the slate clean between him and me, even for her benefit.
There.
She indicated a point between two trees.
Under the poison oak.
I've got your first assignment. I jerked my chin toward the spot. Start digging.
Can't you magic the dirt out of the way?
I'm not a magical excavator, no. That would be a handy talent, though. But I can heal you after, so don't worry about a rash.
You're a black witch.
She stared a hole through me.
How can you heal?
I'm a gray witch, I reminded her. I was a black witch, but I embraced light magic. Except it doesn't quite work like that after you've been tainted. Now I'm stuck in the middle.
You can do that?
It's the hardest thing I've ever done, but it's worth it. Unlike me, she didn't have Colby lighting a path back to white magic. But maybe, if she showed signs of a genuine desire to change, I could help guide her onto steadier ground. Right now, she was dizzy with the information I had given her, probably terrified of what it all meant. She might think she wanted to be good in light of getting caught, but only time would tell. I could ask Colby to keep tabs on her, but that was the best I could do until Trinity had fully assimilated into Black Hat and proven what type of agent she would become. Wrinkling her nose, Trinity knelt among the weeds and began scooping the soft dirt with her hands. A few inches into her hole, she produced the first bone, and I inwardly sighed with relief that she had been honest about this much anyway. As the pile grew higher, I rolled my shoulders to dispel a prickling down my spine. A smudge of blue teased the corner of my eye, and I whirled in time to duck the punch Malcolm threw at me. Even less of him was present than the last time, which made me think the more you exploded them, the harder it was for them to come back together. Good to know. You're not rolling over for her, he barked at Trinity. Put those bones back where you got them.
I control you.
She dug faster, her breaths coming quicker.
Not the other way around.
Malcolm lunged for her, and she screamed, but he pulled up short, unable to harm his summoner. You think she's going to let you go after what you've done? He growled. You're going to burn, witch. While he was distracted, I rushed him, jabbing my wand into his wiggly mass. No, she's not. Magic burst forth and he melted into a puddle at my feet. That's new. I put Trinity back to work. Maybe there's a limit on how many times they can reform. More good news, but my observations wouldn't help Asa or Clay. They had Marcus and Emmett on their hands and no magic to detonate the Onryo. We had to hurry this along before the guys got hurt. If I could get my hands on both skeletons, I could end this.
That's it.
Trinity tossed a skull onto the pile.
The tiny bits are in the plastic container.
When I realized what I was seeing, I wanted to bang my head against the tree. This is only Malcolm.
Advent told us we each had to do it alone and keep the location to ourselves.
Okay. I gestured her aside. Stand back. Drawing on Colby, I spoke the words to reduce the bones to ash, then grappled with my kit to locate a small vial. I knelt beside the hole, swept the ashes into it, dumped in the salt, and gave it a stir. A foul odor wafted up to curl around me, and Trinity's knees buckled with a violent jerk. The bond between Onryo and Summoner had been broken. Thank the goddess. Quickly, I filled in the hole, tamped it down hard, and set a simple ward around the area that would dissolve over time with exposure to the elements. Overkill? Maybe. I didn't have time to dwell on it. Pushing to my feet, I went to Trinity and checked her pulse. Steady. I patted her down to ensure no nasty surprises waited for me, but all she had on her was a pottery shard turned keychain that throbbed with magic. One I was willing to bet matched the smashed vase from the mausoleum. Heaving her upright, I propped her back against a tree and used a binding spell to pin her arms behind her. One less thing to worry about. With her secure, I went in search of the guys. I didn't have to go far before I heard the demon bellow. I homed in on his rage and let it guide me. Soon, Clay's shouts entered the mix, and I knew I was on the right track. As I burst through a clump of wild blueberry bushes, I spotted them. Clay held Marcus in check while the demon fought Emmett with varying degrees of success. The demon was coated in green slime, and it slicked his feet, making him slide when he moved too fast. His fury only grew as the Onryo bobbed and weaved out of his grasp, immune to the goo. One wrong step, and the demon went down on his side. I took advantage of the opening and rushed Emmett from behind. I clutched his arm, lighting him up with a thought, and he splattered us in the surrounding area. Marcus, stunned by the apparent defeat of his champion, quit struggling to glare at me with so much hate. I felt it like a slap in the face. "Where's my sister?" He scanned over my shoulder. "What have you done with her?" Ignoring his demands, I asked Clay. "Have you searched him?"
Not yet.
He began patting him down.
Looking for anything in particular?
A pottery shard. I held up Trinity's. Like this one. The sight of her keychain sent Marcus into a fit. "What have you done with Trini?" "She's safe," I assured him. "We'll fetch her when we're done here."
Got it.
Clay held up another keychain.
What is it?
Since Marita texted, I had my theories, but why not go to the source? Answer the question. "A bunch of weird crap was buried with the Boo brothers," Marcus clipped out. "It looked like thrift store rejects to me, but Advent claimed they were powerful relics that would help us with our quest." Our quest. Further evidence these kids had too much black magic swirling through them to care they were killers. What was special about the vase? He told us to smash it and send everyone in the ring a piece. His lips pulled back over his teeth. "It conceals the smell of black magic." Well, that was one mystery solved. I bet there was another shard in the inn itself to keep out the stink, even while the Amhersts weren't home. Same for the other locations. "You can't leave Trini alone." He jerked against Clay. "Emmett isn't under her control." "Emmett is sludge, so let's have a chat before he pulls himself back together." "I have nothing to say to you until you let me see my sister." "Then we're at an impasse. Guess we'll just stand here and wait on Emmett to regenerate. Do you think he can sense his brother's dead? Again? What do you bet he hunts down your sister first thing to confirm it?" I hated playing hardball, but this kid needed a wake-up call. "That would suck, huh? She's tied up at the moment. I wonder what Emmett... What do you want?" He connected the dots. "The bones?" "Got it in one." I hooked my hands on my hips. Will you lead us to them? Gaze swinging between the globs of ectoplasm in the direction I came from, he stalled. Looks like he's made his choice. I jerked my chin at Clay. I'll bind him and we'll bring him in. No. He fought against Clay's immovable hold. I'll show you. He grew frantic. Please, just help her. Bones first. I didn't want to give him a chance to flake on us. We handle that, and she's safe. Fury and guilt, and maybe a tinge of relief twisted his features until I couldn't be sure how he felt. Maybe after everything, he didn't know either. This way. He yanked on Clay. Emmett is buried near the house. Really? That edged us closer to his sister, and I wasn't buying it. You sure about that? Frustration twitched the skin beneath his eye, but he held firm to his story. The bones are in a stump. The stump where you fed them that teen? An epiphany struck, and I finally had my answer for the boo's uncanny ability to manifest in daylight. The land was the key. Their bones were buried there, yes, but they had been fed there as well. That was how they drew strength to rival the sun. That same tether explained why they didn't chase me out of town or hunt me down after I left. They couldn't. They were leashed. Trapped. They could only go so far, or poof. You saw that? He pulled up short. How? Doesn't matter. I knew the stump's whereabouts, so I led us there, careful to cut a wide swath around Trinity's location. I know you're a killer. Your sister filled in the blanks for me. She confessed to the murders. Malcolm's kills, at least. Do you have anything to add? If Trini told you, then you already know. A diplomatic answer, which meant any deaths in Raymond she hadn't confessed to would be added to his and Emmett's tab. Only after we reached the stump, and Marcus illustrated how to swing open the top, did we discover the bones nestled in a plastic bag filled with grave dirt. There were spells, too, fresh off the printer. Supplies for those spells, and a notebook with a kill list that was refined over several pages where he and Trinity had passed it back and forth while arguing the merits of who deserved to die for what they allowed to be done to them. The reasons were sound from their point of view, and it ended with the name of the boy who had filmed Trinity. Samuel Todd. I read the name. He was the teen you killed after we checked in. Ballsy of them to commit a murder within screaming distance of people who identified as FBI. I told Trini we had to act fast. His scowl cut deeper. That something was off about you two. I'm going to give you the same choice I gave her. I slapped the book shut. But I need to handle your buddy first. I passed the book and other materials to Clay, then dumped the bones into the hidey hole. This won't take but a minute. This time, when I reached for Colby's energy, I sensed the blip that was her exhaustion. Last one, I told her. Can you handle it? From high above us, her tiny voice drifted down to me.
Do you really need to ask?
She makes a good point, Rue.
Clay chuckled.
She's just like you. She would rather die in the process than admit she's too tired.
Who said that? Marcus tensed. Who else is out there? Another member of our team. I ignored his mulish glower. One you won't be meeting. A high-pitched scream rent the night, and Marcus twisted so hard he broke free of Clay and ran. Go, I ordered Clay and the demon. I can handle this. I made the mistake of watching them go before I refocused on my task, and impact from behind knocked me to one knee. I twisted, expecting to find Emmett, and I was half right. The bottom half. From his belt down, if you want to get technical. No clue how he saw me or sensed me, but he had brought me down to his level. I wheeled back, but it was too late. His boot made contact with my jaw, and I saw stars. Rising onto my elbows, I let him get a leg's length away before I kicked him in the junk hard enough to rattle his teeth. Not that he had any. Just as his brother had clung to habits of the living, so did Emmett. He hit his knees, then fell forward, his crotch mashed into the grass where his feet kicked the dirt in agony. Stretching my arm as far as it would go, I ignited the sack of bones. The haunted legs fell still and then reduced to a puddle. I flipped onto my stomach and rose to my knees over the stump. I stirred salt into the mix of ash and grave dirt, then swung the top shut. A quick spell that didn't require Colby's assistance let me seal it closed so that Emmett wouldn't be disturbed again. About the time I wobbled onto my feet, I heard the demon crashing through the underbrush.
Rue, okay?
He wasted no time in scooping me up and squishing me against him.
Ghost dead?
Ghost dead. I slumped against his shoulder, exhausted from the magic. Why did Trinity scream?
Spider crawl on nose.
He swung me into a bridal carry.
Not even big spider.
He scoffed.
Tiny one.
With her hands tied, she had been forced to let it do its thing. I could sympathize. After my run-in with the giant spiders guarding my grandmother, I had developed a mild case of arachnophobia myself.
I called Marty and explained our situation.
Clay looked me over with concern.
His team is coming to scoop up the Amhersts.
Tell him to collect the parents' remains while he's at it. The kids can tell him where to dig.
Will do.
He glanced over his shoulder.
I gave Marcus the talk and he agreed to join. That nets us 2 new recruits.
He hesitated.
You've never recruited anyone, ever.
He touched my arm.
You're sure you're okay with this?
Comfortable in the demon's arms, a mumbled affirmation was all I could manage.
Rue, sleep.
The demon petted me.
I carry.
That sounded good to me, and as soon as Colby lit on my chest, it was lights out. 17.
To what do I owe this unexpected visit?
Dressed in his black hat and vest, the director lounged in a wing-back chair in his office. He appeared healthy, but he was a master of illusion. Had I not called ahead to request a private meeting, a courtesy from one predator to another, this conversation might have occurred in his room, with him in bed as he recovered from the grievous wounds I could smell on him from here. The idea had been to arrive sporting bruises from the Boo brothers' last stand as proof I had been in a fight for my life, but the swelling and discoloration had vanished before I could put them to good use. I came to deliver the news about Parrish in person. I stood at parade rest behind the visitor's chair across from him. He's dead. A slight tilt of the director's head was the only reaction he gave to this announcement, though he must know by now. You and I don't see eye to eye on much, but we...
You recruited 2 young black witches. Siblings, I believe.
I did. I knew it would convince him as few things would, that I was ready. I thought it was time. That snagged his interest and he leaned forward, wincing before he could smooth his features.
Oh?
I want Parrish's job. I did my best to appear earnest. I want to fix what's wrong with the Bureau.
You want to dismantle my legacy.
He leaned back to ease the strain on what I suspected were abdominal wounds.
No.
He flicked a dismissive hand.
I have another candidate in mind.
Your candidate didn't kill Parrish. Silence flooded the room until our hearts, mine steady, his labored, were the only sounds.
That's not possible.
He looked me up and down.
I know who killed him.
Oh? I strove for innocence. Who? Even now, when he knew Dad was responsible, he didn't risk speaking him into existence.
Witnesses report a great blackbird who smelled of carrion attacked the dragon.
And?
Only one man has ever summoned such wings, and he died long ago without sharing his secrets.
For a second, I thought an understanding pulsed between us. The old, he knew that I knew that he knew that I knew Dad was alive deal. But he wasn't willing to step up to that line, and I wasn't willing to cross it either. Or perhaps, I tasted bile admitting this much, He wrote it all down.
A grimoire?
The director's attention swung back to me.
His grimoire?
Again, I waited for him to use his son's name or allude to my father, but he didn't. Do you want your proof or don't you? I acted bored. Appoint me deputy director, and I'll show you my new trick. Done. His eagerness made me squirm.
The job is yours, if you can produce those wings.
The words I spent the hour beforehand practicing spilled from my lips as I raised my arms to either side. I smelled the magic before I saw it, ripping through my spine and anchoring itself in my flesh. I flexed the new appendages, blowing the director's hair back from the might of the gale they produced in such close quarters. Black tendrils curled over my shoulders, but soon the color leached to a silvery gray. As fast as I had summoned them, I cut off the spell, hoping the director hadn't noticed the odd color. Marvelous. That one word was the only bit of praise he had ever given me, and I could tell by the war of hatred and love across his face that he meant the word for his son, who had created this spell. Not for me, who had merely executed it. Either Dad had known, after he fought with Parrish, that I would end up here, or he sought to fulfill his promise to share the secret of flight if I wrote to him, before he disappeared, with Mom, for good. This, at least, gave me the grounds to prove I had killed Parrish. Had I not known the director better, I might have suspected he made his bargain in haste to cling to the only person of his blood left. The truth was more likely that he needed me as his shield until Dad was in a grave. For real this time.
Your magic,
he began as I folded my hands behind my back again.
It's in flux.
So much for him not noticing. I should have known better than to think it would slip past him. Not in flux. I felt the truth in that. Evolving.
Careful the book doesn't evolve you beyond recognition,
he said slyly.
What a pity that would be.
This was the hard part. The road I didn't want to go down, but I had to sell myself. I've mastered my addiction. I pasted on a cocky smile. The grimoire won't best me. Nestled in the valley between my breasts, the pendant pulsed, just once, before the choker quelled it.
You're an addict, and you always will be.
He seemed pleased by that.
If you're already using the book, then you'll be back to your old self in no time.
He laced his fingers across his lap.
I'm glad you stopped by, Deputy Director. It's been a pleasure.
The lies had done their job, convincing him I was following in my father's footsteps and well on my way to eating my next heart. He must have assumed that Asa would fall by the wayside too. He was right about that. If my hungers controlled me, I wouldn't have room in my life for anything but sating them. Almost out the door, the director called.
I expect a handwritten copy of that spell on my desk Monday.
Mullers grinding, I crossed the threshold and strode out the front door of the compound with purpose. This was not the life I wanted. This was not a job I ought to have. This was our best chance at survival. Asa waited for me in the SUV at the gate, and I'm not sure I had ever been so happy to see him.
I would ask how it went, he said, but I've already gotten the group text.
Group text? I strapped in. What did it say?
I'm pleased to announce our new deputy director, he read. My granddaughter, Elspeth Bathory.
His granddaughter? I snatched his phone. He outed me? To the entire bureau?
You're falling in line as far as he knows.
Asa plucked his phone from my fingers when it looked like I might cock my arm and throw it out the window.
He's letting everyone know to be on their guard around you.
No. I slumped in my seat. He's painting a target on my back and passing out free arrows. As much as I wanted to stay curled up in a ball in my own bed, in my own house, we had preparations to make. I had secured the stolen artifacts in my safe last night, after we got home from Mississippi, but we had a meeting scheduled for the butt crack of dawn, and we couldn't afford to be late. I'm not proud of the cereal bar I crammed in my mouth on the way out the door, but it had to be done. I offered to share, but Clay informed me he would rather die than eat breakfast out of a box, claiming its contents were inspired by real fruit-like flavors. On an overgrown tract of land outside Samford, the three of us walked into a barn full of demons. They were terrifying. It gave me hope they were up to the task.
"My lord!"
They boomed through the space as they hit their knees and slammed fists over their hearts. A slight female with red skin and black leather dragonfly wings flitted over to us. "Primipolis Moran," Asa greeted her. "It's good to see you."
It's our pleasure to serve.
She bobbed her head at me.
You must be Princess Rue.
A strangled noise cut in my throat, but I managed not to choke on my own spit. "That's me." However, I did elbow Asa for not warning me about the use of the title. I was not a princess.
Forgive me, sire, but your orders confuse me.
She linked her hands at her spine.
The missive led me to believe you wished for us to protect this town.
She waited a beat.
Full of humans.
Those are your orders, yes. He gave her a moment to digest that. However, if you are unable to fulfill that simple task, then I am more than happy to appoint a new centurion. He gestured to a male behind her with orange spikes jutting down his sides. Tiago would serve in your place with honor.
Yes, sire.
Tiago jogged over.
It would be my pleasure.
Moran whipped a blade from her belt, pivoted toward Tiago, and sank it in his gut, then kicked him over to groan and bleed on the moldering hay.
That won't be necessary, sire.
A line furrowed her brow.
I merely wish to ensure our first mission for you is a successful one. If you desire these humans be protected, then we will guard them with our lives to our last man.
Sympathy for Moran's plight won out over caution. Here she was, called into service for the first time. And rather than a battleground, she found herself assigned to a quiet town full of mortals. I could see why she would be confused, maybe a little offended too. I assume we have your discretion? I waited for her nod. Then I will tell you this. I'm planning a coup against my grandfather. Her blank expression told me word hadn't reached them, but it would soon. The director of the Black Hat Bureau. The slight widening of her eyes was all the surprise she betrayed, but an eager glint quickly replaced it.
You have chosen your mate well.
She congratulated Asa. She is a fiercer creature than I had heard. Yes, well, this town is my home. These people, these humans, are my family. I'm giving you the most important task I will ever assign. I read her doubt and was quick to allay her worries. Enemies have already attacked my chosen family, and that was before I picked a side. The director and all his enemies and allies will target this place. It's your job to ensure I don't lose the war by coming home to fight every battle for myself.
Yes, my lady.
She bowed lower than before.
It is our honor to serve and protect.
My cousin will be our liaison. I couldn't think of a better go-between than Aiden. He had a personal stake in the outcome of any fight, and as much as I hated to admit it, her name was Arden. He's Aquitae. I assume that won't be an issue for you?
We have several in our number,
she assured me.
Our legion is comprised of many different species.
Good. I shook her hand. It was a pleasure to meet you. Leaving Asa to finalize our plans, I stepped out for some air to find Clay wearing an odd little smile.
You made a boo-boo.
He tweaked my nose.
You told her your cousin would play liaison.
And? It hit me a minute later. I admitted my cousin is a demon. If she dug into my family history, she might realize I was Hylian sea royalty, and that would not do.
Don't beat yourself up over it.
He shrugged.
Now that you're mated to a demon, people will feel validated for suspecting your dad wasn't pure Black Witch.
He watched me sag on my bones.
Moran is sworn into Asa's service. Hand down an order not to spread the gossip if that's a yowling cat you want to wrap in a straitjacket, and then shove back into the bag before you toss it in a river.
I'm glad you caught it. I turned to go back, but bumped into Asa halfway. I need a word with Moran. She won't tell anyone about Aiden's relationship to you. Neither will the others. Did everyone catch that but me? I slumped where I stood. I'm slipping. You're exhausted, and you're stressed about your father, and your mother, and your grandfather. I'm the deputy director. I heard myself say it, but it didn't sound real. Me. The person who, a year ago, would have cheered Dad on while I burned down the establishment. I can't brain right now. That's why you have me. Asa gripped my shoulders, steadied me. And Colby. And Clay. And Aiden. The way he broke it up made it easier for me to balance the scales in my mind. I had a lot on my plate, but I had even more going for me. I could do this. I could make this work until I decided which team to ultimately choose. Either way, Dad wouldn't survive, and that gutted me. Almost as much as him ditching me for the ghost of my mother. I couldn't do this without you. I pressed my face into his shirt. Even if you did let them call me princess, I could have gone with future queen of my heart. Hardy har har. I tweaked his nipple and savored his yelp. Let's go home. About that. Asa pointed up to where Moran hovered above us, her outline shimmering with demonic glamour. She's escorting us. You know what's most annoying about that? That you requested them, issued their orders, and therefore can't complain if they fulfill them? Yes. I grumbled without heat. That. Careful what you wish for, he began, his lips tipping up at one corner. A day prince might just give it to you? Yes, he agreed, with a different kind of heat seeping into his gaze. That. 18. Few things set my soul at ease as much as coming home. It didn't matter if I had been gone for a week, a day, or an hour. I experienced the same rush of, oh, thank goddess I'm back where I belong, every single time I pulled up the driveway and saw my little house on my little plot of land in my little town. Knowing Colby was safe inside, within our wards, comfy at her rig, priceless. As Asa threw the SUV into park, Moran and 2 other females rushed to open the doors for us. I wanted to wave them off, to tell them we could do it ourselves, but I had to take it slow with them. A lifetime of conditioning wasn't going to wash out in a day, so I smiled, thanked them, and tamped down my guilt. About to offer them refreshments, I threw out a hand for balance as the world tilted under my feet in a vertigo spin that reminded me of the rose delivery. The way reality twisted around me and only me. No, I was not dealing with this today. An explosion of heat fanned my spine, and I whirled to find the last thing I wanted to deal with. Orion Pollux Stavros, High King of Hyel, future FIL, and royal pain in my butt, smiled at me. In his hands, he held out a tray of cupcakes from the fancy bakery Asa used to send me treats. Up to this point, I had been annoyed with his sense of entitlement. Now, The violation as he stole a thing that belonged to Asa and me alone tempted me to immolate him.
You've returned my gifts.
He ignored his son, convincing me Ash was a good look for him.
I'm hurt.
Too tired to play, I strode toward him with my hands empty and down at my sides where he could see them. I didn't want him to tense before I got close enough to slap yet another Band-Aid on yet another problem in our ever-growing stack. Among them, the fact Stavros might not be able to track me while I wore the choker/pendant/grimoire, but he knew where I lived, and the Yanai were quick to tattle my arrival. Their loyalty to Stavros was the only excuse I could fathom for his immaculate timing. I don't have time for this. I accepted part of the weight of the tray. I don't have time for you. Maybe he thought I was flirting. Maybe the words didn't fit my actions. Maybe he was just an idiot. Grip firm on the corner, I spoke the words Asa taught me to get rid of unwanted gifts. The cupcakes, and the Demon King holding them, vanished. Gasps rose behind me, and I turned to find Moran and the others watching with slack jaws. Don't you ever get tired of him being all, "I'm a sexy king, come have my babies"? Crickets sang in the distance. A frog or two joined in. The warriors before me? Not a peep. Really? I stared at them. No one?
They aren't in a position to ignore the High King,
Asa reminded me.
They may not be magically bound to obey him, but they have no choice if he commands them as his subjects to his bed. Whether or not they agree with you, they will never refuse him.
Good point. I rubbed the back of my neck. I'm happy to tell Stavros he's an asshat, enough for all of us. I dropped my arm. Blink once for yes, keep staring for no. They kept staring, which was disheartening, until I noticed tears gathering in the corners of their eyes. I had the privilege to tell Stavros where to stick it. Hint, not in me. I also had the power to back up any threats I made to him. These females, they didn't have that option. I need to grab a shower. I dipped my chin. Aiden will be in touch. Cheeks warm, I made it halfway to the wards before a light tap on my shoulder brought me up short. Moran? I blinked on her title, but I remembered her name. Progress. Can I help you? Her eyes glistened. Thank you. She set her jaw, and they cleared. I will remember the look on his face until the end of my days. She took my hand and bent over it, pressing it to her forehead. I am yours to command, Princess. Ask it, and it will be done. Thanks. I patted her shoulder awkwardly. I appreciate that. With a tight smile, she leapt into the sky. The others followed suit, allowing the wind to dry their tears.
Princess Rue.
Clay toyed with the ends of my hair.
I should start braiding your hair into a crown.
I'm not a princess, I grumped. I'm not wearing a crown made out of hair.
I bet you would if your spit muffin donated for it.
This again? I rubbed the bracelet on my wrist that was so much a part of me these days. I wouldn't wear a crown made out of his hair either. I squinted at him, noticed his grin, and decided. However, I would love to see you braid his hair into a crown. He's the prince, after all.
That's not happening, Asa assured us.
You have to sleep sometime,
Clay said cheerfully.
When you do, I'll be there.
No, you won't.
Rue will be there,
he amended.
She's Team Hair Crown.
A laugh I desperately needed loosened the tightness in my throat. Though Valentine's was still days away, I could no longer see that far into our uncertain futures. That ambiguousness convinced me we should celebrate even the Hallmark holidays before the next disaster struck. Plus, it gave me an excuse to give a long overdue gift to someone who truly deserved it. Come on. I hit the front steps. We have a holiday to further commercialize.
Rue got me present?
The demon sat on the couch. Bounced, really.
Give me.
Here you go. I handed him the pink and red box. Go on. I nudged him. Open it. Paper ripped, the ribbon snapped, and the box tore as he dug in. He pulled out a simple sterling bracelet with a name etched into the front and a message stamped on the inside of the band. It opened and closed with magic, and it was designed for shifters who lived in cities and wanted to wear a collar with identifying information when they changed forms. But that was getting ahead of things.
Blatant Skin Flayer Montenegro,
he read, his forehead creasing.
Who Blatant?
You are, I told him. If you want to be.
That my name?
He rubbed his thumb across the engraving.
What inside?
You'll have to look. I turned it in his hand. It's a message from Asa since he couldn't be here.
You will always be my brother,
he read in a stilted voice.
Asa say that?
He chose the bracelet, the quote, all of it. And Aiden made it happen while we were out of town.
Except the name.
Colby piped up.
We all pitched in to choose one.
Blayton is a family name on your mother's side, and Skinflayer was Colby's pick.
Blatant Skin Flayer Montenegro,
he said again.
I have name.
He checked with me.
Mine?
All yours, I agreed. Unless you don't like it.
I like.
His smile lit up the room.
I go by Skin Flayer.
It's your name. I patted his knee. You can be Blay or Blayton or, Skinflayer.
Skinny,
Clay volunteered.
works for me.
You don't have to pick one or the other, I reminded him. Everyone calls me Rue, but Clay calls me Dollface. We could introduce you as Blayton and call you Skinflayer or Skinny in private.
He
passed me his hair.
You pet.
He turned the bracelet in his hands.
I think.
How did I know? I raked my fingers through the silky length. You don't have to decide tonight, big guy.
Rue call me Blay.
He held out his gift.
Put on?
Sure thing. I let his hair go, which earned me a pout, then opened the lock. Want to know a secret?
Yes,
he rushed out.
Tell me.
Asa can't wear it. It will only appear when you do. I snapped it shut, then spelled it closed. Very nice.
It mine?
He shook his wrist to watch it glint.
All mine?
All yours. Flames engulfed him, leaving Asa sitting where the demon, Blay, had been. Just as fast, Asa was ripped away as Blay reclaimed their body and leapt to his feet. He scooped up Colby and they danced in the living room, both of them so happy it made my chest hurt. Clay dropped onto the couch beside me and draped his arm across my shoulders.
You okay with not spending Valentine's Day with your guy?
Oh, we would be celebrating later, after everyone else had gone to bed. But I wouldn't tell Clay that. Call it my Valentine's gift to him. More than okay. I excused myself, went to my room, then returned and plunked down beside him. You and me, we're going to eat full-price chocolate until we get sick. Then we're going to drink wine until we think learning the Mystic Mambo is the best idea ever. Already reaching for a throw on the back of the couch, he lifted one corner for me to slide under beside him.
Can we watch The Princess Bride?
Snuggling in next to him, Blay and Colby murdering orcs in the next room. I sighed happily. As you wish. This concludes Grey Witch by Hailey Edwards, narrated by Stephanie Richardson. Copyright 2022 by Black Dog Books, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hailey Edwards, care of the Night Agency, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.